What is up, friends and enemies? How is it going, everybody? How's everybody's Monday? Did everybody have a happy and fulfilling and refreshing and exciting Monday? Please, don't be shy. Tell me about your days. Let me live vicariously through you. Tell me. Excuse me. Moth, what's good? Darren, hello. How's studying going, bud? You've been just working your ass off. You're definitely gonna get an A, Darren. There's no circumstance where you're not gonna get an A because you've just been busting your ass, dude. What's up, Callum? Trender, welcome. Every time someone likes the stream, a new Poppy and Xena doc drops. Let's go, Jenny. Thank you, my queen. Vodka, greetings again. Matthew, what's good? Good to see you again, bud. Tiles, good question. You're going to find out, bud. We're going over a debate that already happened or having one. One that already happened. Frenemies, friends, enemies, you know. Ollie's big chillin'. Love that. Lungs and oxygenation. Oxygenation. I actually can't read, but... I bet you guys didn't know that about me. I am actually illiterate. Fun fact, guys. Fun fact. Lots of procrastination. How about you? Ooh, I love that. I am also a procrastination queen. You know, it's going good. It's going good. I need to clean the house. I procrastinated that all day today. I'm going to do that tomorrow. I'm going to clean the house tomorrow, is what I'm telling myself. Dustiest Holmes is playing video games while listening to this. What games are you playing, bud? Mr. Vern, what movie did you watch with your kid? What horror movie was it? I want an A so bad, but I'm scared these exams have been kicking my butt. Darren, you are stunning and brave. You're gonna treat this exam like a short stack goblin. Okay. You're Vosh, and the test is a short stack goblin. Okay. I'm procrastinating making a doctor's appointment. Hopefully, I'm gonna finally get tea tomorrow. Base King. Rigby, my favorite trender. What's good? We'll be accountability buddies. Okay, tomorrow I will clean the house. Fingers crossed. If I don't clean the house, I'm going to have to join Poppy's harem. That's going to be my consequence. I'll lose my bathroom time. The Descent. Ooh, that's such a good movie. Have you seen this movie? It's by Neil Marshall. Neil Marshall is the guy who directed The Descent. It's called Doomsday. Let me show you a picture of what it looks like, what the cover looks like. It looks like this. It's this movie right here. This one. This is a really cool movie. It's by the guy that directed The Descent. It's like about there's like a plague in Scotland, basically, and so England just builds like a giant fucking wall, and they're like, "Get fucked, nerds." And then it's like 50 years later, and the virus or whatever it is back, and everybody's getting really sick. And they saw on like satellite footage that people that they walled off, like in the containment zone, that there's people that are alive in there. And so they're like, we have to send somebody in there to get their blood so we can make like a vaccine for the virus that just came back. It's really fucking good. It's got the girl from Underworld in it. No, not this one. It's not the one from Ultraviolet. I guess I can just go on IMDb. That movie is really sick. I think it's underrated. Oh, it's Rona Mitra. It's not the lady from Underworld. What was she in that I'm thinking of? It wasn't Underworld. I think it was The Hollow Man, I think is what I'm thinking of. Yeah. Anyway, that's a really good movie. I watched that movie because Neil Marshall directed it, and it kicks ass. It's a really good one. I would recommend. It's a pretty good movie. I would recommend it. It's pretty good. It's kind of weird, but in like a fun way. It's pretty good. It's pretty good. All right, you guys. Let's see what is cooking. What is cooking in Malcolm's Hell Kitchen? Bruh, Poppy and Xena blocked me. Gay. Remy. Enough. Okay. Let us begin. Let us begin with the Keffals stuff. That's where I would like to begin. Was she really? I thought that was Kate, what's her name? Not, I want to, Kate Beckinsale? Under, oh my god. Underworld Rise. You are right. Who's the one that's in the other ones? Kate Beckinsale. Okay. Rise of the Lycans was the only Underworld movie that I liked. I liked that one a lot. Okay. Allow me to poison everyone's mind. Let it begin. Okay, 1 second here to get all of this shit set up the way that I want it. Because there's a post that's relevant here. Isn't she the main girl in Rise of the Lycans? Or is she in that with Kate Beckinsale? I'm actually going to stab myself to death if I can't find this. Oh, here it is. Just kidding. Wrong post. I'm going to cry. Oh, here it is. Okay, I found it. Okay, we're good. We're good. I found it. Okay. All right. Let us begin on our cascading descent into madness. We'll start with the Keffals stuff, and then we'll go over more Poppy and Xena stuff. It's just like the fucking roller coaster to hell that never ends, okay? So, I thought this was very LOL, okay? I thought this was very LOL. So, Karl Max on Twitter, okay? Karl Max on Twitter. Karl Max on Twitter dropped this today. So, wrong one. This is the one that I want. This one's next. Okay, so Max says, last year, in the infancy of my channel, I had a debate with a creator I admired, Keffals. She performed poorly and attempted to sacrifice my budding reputation to save face. With the constant encouragement of her former editor, Cherry, I'd like to share these messages. So this is a screenshot of the Discord messages. Cherry says, what happened in the debate? Keffals says, it was a debate on the term they fab. I took the, quote, I don't really care if people use the term position, and you shouldn't tone police trans people using it when they're venting about prejudice, end quote. Karl Max took the a transphobic slur and you're perpetuating transphobia position, so full disclosure, I didn't do great. Cherry says, we all have our debates, we don't do well. I understand. Keffals says, but because I took down the VOD, I have control of the narrative. So I'm editing the intro to immediately poison the well, including putting the Xander Hall thing at the start. So, you get absolutely fucking bodied in a debate, and then you're like, we have to poison the well. Cringe. Also, I think this is probably like the only debate that Keffals has ever done. She doesn't really like converse well, even when it's like just her content. You know what I mean? Like even when it is just her content, it's she doesn't really like talk very well. Like you get like this, you get hit with the Keffal eyes. You get hit with the Keffals eyes. And the Keffals eyes just kind of stare at you, and she talks as slow as humanly possible in like the most flat and monotone voice you've ever heard in your entire life, at like the speed of a snail trying to escape the nuclear fallout from Hiroshima. But like, so I don't know if it's the psychomotor retardation or whatever, but like the debate obviously didn't go well for many reasons, but it's not just because of the Keffals eyes effect. Unfortunately, it's a little bit. It's a little bit of everything, okay? It's a little bit of everything. Yes, I would say that is baby bitch behavior. I would agree with that. Hang on. So, following Keffals being, at least having the awareness enough to be like, I like sucked shit in that debate. Max says, Cherry reached out a few months after the debate expressing feelings of guilt after witnessing Keffals abuse her position as a respected figure and advocate in order to mitigate the ramifications of a poor debate performance. Max goes on to say, the debate was on the MB-phobic they fab remark, with Keffals attempting to argue its validity in cases of transphobia being used to combat transphobia. I offered alternative allegories for this sort of action, which she admitted being unethical, eventually losing the debate. So this is messages between Cherry and Keffals. Keffals says, yo, you want a fresh drama cycle for Xander Hall to take an easy W in. Cherry says, update me. Also, I wrote my name. I have a question. Wasn't Cherry, like this cherry bread person, wasn't that like Xander Hall's fucking editor for a while too? Yeah, it's so incestuous, you guys. Spoiler for content ahead. The incest. You can't escape the incest, you guys. So Keffals said, okay. Cherry said in the Excel sheet for the 2 segments. Keffals said, I had a disaster debate with Karl Max. During the debate, it was revealed that this guy cheered on Xander Hall's financial downfall. So I took down the VOD so no one can watch it, meaning the only copy will be my upload. And I'm putting the Xander Hall confrontation at the very beginning into the intro. Cherry says, this I was made aware of. Karl Max and I have interacted positively since it's happening, but we never actually talked about it. But I always really fucking bugged me that the way that he engaged with us. And Keffals says, oh no. Max says, Keffals, despite recognizing her shortcomings, proceeds to make an upload of the debate. And Karl Max didn't like record the debate on his end. A big L for people who don't know. Always have your own copy, okay? In which she poisoned the well in order to dress her position as appearing more correct, despite clearly knowing that she was wrong. So this is between Keffals and Cherry again. Keffals says, cool, stop telling me. Cherry says, I'm sorry, I thought you wanted updates, I'll stop now. Keffals says, how does this help me? Cherry says, I thought you wanted to know what was being said so you didn't get caught off guard. I'm sorry, I didn't realize I shouldn't do that unprompted. I will only send you stuff you asked me to send or look for. Keffals says, yeah, like what's the point? If anything, we're all fucked. Cherry says, what do you mean? Keffals says, we're all fucked, all of us. And Cherry says, do you need to call? And then Keffals says, me, because she was pounding on the keyboard. And then Keffals says, this has been a wild fucking day. Sad, I am praying Vosh does not react to this for fuck's sake. Cherry Bread was also supposed to edit videos for Progressive YouTube channel, but allegedly didn't do the work. Ooh. The Progressive victory is next on the chopping block, I'm sure. Carl says, this is all to say. I think Keffals is a grifter. She doesn't care about you. I don't know for sure, but I had a hard time believing that she cares about most of these issues. She has no trouble lying to her audience and has a history of exploiting unethical situations for clout. I think the best recent example that we can see is her interview with Chris Chan. Chris Chan showed up for an interview experiencing messianic delusions, literally believing she was Jesus Christ. Keffals ignores this, smiling and continue, clearly amused at the situation. Though portrayed as an interview with a victim who experienced great suffering by internet trolls, it was clearly a thinly veiled attempt by another person to eagerly exploit what she saw as a lolcow. This made it even more clear by Keffals monetizing Christine's mental illness. And then you can see that you can get the full unedited interview for the fucking top tier of Patreon for £85,000. You can see the Christian interview. I'd like to remind you all my DMs. I leaked a while back when the drama occurred and how utterly absurd this sort of conduct is with somebody with her status and acclamation. So this is Carl saying, hey, that's just how debates go. You have debates about way more intense topics that you keep up, but all right. Just a little disappointing for me. You know, if you're unhappy with the stuff you said or whatever, why not just retract it and say you changed your mind? Keffals said, I didn't say anything correct. You compared me saying Dayfab to saying the N-word LMAO. He said, no, I didn't. Keffals says, yes, you did. Carl says, your chat made that up. What is the problem? Like, why not keep it up then? I'm a tiny streamer. It was so clearly wrong. Why not just upload you cooking me when I'm wrong? Keffals says, why are you begging me to do something that I already said I didn't want to do? And Karl Max says, okay. Karl Max says, woke scolding when you dislike explicitly transphobic insults. Keffals says, are you actually upset about this? I can't tell if this is performative or not. Carl says, you're not being very pleasant to talk to, honestly. I don't want to burn a bridge, but you did that yourself, really. I'll see you around. Take care. Keffals said, I did not. You're acting like a child over this. I'll put the debate back up for you. Carl says, how else would I interpret this as apart from an insulting occurrence? Don't talk to me like that, but thanks. Carl says, I am. You're being shitty and rude. That's fine, though. Take care. Keffals says, Max, calm down. Max says, I am calm. Don't condescend to me. Keffals says, there's opportunities in the future for this. Max says, I don't actually care about the opportunities I get. Disappeared 30 minutes after they occur. Keffals says, why are you being such a brat about this? Now I am condescending to you. You really have a fiery temperament that needs to cool off. This is really sad. And Max says, is it as sad as doing poorly in a debate and then immediately privating it, though? Fucking base smash. Ultimately, this is what I'd like to leave you with. Someone I fervently defended for the last few years turned out to not just be a prick, but somebody who was happy being a prick to me just because she had embarrassed herself due to a lack of preparation. We never know what people are actually like, so think critically, even with those that we admire and appreciate. Keffals has made moves to quit politics recently, and I think that she should. If you can't be wrong without trying to tear down somebody else's reputation, you're in the wrong field. As a final side note, like, they don't have any issues with cherry bread or whatever. So, okay, base. Keffals is like, I got fucking destroyed in this debate. Let's private it and then, like, poison the well and put all this extra shit in the beginning. Based Keffals, yes. Everybody who disagrees with me is ontologically evil. Base Keffals moment. What's up, Asbiel? How you doing, bud? It's real dirty how she exploited Christian. I didn't even watch that video, honestly. Keffals, I don't know if it's the psychomotor retardation or whatever, but like, she's so insufferable to listen to. PV stuff is relevant because it created the overlap with Brianna when the trans men drama. True. The Brianna trans men drama is crazy. Well, Babu, we're going to find out, okay? So this whole debate or whatever with Karl Max. So Karl Max is just, Karl Max 20, any pronouns, I don't care, non-binary. So, what's up, Michael? So, for people who don't know, okay, for all of you guys who aren't poisoned by the internet and entrenched in trans discourse 24/7, they fab is typically a word that's used in a disparaging way to talk about people who are assigned female at birth but, like, don't transition. That's basically what it's used for. So, like, if you see somebody, like, who, think of, like, your stereotypical, like, Portland barista, okay? Like, big tits, dyed hair, big septum ring, has like a 3-letter name like SOX, like socks, or like Kai or something. Like, think of this person, okay? And this is what people will say is a they fab. That they fab just describes somebody who is like trans but doesn't transition and is like, I'm not like other people. I'm not like other guys. I'm a female. Like, that's kind of the archetype, okay? That's kind of the archetype. And there's also another word called they mab, which is used in the similar way against like trans women or like non-binary people who like don't transition. So a they mab is like, you know, somebody who's assigned male at birth who like doesn't do anything to transition at all. Their name is like Evelyn or something like that, but they don't transition at all. So that's kind of what these words are used. It's essentially like transtrender, but it's like the new word for transgender or whatever the fuck. I don't really like, I'm not somebody who kind of cares about this kind of stuff. I find it like really, I don't know. I just don't care about it personally. And I have to, of course, remind myself that like, at one point in my life, I was not the Malcolm that you see before you today. I, at one point, too, was like, you know, a young person who was early on in my transition, and I didn't pass, and that sucked. So obviously taking with, like, a grain of salt, that, like, this is kind of a disparaging comment to make to people that, like, don't pass or whatever the fuck, right? So anyway, so the conversation essentially was about the term they fab. And something that I think is interesting, and you guys, I hate identity politics unless I can use it as a bludgeon to attack those that I disagree with, and that's exactly what I'm going to do right now. Okay, they fab is used for like trans guys and like masculine non-binary people. So the F in THEY, they, FAB, it's a play on AFAB or AMAB, assigned male at birth, assigned female at birth. The they fab, the F in that is for female. So it's like specifically targeted towards like AFAB non-binary people and like trans men who don't pass. That's like what it's used for. Okay, that's like the whole point of it. That it was really interesting that Karl Max, who is not a fab, okay, not an FAB, had such strong fucking feelings about this. And for people who are new, because there's a lot of people here who don't watch my content that are here for the drama, and that's fine. Don't worry. We'll get to that. Just hold on tight, okay? I fucking hate the way that trans women and people that are not trans men, like, insert themselves into issues that deal with trans guys. Trans guys, there's like fucking 3 of us on the internet, okay? Like, we never get to talk about fucking anything ever. It's always about like how fucking stupid trans men are and how lame trans men are and how trans men are just like whiny females and all this other crazy shit. Like the way specifically that trans women will talk about trans men is viscerally abhorrent, and it makes me want to defenestrate myself in public. Okay. Like, I have been told that I'm on my period, for example, by trans women more than by cis men, okay? More often than not, if I get into an argument with a trans woman, they're like, go change your tampon. I heard that like twice in my entire life from a fucking, from a cis guy before I transitioned. But I get that shit from trans women regularly. So that was my first kind of like, ew, okay? So I have an ick. I have an ick about Karl Max for this reason particularly. And before you're like, Malcolm, it sounds like you just have, before you're like, Malcolm, shove a tampon in it, you're being a bitch. I have more, okay? I have more that makes me upset, and my ick was validated, okay? And yeah, for people who don't know the lore as well, the big thing that really triggered my trans misogyny, that really triggered it, was Riley Grace Rochon like trying to rehabilitate Calvin Guerra. That shit made me really angry because like, who the fuck is Riley Grace Rochon? Did Calvin Guerra ever call her a transgender? I don't think so. I don't know, dude. It just is irritating. Like, trans guys don't get to speak on fucking anything. Okay, trans women like can like pick a conversation. Think, you guys are all Twitch nerds in here, right? We're all internet people here. Think in your head. I want everybody in your head to think of a trans panel that you've seen on YouTube or Twitch. Was there a trans guy on that? Was there a trans guy on that? When have you ever seen a trans guy have a conversation about trans shit? Like on a Twitch panel or on like a YouTube panel or whatever the fuck. Have you guys ever seen that before? That's why I started streaming. Malcolm lore. That's why Malcolm started fucking streaming. Because I am so fucking tired of nobody fucking talking about trans guys, talking about shit that, like, whenever we have a trans sports debate, why don't we talk about how trans men outperform cis men? Why don't we ever talk about that? That's never brought up on the 272,000 fucking Twitch panels about fucking trans women in sports because everybody suddenly became so fucking passionate about the WNBA overnight. Okay? Drives me nuts. There's nothing I hate more. Okay? Ah, only on mine. That's right. I just made my own because I was so fucking sick of it. Irritating as shit. RGR is doing in real life politics shit with Progressive Victory. Oh, I thought you were going to say, have you guys ever seen a trans guy just like in general? No, we don't exist. True. Okay, so TLDR, I got one guide. It irritates the fuck out of me when people who aren't trans guys talk about shit that affects trans guys. Okay, really irritates me. Because trans women don't like that at all. Listen to trans women, listen to trans women, listen to trans women. Okay, so it drives me nuts when people that like aren't trans men talk about trans men shit. So remember, the F in they fab is for female. Okay, remember that, okay? So, moving on. This was posted right after the conversation with Keffals. So, Omnipooner, another trans guy that I enjoy the company of, okay? This guy cracks me up, okay? This guy cracks me up, all right? Had a conversation with Karl Max following the they fab debate, okay? So, Oliver says, it's really weird that Max would suddenly care about the safety of trans masks when after our trans med debate, he had no problem laughing along with his chat at my voice. These aren't actual rebuttals to anything I said in the debate either. It's just a straw man coupled with mocking a dysphoric trans person's voice. Personally, I don't give a shit. Go ahead. Be mean. Just stop the posturing. They, them, pussy isn't worth this levels of embarrassment. So, this is an example of what the kids like to call a tenderqueer, okay? We talked about this yesterday, like Anna Mardall. Poppy is one of these people where you're like, ooh, woo, I'm so soft and so small, ooh, woo, like trans rights, ooh, woo, but you're actually like a mega fucking asshole. That's what this is, okay? So we'll watch a couple of these clips. Like, this is Max making fun of Oliver's voice after they had a conversation, and Oliver's a trans guy. After Max just fucking inserted himself into, like, a trans guy's issue. Like, again, I'm not trying to be, like, soy. I'm not trying to soy the fuck out or whatever the fuck. But, like, it is so annoying to me that all these people will, like, want to argue about trans guy stuff, but then at the same time, you're just like, no, dude, actually, I'm going to shit all over trans guys. It drives me nuts.
Well, I didn't know that we would be able to debate Ben Shapiro so early on.
So I'm making fun of his voice, saying he sounds like Ben Shapiro.
I could have nuked the whole convo by pointing out that his Ben Shapiro voice isn't exactly the peak of masculinity. Yeah, I could have, but that would go against my my goal of not trying to invalidate him.
So he's like him, like struggling to say him, that he had like a whiny Ben Shapiro voice.
It would only invalidate him in his perspective. That's a really good point. God damn it.
Oh, I should have made fun of his voice harder.
You could have used that as a good line by asking him why hasn't he done more to make his voice masculine. Yeah, no, I know. I had thoughts in my head about that, but I ultimately chose against it because it felt...
Like, that is so fucking mean, dude. And this is from the dude who's, like, crying about, like, trans safety and shit to fucking Keffals. It's like, it's just such, like, spineless bitch behavior. So this gave me the world's biggest ick. So going into this, and again, first and foremost, before all things, I'm a hater, okay? That's like, I come on the internet to hate, okay? That's what I'm here for, okay? That's what I'm here for, all right? I don't like Keffals or Max. I don't like either of them. Okay, but however, I will say, like, it is really annoying that they fab is like an issue of like trans women saying that like they fabs are like fucking annoying and cringe and all this other dumb shit or whatever the fuck. And then somebody who's not even fab by any, like somebody who's not a fab is like, I'll have this conversation, and then off the back of this conversation is like actually making fun of trans guys in their voice. Kind of fucked, right? And again, you guys, I'm not trying to soy out. I'm not trying to soy out. It's just annoying. Okay, it's just annoying. I'm not saying like, you know, I cry myself to sleep at night over this shit. It just is annoying. It's just like fucking dumb. I just hate spineless bitches. Okay, I can't help it. Oh, well, I thought you were going to say, have you ever seen a trans guy in general? They care so much about women's sports, but they probably don't even know who Caitlin Clark is. Name one female athlete. Name one that isn't Serena or Venus Williams. You can't. Your opinion on trans women in sports, out the window. I keep seeing the thing with trans misogyny excluded effective, which has been driving me crazy. I've only seen it used to put down trans ban. Trans misogyny excluded and trans misogyny affected. I thought it was like exempt or whatever the fuck. TMA and TME, these people literally just want to call you a female. That's all they want to do. They just want to call you female in a derogatory way. Like, they just want to be like, female, female, female. All these females are pissing me off. I fucking hate all these females up in my mention. Like, that's what they want to say. But they have to find a woke way to say it, so that's why they say trans misogyny affected and trans misogyny exempt. They're just, it's so annoying. I don't know, I was the 4th or 5th trans man fanboy on the internet. I'm also old as shit. I remember hearing the first they fab at the mid-late 2000s in a TS group. It was the context. I should say that it's mainer stream now, I should say. You can always find Buck Angel yapping somewhere. Ugh, no. No Buck Angel yapping. I don't care. I don't care for both. They're both immature kids on the internet. Fair enough. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Max said shitty things about a trans dude's voice. No, I'm FTM and that's my job. Thank you. You understand me. God, we're mind melting. It's like, if anybody is going to be transphobic to trans men, it's going to be me. Okay? I have the pass. They're my kind. Okay? You know, it's like, if you got to talk shit about your sibling, you can talk shit about your sibling, but as soon as somebody else does it, it's a problem, okay? I'll talk shit about my brother all day, but if you say something about my brother, it's time to go, okay? It is my job to be transphobic against trans men, okay? Someone's going to twist your words and accuse you of pushing turf arguments. Let them. I don't fucking care. I don't care. If it's a turf argument that it drives me nuts that trans women are very happy and very eager to talk shit about trans men regularly, but can't handle like any of that in the opposite direction. If that's a turf argument, okay. Whatever. It's politically correct here. Trans misandry. Yep. TME just means non-trans femme. I don't know why they felt the need to use those terms. They could have just said that. I don't know. I do know. They want to say female. That's what they want to say. They want to say, you're being a female. That's what they want to say. Okay. Onward.
Was in the first place. Why were you saying that people who say they fab should be with anvils?
I said that an anvil should spawn 30 feet above their head. That doesn't mean they should be...
Oh, come on. We know what you mean by this.
Okay. I strongly dislike the term they fab because
Hang on, I'm going to turn this down just a little bit. Hello?
it like serves the express purpose of reminding a trans person of their sex, right? Same way that you wouldn't refer to a trans woman who you disagree with as a she-mab, right? Like, that feels like a fucked up thing to do. Hence why I think that they fab is really fucked up. And therefore, I feel like people who are using terms that have kind of the purpose of inducing dysphoria, maybe should have an anvil fall on, maybe, occasionally.
Okay, so the first thing I would say on this is, how do you know that it's being used to induce dysphoria? In which context did you see the term being used?
Okay, so I just can't get over like how fucking dumb Keffals is. I know, Matthew. I wish that I could listen to it on 2x, but not everybody has zooming minds like you and I. We have to be mindful of the slower listeners in chat. I'm sorry, bud. Also, quick reminder, everybody, go ahead and slap a like on that video, guys. Smash that fucking like button. Pretend that you're Vosh and the like button is a short stack goblin, okay? Smash the fuck out of that for me, okay? Like, how is it dysphoria inducing? If you have somebody who's assigned female at birth and you're like, female! Like, that's kind of like the point of what you're doing. Like, the trans misogyny, trans misandry shit has me twisted up tighter than a jackbox, you guys. I've been working on a video essay for like a year. And by working on a video essay for a year, I mean that I like recorded all of it. And then the more that I looked at it, the more that I hated it. And I can't decide if I want to like just use what I have now or make a new one. And I just am teetering back and forth. But the trans misogyny, trans misandry shit just really, really grinds my gears. It's weird because it also includes all sorts of people. Yeah, true. Excuse me. Before you, the only trans man I saw on stream was a Republican. Who is the trans man that was on stream that was a Republican? Is it the offensive Tiesler? Is that who you're talking about? Marcus? Are you talking about our king Marcus? Keffals talks at 0.5 speed, so 2x speed would be just considered normal. I know, but like Max talks normal though, so we can't brain blast everybody. Okay, not everybody has the zoomies like I do. I'm sorry.
What I mean, the term itself is dysphoria-inducing, is it not? I mean, for lots of people who don't want to be reminded of their like birth sex, right? Is that not like pretty? Is that not
I don't know if I've ever seen that person before. Did that person like make YouTube videos and stream? I have no idea who that is.
directly kind of doing that, being like, hey, reminder, you're different from the rest of everyone else, right?
Like for some people, I could see this, but that's
For
making
some
the
people-
assumption that you're talking about someone who experiences dysphoria in the first place. And when that argument, like when that term is being used, it's usually being used to refer to non-binary people who aren't trans. They're not going through a medical transition. They don't feel dysphoria.
Ooh, Big Keffals L falling on the woke sword. Keffals just said they're not transitioning, therefore not trans. Hello? Stop. Gender police. Papers, ma'am. Papers, ma'am. Fuck. Not everyone can Jimmy Neutron Blast. True. Keffals kept saying they fab meant something different when I was in college 10 years ago. That's the context I heard it. Like, since when, how, and what way can elder queers explain this lore? And also, Keffals isn't that old. And also, that's how it's used now. It's kind of like how, like, if a British person came up to you and they were like, excuse me, fag, and you were like, what? And they were like, oh, right, I just meant a cigarette. You would still be like, bro, like, don't fucking say that to me. Like, what's wrong with you? Like, that's how it's used here. That's why British people don't call cigarettes fags in America, right? Right? I don't know. I know this sounds dumb, but I need to make more progress with unpacking my new apartment. You need more bookshelves. Everybody needs more bookshelves. They're on Twitch. That's all you know. Interesting. Interesting. Okay. Non-trans binary, literally trans. What is she talking about? Keffals. Yep. They fab is giving they need gentlemen. Yeah, true, bro. Keffals True Scum arc. Let's go.
I think that reminding them of their birth sex when they identify as non-binary is still. I mean, you can call it non-binary phobic.
And I would like to emphasize again that like a big component of they fab is attacking like trans men that haven't transitioned yet. That is also used to attack like trans men, not just non-binary people. It is also used to attack trans men.
Call transphobic.
And colloquially, I've seen it used just against trans men in general that have like political like leanings or whatever that are away from trans women. Like I've been called a they fab before for disagreeing with trans women. Like they're like they fab behavior, and I'm like, hello, I have only the last time I dyed my hair was like in 2020. That doesn't apply to me anymore, bro. I was also how she claimed she heard about they fab from academic literature. LMAO.
But that's still like a shitty, awful thing to do. And also the argument about dysphoria, and if it's okay to then insult people because they're non-dysphoric or whatever, is kind of bullshit, because every time I see that being invoked, it's against people who haven't made it.
Okay, I'm going to say this, and I mean this so succinctly. We are not reclaiming pooner. Let them keep it. That word is so disgusting, you guys. It's worse than, like, knob or minge. It's worse than moist. Like, pick the word that you hate most in the world. Pooner is worse than that word. Please, don't bring that back. Just let them have that one. That word is just, it just, it just sounds gross. It just sounds gross. It sounds horrible. Please.
It clear if they do or don't experience dysphoria. It's mainly just used against people who are gender non-conforming and don't look like the gender that they're transitioning to according to like conventional society standards.
Darren, thank
See,
you.
I feel like you're missing like the core of this issue. The reason why people use it as an insult in the first place.
Pooner is a slur for trans guys. Slur. If you consider it a slur. Because like poon, you know, vagina, yeah. It's
It's like the only times I've seen people use the term they fab is when it was non-binary people who were assigned female at birth who were doing AFAB only housing. Or the non-binary person who was assigned female at birth who was saying that my dog hates AMABs, which both of these things are blatantly transphobic.
I mean, yeah, those things are retarded, right? But that doesn't mean that you have then a right to try and go out of your way to remind somebody of their like birth sex for no reason. Why not just say that they're trans misogynists or something, right? Like that's just bioessentialism. Why not call them out for that rather than like going for an insult which like directly has the express purpose of trying to remind them of their birth sex?
I think the reason why is that it is such a common pattern of behavior that people coined a term to reference it. And at the point when they're doing shit like that, I don't see why they deserve that respect.
Do you think that the majority of the times it's used is actually used like that? Like, because I don't know anybody who defines it the way that you are, and I also don't understand the point of insulting people who are even non-dysphoric, really, right? Like, if that is the case, who gives a shit? Why bother? Why like go after them and try and be like,
So
actually, you're not.
That's
valid,
why I asked.
right?
That's why I asked at the start of this. I was like, what was the context it was being used? Because like removing it from the context in which people are mad, I totally understand why it's a shitty term. But I feel like if you're talking about it in the context that I've seen it, it just feels like tone policing a marginalized group expressing frustration at a common behavior.
Tell your friend I say TY.
Would you say it would be okay to call like a trans woman who's got annoying opinions on trans stuff a she-mab? Yeah.
How is that actually relevant to it?
Well, because
this is so like Keppel just gets like fucking slaughtered on this because like Max is like, dude, it's actually like really shitty and like transphobic to like try and make somebody dysphoric because you like disagree with them or they said something that you don't like. And Keffals is like, no, I mean, I don't think that's actually what's happening. And then Max goes, okay, do you think that it would be appropriate for somebody to call like a trans woman that they disagree with like a she-mab? And she's like, what does this have to do with anything? It's not one-to-one. It's literally copy and pasted. It's not like one-to-one, you know, it's like you had the number one, you copied it, and then you pasted it on top of the other one. Like, it's the same fucking thing. Like, and she can't, like, fuse, she can't follow it. That psychomotor, what does she call it? The psychomotor retardation. It's catching up with her.
Is this a direct comparison that would, like, apply to
trans women? It's not. I'm asking you what the context is in the first place that people are using it.
Well, I mean, I made that clear, right? The context of people using it in is to invalidate people who they perceive as non-dysphoric and to insult them.
No, I'm talking about a specific situation in which you've seen it being used. Like,
just for clarity, you guys, I don't use the R word. I don't think it's appropriate to call people the R word or whatever. I said psychomotor retardation because that's what Keppel says is why she talks slow. That's what she said. Okay, that's the name of the condition. It's the name of the condition. Okay, that's what it's called. I'm sorry.
When was someone called a they fab? What was the context that led you to say that in the first place?
Well, I've got several friends who are trans masks and have been insulted over not being gender conforming enough and have been called they fabs.
See, I agree with you then.
Then why are you trying to debate me over this?
Why am I trying to debate you? Because I've seen people that I would describe as they fab and I don't have sympathy.
But why would you describe them as that? Why not just use a different term which isn't like so inflammatory and also like so drenched in like transmed bullshit as well? Like, do you want to be like associated with that crowd?
No, I feel like it's weird to even say that I'm associated with that crowd when I made it pretty clear that I hate.
Dude, she's just we're fucking 5 minutes into this and the debate is over. She already lost. She literally lost. The debate is over.
That crowd.
Yeah, but who else uses that term? Like, actually, like, I do not see. I've
seen a lot of trans women use that term specifically to talk about their experiences of transphobia from people who are non-binary.
I don't see why they would have to use that term, or why you'd then be like, okay, well, that's all right. Is it? I mean, again, is it okay to use the say like she-mab against a trans woman who's being shitty to you?
Are you saying she-mab or she-mab? What is she-mab?
She-mab. It's a direct. Yeah, it's a direct.
I've never heard this term before.
I know, I made it up. It's so you can.
Wait, so you just made this up for the point of an argument?
It's like
see, that's the problem.
Max, you should have just used they-mab because that's what people use they-mab for. There's already a term, bro. It's called malingering. It feels like I'm reading 1984 all over again. She wants to just use it. She just wants to say it. That's
not an argument, Kat.
Just say it then. Just be like, no, I actually don't give a fuck if I'm being transphobic. I'm going to continue to use it. And then you're done. I don't know why you would try to both sides it. She's trying to talk out of both sides of her mouth.
If you have they fab, and you're saying that that's okay to do because it targets this group who you perceive to be invalid, why can't we flip that around and say that you could do the same thing to trans women?
Because I want to talk about actual arguments in the context in which these happen, and I don't want to talk about.
This is a hypothetical, though. It's a very valid comparison.
I don't think it's valid. Like, I asked at the very start of the conversation.
Would you or would you not think it's okay to?
I asked at the very start of the conversation, what was the context that made you say that? Was there a situation that came up? I feel like right out of the gate,
it's been employed in a shitty way.
When did you see it used? That's what I was asking. I was trying to understand the context.
Several times with trans mask friends of mine, several times with arguing with trans meds, like pretty much every time I've argued with trans meds, they've used it. I don't understand. Like, why not just tell people to use a different term which isn't like set out to try and like remind people of their assigned gender at birth? Why is that the approach here? Why is that necessary?
See, in the context that you're mentioning it, I agree. That's shitty. But I don't think that it's okay to tone police people who are upset when it is very obvious that they're being targeted by a specific group.
Okay, I don't know if Max uses this argument. It's been a minute since I fucking watched this debate. Like, it's not appropriate to tone police somebody who's being transphobic from responding how they want to respond. So, like, if somebody who's, like, not white is transphobic to me, does that mean I just get to, like, open my Death Note book of slurs? And if you're like, Malcolm, stop, no, I'm like, no, you can't tone police me. They were being transphobic. Like, she can't follow a line of argumentation to save her life.
Be okay to call a trans woman a she-mab if she was shitty about your gender.
That's missing the context.
This is a
No,
fucking
it's missing the
basic
context.
comparison.
It's not a
What
basic
do you mean it's missing the
comparison.
context?
No, it's not
What more
okay.
context do you need?
Call them. You just made up the term she-map. It's just
Yeah, who
divorced
cares?
from the Yeah, I care because
No,
it's
it's a
divorced from
direct
reality.
fucking. Wait, how do you not recognize how she-map is analogous to they-fab? It's literally analogous. It's literally how do you see that, right?
How is it analogous? Give me the context in which it's being
What?
used.
Well, the pronoun they're using is they, and the pronoun trans woman will be using is she. The assigned gender at birth is AFAB, and therefore they-fab. The assigned gender at birth for a trans woman is AMAB, and therefore she-mab, right? That's what it would then become, right? That's the comparison I'm making here.
The problem that I'm having with this is that she-map doesn't mean anything.
What do you mean?
Because
How
it's a
does it mean
term that
anything?
you created. It doesn't mean anything.
On all terms created?
No, you literally just made
Does
it up.
they-fab always exist?
It's been a term for a while. Like there are
Okay,
definitely
but
different
it wasn't a
contexts in
term
which
at
that
some
people
point,
use
right?
it.
Like you can just tell the bandwidth in her in her brain is like just tanking right now. Like she just can't follow anything. I can understand why she wanted to like nuke this. This is really embarrassing. Like she could have just dealt with it and been like, no, dude, I just think it's fine to be like transphobic against trans guys who are shitty to trans women. Like, just say that.
I don't see how this matters. I don't see how this matters at all. Why can't you engage with a hypothetical? Why would it or would it
Because
not
she's
be okay
too
to-
Because I
dumb.
think that the history of the term matters in the context of the discussion.
Okay, what history are we?
That's why because I feel like this conversation got way too aggressive right out of the gate when I was trying to ask the context. Like I thought there was a situation that led to this, but it seems like
One's in chat if you think this conversation is aggressive. I think this was like maybe a 4 out of 10. Who thinks this is aggressive? One's in chat if you think that this conversation is really aggressive. I would not rank this as aggressive at all.
it wasn't.
It's just
And you
every time I've seen that used, I do not see like people who are good faith and kind and actually not trying to like go in and invalidate someone's gender using that term. I don't understand in which argument it would be necessary to suddenly start trying to invalidate somebody's identity. Like you can say so many things. You can insult people in so many ways. You can explain in a billion different ways how they're stupid and wrong. I don't understand why you have to then bring their fucking assigned gender at birth into it. It just feels weird and fucked up and unnecessary.
I'll agree with you on that. I mean, I don't think that in the context I've seen the term used, it's fucked up, but it feels like it seems pretty fucked up in the way that you've described it being used. And I think that the problem is that we're coming from this from two different angles.
Can we, but I think that the way that I'm describing it being used is the standard way. If we look at like the Urban Dictionary definition, all of them are describing what I'm talking about. None of them are talking about the thing that you suggested. And I tuned in for a moment at the start of your stream where you defined it as like a non-binary AFAB person who's got like shitty views on trans stuff or something like that, right? Which is just not the case. It's just about
The only
insulting
time I've
people
ever
who
seen
people
it
perceive to
used
not be
is when
valid.
the only time I've ever seen it used is when trans women were venting about discriminatory behavior.
Dude,
from
you have not seen like so much. Then there's every time I've seen like maybe not every time. 99% of the times I've seen that term used, it is with the express purpose of invalidating some non-binary.
So wait,
trans
was this
person.
about?
That's
Someone was
every fucking
suggesting. Was
time.
this about the now deleted Twitter thread about someone asking if a queer event was they fab or tranny being told it was a queer event, only for them to show up and it was they fab?
Not really. I mean, that tweet is like that tweet's like neither here nor there. I thought it was like kind of stupid, and I feel like the terms there could be interchangeable with.
Oh wait,
like,
I'm on
trans
shit.
and trans
I'm
femme.
on Twitch. I just realized I'm also on Twitch. I can't say that. He's to
Oh
my
shit! Wait, what can't we say?
we can't say the word that I just said, so I'm gonna go ahead and delete that VOD.
Oh yeah. Okay.
Can we start this over? Because I honestly think that this got way too
Bro.
hot out of the gate, and I didn't expect this to be blood
Okay.
sports.
I don't think this is like not aggressive at all. Like this is not being aggressive at all. Oh my god.
And now I feel like
No, it's
Poppy posting about Courtney claiming that it was fine to send it to this.
okay.
I got
I'm sorry.
put
No,
into a
this is just.
I feel like I got put
I
into a
don't-
really defensive position when I didn't.
Wait,
understand
I didn't
the
know I
context
could
in the
say
first
that.
place.
Yeah, I get you.
Ah.
This is also where I was confused. I don't see you as being someone who would really have odd opinions on this, so I do think it's genuinely just you not being informed about it. But I swear, if you look up the term on Twitter
Okay, I'm
and you
actually
go
gonna
through,
I'm actually gonna do
Please,
that because
please do.
I want to see if I'm wrong on this. Because yeah,
I really think you are. I think you're like misled on this. I get it, and I've seen trans women using it like that, but I think it's a term that they shouldn't be using either. I don't think anyone should be unnecessarily trying to remind everyone about their fucking assigned gender at birth, right? Like, why can't we should just be able to avoid that? Even if you are venting, even if you are getting angry, it's basically kind of just transphobia to be like, actually, you're not actually the thing that you say you are. You are just still your assigned gender at birth, right? Because that's what that's saying, isn't it? It's kind of reducing someone to that in a way, right?
one sec.
Sorry, no worries. I can.
Yes, King. I am. Female to mongoose. That is my gender.
Try and find some examples as well. But if you just go on any like gender non-conforming or even just not super masculine trans masks account and you like look up tweets adding them with like they fab, I'm sure you'll find something like that.
It's really dumb because this isn't even blood sports. This is like such a milquetoast fucking conversation. Like this is so vanilla. This is so vanilla. Like, if she tried to have a conversation like this with somebody who is like a little bit more aggro, I think that she would actually just start crying on stream, because this is so chill, dude. This is so chill.
It happens like all the fucking time to transmess. Like and to like then enable the term when it is just kind of designed to cause dysphoria is like fucked up, right?
So I'm looking it up. You got me curious now. The first thing was you posting that you're debating me on this.
Yeah.
And then the second
Real
thing is
based.
someone saying they fab isn't a slur because they wouldn't get turned on if they got called it. And
Wow.
then a shitpost, if you think they fab is a slur, maybe don't talk to trans women. People doing discourse about, yeah, this is not revealed.
That's a good example right there. If you think they have as a slur, don't talk to trans women. I think that's a pretty good example right there. Like, I could just turn around and say, if you think that they mab is a slur, don't talk to trans men. Probably wouldn't think that was okay, right?
Anything right now.
She's talking to Karl Max.
I thought this would reveal more, but it didn't.
I mean, I'm not gonna go ahead and like call out every like non-masculine trans mask I know who you can like look at.
To be fair, I don't think it's two people talking past each other. I think it's one person talking and making a very clear and explicit point, and the other person going like that's what I think was happening. I don't think it was two people like not connecting. I think it was one person who was like here, and the other person is like, what the, like, that's, yeah. We're talking about they fab sounds like my grandma-in-law trying to justify racism against Mexicans using personal trauma. Yeah, pretty much.
Like their experiences, and you can talk to them. But I assure you that they have like dealt with a ton of shit using that term specifically. I mean, if you don't fucking believe me or whatever, that's fine, I guess. What's the point of using this term? And again, I am gonna go back to the comparison I made before, and I really want you to answer this. Why would it be okay to call a trans woman a she-mab if she had shitty opinions on gender and fucking, I guess, was non-dysphoric or whatever the fuck? Would that be fine? Would that be okay?
You can
Or
call
you
me-
perceive her to be non-dysphoric?
You can call me that.
Another small piece of lore. A few weeks before this debate, Keffals popped in Karl Max's YouTube chat. That was huge for him. He was real excited with his chat, super hyped, and then she did this. That's I don't know, dude. That's like really mean. That's just like kind of a mean thing to do. That's mean. I don't know, just like take the L. And like here's the other thing too that I would say is like, if she was really embarrassed about this conversation, which if I was her, I would also be embarrassed, just like don't upload it then. Like if this Karl dude is like, this guy has 665 subs on YouTube. 665 subs on YouTube. If he uploads the video, is that really that threatening to you? You know what I mean? Oh, she called in. Oh, that's sad. That does make me sad. Like, if she was really embarrassed, she should have just, like, nuked the video. Instead of being like, I can't wait to, like, Slaughterhouse 5 this guy, you know, and make it seem like he's a crazy, like, psychopath in my edit of it. And say, like, I'm going to control the narrative. Like, just, this is a 600 sub YouTube account. How many subs does Keffals have? She has, like, 50K or something, right? Like, she could have just not done this. Is Keffals an AGP? I don't know. I think autogynephilia is kind of like bunk science. I think that, like, allow me to be clear. I think that it would be stupid to pretend that there aren't people who transition for like sexual gratification and sexual reasons. I'm positive that happens. But like the theory itself of autogynephilia, like as it's laid out, I think is bullshit. To be frank, I think trans women are also the ones saying annoying. Yeah, that is true. They do. Trans women do also say they mab a lot. You're right. So it felt like she was fishing for people she could control. Queen bee. You see all. You see all. You are a queen. Okay, I made a Keffals sweater and sent it to her home. I admit I'm biased, but again, I don't think she's above criticism. I am a Keffals hater, so I'm sorry. We're going to have to diverge on that. I'm FTM trans man and MTF is trans women. What is the equivalent for MBs? I'm an MB myself. Maybe I should just do something like MTG. You should just do MTV, male to void. Yeah, MTV. There you go. Boom, done. No one is AGP unless AGP is no better than AFAB. Didn't she leave the internet like a week ago? She left the internet for like 4 hours and then came back and made another YouTube video about Bosch. So, no.
That if you want.
Okay, would you be fine with other trans people, other people calling other trans women that?
See, I just don't want to even engage with the hypothetical because
Oh,
it's
come on.
I don't want
Not
to
that
engage with the
bad,
hypothetical
though.
because I want to talk about terms that are actually in use in the community.
That's such bullshit.
That's
though.
not
Why
bullshit.
would you?
It's
That
not
is bullshit. It's
not
how is it not a
bullshit.
fucking analogous argument? How is it
It's
not
an
like
analogous argument.
directly
I don't
comparable?
It's stupid. I don't want to engage.
How is it not serving?
Okay, you know what? You got me there. You got me there. Smeth is AGP. There is at least one person who is confirmed AGP. You're right. You're right. You got me right there. Okay, true. I concede. I lost the debate. You fucking got me there.
I don't want to
exact same
engage with a
purpose that
hypothetical that you
Bayfab
just
is.
made up that has nothing to do with the community. Like I think that they
What do you mean? I mean, how could it not be important?
because obviously the answer is no, but we're not talking about that issue.
Obviously, the answer is no. What? What do you
Obviously
mean?
the
No, it's
answer is
okay
no.
to use?
Don't call trans women.
Then why would you do that to fucking non-binary people? Why would that be okay then?
Why would that be okay? In the context that I saw it, I understand why people are frustrated. I don't think that
I mean, it's still
I
practically
feel like
misgendering,
tone
though, isn't
policing
it?
trans women is shitty. I
I
think
don't
that they're
give a
allowed
fuck.
to be
I think you should
frustrated.
tone police people who are practically misgendering all the time. Fuck that.
Misgendering
I'd
all
say
the
that-
time. See, we're talking about different things entirely.
Okay, look, if you're going to reduce someone to their birth sex, that is to me equivalent to misgendering. I don't give a shit. You're saying that they are not
I
what
was
they
so expecting
identify
this to be
as.
more chill.
I'm
very
it's just-
confused.
it's frustrating because I just see it be used in such an awful way.
That's why I was asking you for the context in which it was used.
But I
and
explained
then
it and you
didn't
continue to
show me
defend
any
it.
context.
I mean, I can like fucking I can send you some stuff later, but I don't want to like put someone on blast here, you know. Do you think I'm lying about it?
I don't
Do you
think that
it-
you're. I don't
Wait,
think that
do you
you're.
wanna-
What?
Do you want to look through the Urban Dictionary definitions of it? Because I show you, nobody's using it like the way that you think it's like used. So go on Urban Dictionary, look up Bayfab and see what comes up. Because it's not
Wait,
it's
how
not
many-
describing, huh?
How many trans women are you close friends with?
Plenty,
Plenty.
tons of them.
Tons
Yeah,
of them.
I've got lots of trans.
I love how she's just like grasping at straws so hard. She's like, "Do you even know? Name a woman for $1. Name a woman." It's like all of this runaround to just not answer the hypothetical, or to just not giga chat it. Just literally be like, "No, I don't care that I'm being transphobic," and then move on. Or be like, "No, you know what? You're right. Actually, I can see how that is kind of shitty, and I just won't call people that anymore." Like, you have which way, Western man? Are you gonna like fucking own it and just say, "Fuck you, I don't care," or are you gonna concede and be like, "You know what? Actually, you are right. I probably shouldn't use that word because I wouldn't like it if somebody talked about me like that," and then just be done. And here's even the better part, you guys. Here's the best part. And this is the coolest thing about like being an adult with more than like 4 brain cells. This is the best thing, okay? If I say something to somebody and they say, "Bro, I didn't like that. Could you not say that to me?" Me as an adult, I'm like, "Oh yeah, my bad. I didn't mean to hurt your feelings. Like, I'm sorry. I just won't use that word for you anymore." And then we're done. Obviously, if you disagree with me though, you're ontologically evil and I don't care, and I don't value your well-being at all, so I don't care. Just kidding. But like, you know what I mean? If somebody was like, "Malcolm, can you please not call me this?" I'd be like, "Yeah, sure. Like, my bad." I don't know how that's missing. I don't know. This is just so, it's so online, you guys. It's so online. Welcome back, Context Wrench. Excuse me. All I'm gonna say, as Ben, is that Smeth is AGP. Smeth is definitely AGP. That's all I'm saying. There is at least one human being alive that's AGP, and it's Smeth. That's all. She's like frail and can't take information except that she's wrong. No, she can't. How can you all act like you're above trans women when you were here openly speculating about... Smeth isn't a trans woman. Just for the record. Smeth isn't a trans woman. Smeth is a cis guy who gets horny at the idea of being perceived as like a woman or pretending to be a woman. Smeth is like the textbook definition of AGP. Just for the record. That... I forgot that a lot of you guys don't know who Smeth is. You don't really want to know who Smeth is, but he is the one true AGP queen. Okay. That's all I'm going to say. My autistic verses work too well. I have too many people messaging me on dating apps at once. The autism. Let's go, Darren. I love context. That's not how this works. I'm sorry, but the more people insist that AGP is not real, the more skeptical of them I become. Just be like, they say our democracy is under title. That's why they haven't. Like, all I will say again is like the AGP typology itself is like total dog shit. Like 100%. Like, you can't just like stick an electrode to somebody's wiener and put them in a dress and be like, aha, eureka. Like, that's weird. Okay. However, I will say that there are definitely people that like transition for horny reasons. Like those people do exist, and we're stupid to pretend that those people don't exist. They do. We don't have to call them autogynephiles because, again, that typology itself I think is fucking stupid. But to be clear, Smeth is an AGP. Okay, I'm not invalidating a trans woman. I'm not speaking over trans women during Women's History Month. Okay, Smeth is not a trans woman. Smeth is literally an AGP. Okay.
Woman friends. I'm a Vorshite, and I like.
True, Jersey Devil. Thank you for reminding me, you guys. Just so you know, anytime that you give me money, Darren gets some of that money, and Darren freaks out whenever I pay him for his labor. So he really doesn't like it. Sometimes he lets my money sit there until it gets like refunded back to me, and then I just send it again. So just know with good conscience, anytime that you give me money, you are causing a transgender autistic person distress. Okay, and if that doesn't spark joy and compel you to give me money, I don't know why you're here. Thank you.
You know, I'm very much. I know tons of trans people. I know it's okay. Like I would still tell someone.
See, there he goes. See, look,
trans or otherwise, to not make an insult that harkens back to someone's assigned gender at birth unnecessarily. I think that's just kind of like.
Wait, is this like trans?
It's kind of stepping too far.
Am I doing this? Is this like some weird trans incel shit that I'm just like unaware of? Is that why?
What are you talking about? Would it be okay?
Like, no, not you. Stop being defensive. Okay. I was asking if the term itself. I'm not trying to attack you.
Excuse me. I'm sorry. What were you saying?
I was asking if there's like context I'm missing here, because like I legit the only times I've seen this term used in tweets that get big, it's literally people who are being real.
Do you want to look at you know Cactus, right? The random piece of shit.
Cactus is a piece of shit.
Go on Cactus's account. Look up Dayfab.
Oh my god.
Do you think?
Ooh, food shop supporters in chat. Everybody collectively boo. 1, 2, 3, boo.
She's gonna be using it to vent about every like personal experience she's had being invalidated by a trans mask?
I feel like using Cactus.
It's true. Like when Darren says, please don't give me money. That means give me money so I can give it to Darren, okay? Because if you give it to him, he won't take it. Eventually, he'll take it from me. So I'm like the third party. I obviously take a cut of Darren's money, obviously. But it is for Darren, okay? So again, if you love causing distress to Darren, please support me. Please support me in doing so.
Specifically is bad because everything.
Look at any of her friends. Look at any of the like, general trans med
person.
community. Okay, yeah, but I'm using. Well, you wanted examples, right? Obviously, that's going to be a strong one. But if you look at any of the other people,
this got so confusing to me is that I thought that there was a context in which you tweeted it. Like
Matt Torrance, I'm one guying the fuck out of you right now. What do you like about food shops? I'm genuinely curious. I'm not trying to be like. I'm not abusing you right now, okay? I'm not causing you harm. I'm simply asking questions. What do you like about, like, what about food shop's content are you like, damn, this is fire? Like, what about it? Like, what sparks joy for you? I'm very curious.
Like a greater discourse that was currently happening?
Maybe we just have different tastes, you know what I mean? But I am curious what you like about food shop's content.
And I
well,
thought
I mean, it's just the term itself existing. Just why would we use that? Why have to invoke that? Why permit that and why defend that? What's the service? What does it do?
In the context in which you brought it up, I totally disagree with the term. Yeah.
I do not put that evil on me, Ricky Bobby. I am not in the interest in rehabilitating fucking food shops. I'm good.
Okay, but
okay, Blair White, smash or pass. We have to do a poll.
Why? Okay, so do we have to keep on using the term then if that's how it's often and or I would say primarily used? Would you not want to just maybe select different terms if you want to vent about a non-binary?
See, I think this is where the confusion came up because you're saying that it's primarily used as a way to just attack non-binary people, and I think that the amount of times I've seen, I think that the amount of times I've seen it used.
I like being the one contrarian amongst the mob of people who disagree with me. Okay, everybody, stop engaging with Matt Torrance. He obviously has a humiliation kink. Please do not allow Matt Torrance to goon in my chat. Thank you, guys.
Has actually just been pretty limited, and in the situations, the person was so shitty that.
I like that food. Okay, but are her takes on the drama topics good, Queen Bee? That's the question.
I didn't feel like tone policing them on it.
Okay, so if someone's really shitty, we can just go after their identity regardless of what it is? Where's the line on that then?
Where's the line on that?
Well, yeah, because I mean, if you're saying that it's okay to basically try and use an insult that's like could risk inducing dysphoria, what else can you say? How far can you go? Is this same thing true for other groups? Can you become a little bit racist if an ethnic minority is annoying enough? Like it feels like you're
Good question.
committing
Good
just like a
question. That's
degree of
my question.
discrimination on the basis of someone being annoying and retarded, which I understand as an urge, but I think that's as a principle really
I
not
feel like
good.
if we're going to get into tone policing and woke scolding, it feels really weird to use the term retarded in the same conversation. Don't you agree?
Do you see that? Matt Torrance is not feeling abused enough in my chat. Everybody boo louder. I would need all caps boos for Matt Torrance in chat, please.
I mean, I don't really care. I'm disabled. I can use that. I can say that if I want to say that.
But that would apply to yourself, but you were using it on other people.
Okay. I mean, I don't really see the issue here.
I can't believe that Not is winning in chat right now. You guys really don't think that Blair White is like attractive?
That way among my peers. It's
yeah,
very well known to be that.
I would agree with you. That's
You
why
said
I
you don't see
use the
they
term
fab
AFAB.
used. Okay.
I never have.
So, I just okay, but okay. So if we agree Shemad is bad, can we agree that they fab is probably bad? And
Boo,
unnecessary
Matt
and avoidable?
Torrance. Boo, everybody boo.
Based.
There you
Okay.
go.
W. Then we shouldn't be. Then I should be fine to say I want people to have animals for their head. I'm just saying. I
No,
want it. Obviously, I'm not going to do it.
I mean, the
Thank
fact
you
that
guys,
it's a
thank
term
you
that
guys.
comes from the trans community, and that you say that if someone uses this term, you want them to die, that's fucked up. I still
What
think
do you
that's
mean?
really
There are
weird.
so many fucking awful terms that's born from the trans community, which are terrible to say. Why would you then be like, oh, that's holy? It came from fucking 4chan. Like, really? That's not an approach. I don't think.
So you think that a term that comes from a marginalized community that doesn't belong to you, you can be the arbiter of that community.
This is
and
some
those
id pol
terms.
bullshit.
How is that
This some
id pol
id pol
bullshit?
Because there are plenty of trans people who agree with me. There are plenty of trans people who agree with
I
you.
get
You
it. You
can't
have
come at me and
trans
be like,
friends.
actually,
I just don't understand how this like.
this is a weird optical move.
How
I
is it
feel
a weird
like.
optical move?
It is a weird optical move. You're trying to attack me saying that I know people who agree with me because you're trying to imply that I don't know anybody who actually thinks this way. You're trying to imply that I actually haven't spoken to enough trans people to understand why it might be okay that this term gets used, aren't you?
I just don't know why you're being so defensive on this.
I'm not being. I'm being pretty straightforward, and you keep on dodging shit. I feel like I don't know. I mean, did I not? Is it not like? I don't know. I mean, you agreed with me that we shouldn't use it, and yet like this entire conversation, you've been defending it. Like, what's your actual position here? Is it not just so yeah? But we agree. It's a term that should be avoided, and we shouldn't use it. And if somebody is shitty to you,
I mean,
you should
yeah, in
use
the context
completely
in
other
which
terms
this
that are-
came up in the first place, you were saying that people who say this word deserve to.
Well, oh my god, it's a fucking tweet, Keffals. Like, really?
Well, that was the context of the conversation.
And now she's like woke scolding over like the tweet where it's like people that use this term like should have an anvil dropped or whatever, like should stand underneath an anvil or something like that. Like, no, what did he say? He said an anvil should spawn above their head. And she was like woke scolding and she's like, so you want trans women to be killed?
Okay. I mean, I was making a joke about anvils falling on people's heads. Like, really? I was saying that I think it's annoying and shitty when people do that. Okay? I was putting it in a creative and humorous way. I don't actually believe, shockingly, that people should have anvils fall on their head if they use a shitty term.
So how do I know when and when you aren't serious? If you say something and then it's a joke.
I'm sorry, do you read a tweet where I say every time someone uses the term theyfab, an anvil should spawn in 30 meters above their head and go, oh no, they're gonna do it?
Well,
Like,
I mean,
really?
you could have just said that it's shitty and no one should say the term, but you specifically
Yeah,
said
everyone would
that.
love that. That would be really funny. That would do really well. That would do great on Twitter. Everyone loves when you make a blank statement and you don't, like, add anything to it.
Oh, so wait, you were rage baiting.
I mean, no, I was making a point about how I'm annoyed by people who use that term, and I was doing so in a way I found funny. I mean, sure, you can say I was rage baiting. I mean, my tweets are generally kind of provocative, right? To people who disagree with me. If that's
Okay,
how you
I'm
want
gonna be
define it,
totally
but
fair.
was just saying my
I would
opinion.
actually
Yeah,
probably
this is all like really. I don't even know where to go from
I
here
would
in the
probably
conversation.
delete this
Hey,
as
I think
well.
I misinterpreted where this was coming from. I thought there was a situation that was happening that provoked this, and you were subtweeting. I didn't know that it
I
was
mean-
just provocative tweet.
Well, no, it's an ongoing situation of that being used to discriminate against trans masks for ages. I would say that's a situation.
I've
It's just
never
not a
heard
very
the term-
specific one.
And see, I think that's the problem as well. The difference is our experience. I've never heard that term used to talk about trans.
Look, hey,
I would think that's
later,
incredibly shitty. That's why I was so confused.
I'm
when
really
immediately
baffled by this. Look, later.
This is pretty much the whole debate. Like, that's pretty much it. Like, I don't know how many times we can loop on Keffals just like not answering questions, but that was the debate that Keffals got fucking crushed in, and then she had her editor like disingenuously edit it to make Max look crazy and fucking unhinged because she got like her fucking ass handed to her. No grace, no grace. Matt Torrance is Blair White's alt. Confirm or deny? Matt Torrance, confirm or deny? You are Blair White. You think the bitch Mean Girl Valley voice is killing it? I think it adds to it, personally. It's alright. You know, everybody likes different things. That's fine. Kink shaming isn't working. RGR was right. True, dude. RGR left like right when we needed her. Like when the lolly discourse was happening, all I could think was like, and then when the world needed her most, she vanished. Like, do you know who could have defeated food shops? RGR. Do you know who could have defeated her? Who could have stopped her? I categorize streamers in 2 boxes. Ones I actually care about and enjoy, and I'm just here for the fuck shit. Okay, that's fair. I think she's kind of based. I think she's sometimes funny, but I think that she like makes a joke and the one joke does well, and then she just says the same joke over and over and over again, and I don't like that. It's like, you had your zinger, you know, after like the 3rd time that you tell the happy unspecified gendered parents day or whatever the fuck, after like the 3rd time I've heard that joke, it's like, okay, like I get it, you know? I'm glad that you're having a good time, Matt. One of my favorite Keffals moments. Keffals is all people trying to woke scold anybody. I have to laugh. Very funny. It is truly ha 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 ha. Everybody is super hot except for the penis. You know, everybody has their preferences, Matt. I mean... Tonight's the night Keppel spawns Minecraft anvils over someone's head in creative mode. It's not even woke scolding, it's yet you live in society, but with slurs. Jersey Devil. Always with the bangers, Jersey Devil. Damn, bro, you're on fire. That was a good one. Malcolm, would you smash Blair White? No, I'm in a committed monogamous relationship. Nice try, Darren. Blair fucked up her nose really bad. I just wonder if she can breathe. You know. You guys, it's a free country. If you want to get plastic surgery, stop. Stop shaming my queen. But I can tell that Keffals is a fascist evil person. Probably. Has Keffals ever answered this question? Or answered a question? No. I actually don't think she's ever answered a single question. Because even when she gets questions about, like, the Kiwi Farms, like, doxing shit and everything, she still won't answer questions about that. I thought RGR was back with... She is with Progressive Victory, yeah. That's probably why she wasn't involved in the lolly discourse. She learned her lesson last time with the Kink It Pride discourse. She learned very carefully to not get involved with that kind of shit. She learned. We love a well-adapted queen. Fuck. Well-adapted queen. Jesus Christ. I can't read chat and talk at the same time. And during Women's History Month, I'm never beating the trans misogyny allegations, you guys. It's fucking Jover. Malcolm, what kind of musical bands do you like? Shoegaze. I'm a big shoegaze fan. I like EDM music. That's what I like. So, Subtronics is my favorite. I really like Black Tiger Sex Machine. I like Carbon. Pendulum is one of my favorites. I like EDM music and D&B and rhythm and shit. RGR, the last kink bender. RGR was a trans lady who used to stream, who is a lawyer. Every time I say food shops, I think of that tweet from 50 years ago about the Gen Z drama headlines. Yeah, probably. Blair versus Onision was iconic. Blair White versus Jessica Yaniv was iconic. When Jessica Yaniv pulled out the taser, that's like gonna be, like, if I ever have kids, that's gonna be in my kid's history book. Like, that image of Jessica Yaniv with the taser, that's a good one. BTW, it's me, Snyderman. Snyderman, hug, hug, kiss, kiss. Oh my god, love you. I had no idea you were so funny, King. You've been saving all these zingers. Where have they been? Didn't Keffals use that money or support her senator to move to Ireland when that wasn't supposed to be her plan? Yeah, there's a lot of questions, comments, concerns, thoughts, and feelings about all the money. Keffals raised like $100,000 and then moved to a different country to escape internet harassment. And then it came out that she actually moved to Ireland because she met a girl in rehab that she proposed to and wanted to get married to, and that's why she moved to Ireland. Still to this day, nobody knows where the money is and what she used the money on. RGR is now Xanderhall's boss, which is funny to me. Oh. That is actually really funny to think about. Thank you. That's a good way to put it. Thank you. I like that. That's very funny. Blair White would be hot if she put on like 200 pounds. No feeders in chat. No, get your feeder kink out of here. No. No. Oh, I see. For Blair White, it's I'm in a monogamous committed relationship with Destiny. It's yeah, I would. Well, yeah. I mean, I can't. I can't say that about another woman. I can't say that about another woman. You know, that's just not right. I'm just a Gen X guy trying to be a rock star, not having much success. You're a rock star to me, Matt Torrance. Follow your dreams. Misgendering canceled, please. I mean, Boss is kind of a meme, but RGR's job at PV is the coordinator of streamers. That's her job, is doing all the streamer coordination. Dude, that's crazy. I want a three-way debate between Blair Food Shops and RGR. We need Poppy in there too, though. Okay, we need to have a panel, you guys. Let's put together our dream panel. Blair White, Food Shops, RGR, Poppy, Tomfoolery, Demon Mama. Winona Ryder smash or pass? Obviously smash. That's not even a question. I mean, I'm in a committed monogamous relationship. Sorry. My question is, whatever happened to Miss London? I also don't know. I have no idea where Miss London went. Oh my god, I forgot the Xander Hall. Is he still a thing? Yes. Feederism is eroticized self-harm. No feeders, no. Just finished watching the past lives. What's up, Anti-Goon Nation? Yes! One of us. One of us. One of us. Malcolm, you are actually pretty cool. If we ever meet, I will give you a knuckle noogie. Thank you so much, Matt Torrance. I probably would not like that very much. But if it would spark joy for you, I think I would allow you to do it one time. Because I believe in compromise. Demon Mama. I'm pretty sure that constitutes a hate crime against the chat. Demon Mama's just a little cringe, that's all. I still can't believe people's feet defeated RGR. Listen, you guys are going to hate this take. RGR was right, okay? It was a slippery slope. Because look at where we were and where we've come and where we are now. It started with the feet. It started with the feet. Where are we now, guys? Horse cocks, lolicon, short stack goblin porn. Look at where we are now. RGR was right, you guys. RGR was right. RGR was right. Are the feeders the one that... Feeders are the one that get fed, obviously. What are the ones that feed them called? No. Or is the person... So, like, hypothetically... I'm the one that eats the food for money because people like it. Am I the feeder, or is the person that is giving me the food the feeder? Which one of us is the feeder in this hypothetical relationship? Ooh, poly people. Good choice. Excellent choice. I totally fucking forgot about poly people. Opinions on Demon Mama? I think that she's annoying, and I think that she's also kind of woke scoldy because she like blocked me because I had said that I thought it was hypocritical that she like moral frogged over the use of the R word for years and then suddenly had no issue calling everybody an R word like under the sun. And I was like, I think that's kind of like hypocritical and like woke scoldy, and I got blocked. I do have one thing to confess though, but when I was a little kid, I liked to dress up as Lieutenant Uru from Star Trek. Matt Torrance, AGP confirmed. That is Blair White's alt. We've confirmed it. I'm just kidding. Why do all the cute trans women have to be insane and horrible in some way? I mean, I feel like that's true of all women. I feel like all hot women are the crazy ones. Darren, I didn't skip your comment. I'm just going back to it right now. I'm sorry. Oh, I see. I can say that about another woman, but when it's the one Nazi lady who showed a flare at the lipo refugees, it's like, yeah, I would. I don't know what you want me to say. Lauren Southern is good looking. I don't know what you want me to say. She's a good looking human being, Darren. I don't know what you want me to say. You're entitled to your wrong opinion, okay? You're entitled about your wrong opinion. Tom is a clown, but I don't think his hapless flirting with middle-aged women in Discord is anything near the other degens. True. I just like making fun of him for it. I just think it's funny that Tom is like 35 years old and is like rizzing up girls in Discord chat rooms. That's just funny to me. And simultaneously giving dating advice. That's really what does it for me. That's what I think is funny. That Doe RGR debate where she literally called Doe the P word and then burned the bridge with Vosh in the same day is iconic. That's like my comfort. That is like my comfort documentary, or my comfort Twitch stream is the RGR Vosh conversation. That's like my emotional support VOD. That was so funny. I like Demon Mama, but she's very bombastic, yeah. Actually, sub DM for Doe. Oh, I did see that. I was cursed with that on my timeline. It's feeder feedy. So if I was eating, I would be the feedy. And then whoever was feeding me would be the feeder. Okay. Short stack goblins be insane. Dude, I think that I'm going to start a band and I'm going to call it short stack goblins. I think that would go hard as fuck. I'm calling me a feeder. I only want Blair White to gain weight, so because I stand fat girls. Okay, I'm sorry. You're right. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I like Deep Mama, but she takes forever to get into the topics. Life is short, and I don't have an hour to sit here listening to her ramble about shit before she gets to the subjects. But you're here listening to me, Vodka, so I mean, it has to be something else. Do you love trans women, or do you hate trans women? Confirm or deny? Man, I like Deep Mama, the way that she reacted when people wanted to know about her opinion on the Vosh and the Lily controversy rubbed me the wrong way. Yeah. I hate blind loyalty. I think it's cowardly behavior. If you're going to sweep for your friends just because they're your fucking friends, but they do weird shit, I think that's weak, but... It's something to write a poly people to English dictionary. That poly people debate went crazy, dude. That was fun. Poon Feeder, new death metal band. What did I tell you guys about Pooner? We're leaving that one alone. It's just such a yucky word. It sounds like, it's like moist. Ugh. How could you forget Polly? I block her out. After our conversation, I just like lock her out of my mind. It's like a repressed memory. At this point, I really only talk about it in therapy. I have to put her away. R was bad, but then Keppel said it, so it's good. No, that's basically what happened. And literally, I was like, you guys, I don't know. I think maybe we just like shouldn't call other people the R word, like especially after we just moral frogged about this for the past like 5 years, and you guys like whine and cry about ableism all the fucking time, but you're happy calling other people the R word. Like, I don't know, guys. Doesn't make any sense to me. I do be loving the crazy ones too. Lauren is mid. We've already talked about this, Snyder Man. Don't even start with me. Answer the Blair White question. Okay, Darren. Maybe. It depends on the phase of the moon. It depends on the phase of the moon. Did YouTube shadow ban you? I've been subbed to you for ages yet today, and yesterday the first ones that I've seen you in months. I don't know, Liam, because I uploaded the other day. The last like 4 days, I think I put up a video every day, so I don't know if I've been shadow banned, but I don't know. Do you have your notification? Did you click the bell? Do you get notifications when I post stuff? Chat, RGR Smash or Pass? Pass. It's the glasses for me. Both RGR debates happen on Trans Day of Remembrance. That was the best Trans Day of Remembrance I've ever had. Short stack Goblin mode would be even better, don't you think? Yeah. I'm thinking of like that the Travis Scott song, Sicko Mode, Short Stack Goblin Mode. Yeah, I like where your head's at. I used to be blindly loyal to ContraPoints. Well, that's different because ContraPoints is God, so. I'm here because you're chill and cool, or am I mistaken? Confirm or deny? I can neither confirm or deny. I plead the fifth. People who hate most slurs but demand the right to use the R word are newly grown justice warriors. I just don't like the word. I don't like using it personally. I'm not really like a slur person. Like when I say like I have favorite slurs, the slurs that I like are like honky. Like I don't know. I think I just don't care to use it. And I also dislike the hypocrisy about it again, where like these people will cry day in and day out about ableism, about like shit that I wouldn't even consider ableism. Like when Anna Mardal would say like, not everybody can read when they're talking about people who like write novels and shit. And then they're like, ableism, and then you say, and then they're happy to call everybody in, you know, their mom the R word. That bothers me. It's like, can you have just like a little bit, just like one principle, please? Smash. Okay, I respect your choices. I'm still recovering my eyesight after the dramatic blindness caused by poly people's thighs. I disavow. I don't. I love trans women. I disagree. Thank you. Yes, ContraPoints is in fact God. Reggie is working weird, but still like type A and put together. Plus, she has a guitar in the background. If she wasn't a conservative Christian, would. Okay, but I'm Catholic, so what does that say about you being here right now? Check yourself. I feel like that way about woke scold in terms of hypocrisy. The R slur never sounded right to me, so I just refrained from using it. I don't know. Again, it's like ableism. Like, I'm almost positive at one point, like, Demon Mama said it was ableist to not use, like, neo-pronouns or to, like, not think that autism gender is valid. She said that that was ableist, but she's happy calling other people the R word. It's like, we gotta pick one. Like, I get a notification on my non-burner account, which is a lot. Interesting. I would only smash Blair if I didn't feel like she was gonna condescend me the whole time. Okay, fair. Wait, Argiro's a conservative. She was a conservative. I don't know if she still is. Well, she works for Progressive Victory, so obviously not. But she was before she transitioned. I've had other people in my subfeed get deleted from my subfeed. Most people speaking up about the current world events. Or did you unsubscribe and you just got caught lying live in 4K, Liam? Answer for your crimes. I'm just kidding. That's why I can't stand his Hans fandom. He has great takes, but if you talk shit about his mannerisms or lifestyle or whatever, they rip you apart. Yeah, I agree. Yes. We all agree. Everybody hates hypocrites. Everybody does. It's not new news. Everybody knows this. Okay, guess what, you guys? It is... Does everybody know what time it is? It's Malcolm's designated scheduled bathroom time. Sorry, guys. I'm only allowed to use the bathroom at certain times. I'm going to use the bathroom, smoke a cigarette. I'm going to come back, and then guess what, you guys? It is Poppy time. I've learned a lot from Demon Base. Malcolm, you have that sunburned dad appeal, apparently, because so many friends of mine have said they think that you're cute. That feels like the most offensive compliment that I've ever gotten in my life, Darren. Thank you. It's my scheduled bathroom time. I will make sure that I need you guys to leave me alone for my scheduled bathroom time. Following bathroom time, it's designated quiet time, so I need everybody to shut the fuck up while I have my quiet time. Otherwise, you're going to have to write a daily log report on what the fuck is wrong with you. Okay, so now that we've established the rules... Okay. Now that we've established the rules... Like, am I wrong, chat? Like... Was that not, like, the most, like, backhanded compliment you ever heard in your entire life? You look like a sunburned dad. But my friends think it's cute. Like, the fuck does that supposed to mean? Okay. Suburban. I have dyslexic. Are you being ableist in my chat right now? I'm dyslexic. Hello? Police? You said suburban. That is also a backhanded compliment. That is also a backhanded compliment, Darren, and you know it. Okay, I'm going to the bathroom now. My scheduled bathroom time is almost up, okay? I'll be right back. Enjoy Subway Surfers. Please try and think of nicer compliments while I'm gone. All right, I'll be right back. Okay, did everybody behave while I was gone? Everybody was well behaved. Analog SIGs. They're acoustic. You can write a theme song. We can do that. Dyslexia gang, rise up. I feel like Malcolm has the air horn playing every time he moves. Maybe I should. Sunburned Dadcore. That's my other band name. I have 2 bands. You know, I was lying. Pretty sure I subbed you when you called Brother Malcolm, so maybe I didn't recognize your channel. That might be what it is. It's possible. La 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 la. You want to cut all your hair off again? Shave your head, Darren. Do it. You won't. You're scared. I'm getting to that that point in my life where I'm realizing that I'm gonna have to be like a buzz cut guy. You know, my hairline isn't what it used to be, you guys. My hairline isn't what it used to be. At some point in the near future, I'm gonna have to be a buzz cut guy. It's gonna have to happen eventually. You can already kind of see it. My hair's like, well, this is a cowlick, but I'm gonna have to be a buzz cut guy here real soon. Real soon. But it will always grow back, Darren. Hell yeah, let's do it. I don't know. I feel... yeah, he does this, but I get like a weird cowlick right here. Like, you can kind of see it. It's like right here where my hair like parts. It looks kind of silly, I think. But... oh... I don't really care, personally. It's all part of life. If I lose my hair, I lose my hair. That's how it is. How it's gonna be. Okay, I'm gonna stand up. My back hurts really bad. Give me 1 second. Oh. Okay, I'm gonna make this as dramatic as possible. Okay. That is my plan. Once I reach the point where I have to be a buzz cut girly, I am just gonna get my head tattooed. That is my plan, is to go with the tattooed head thing. You're gonna do like the Dr. Phil. You could rock the Dr. Phil. That'd be kind of cool. It's very in right now. Okay. Let's get back to our stand-com. Let's get back to our regularly scheduled content, everyone. Let's return. So, let's see what I have going on here. Let's pull up all this stuff that I had cataloged from earlier. Okay. Here. Buzzcut girlies rise up. Okay, let's begin our regularly scheduled Poppy Festo content. Okay, you guys. So just kind of going through, just saving things that I thought was interesting to me. Someone was kind enough to catalog a lot of the Melina stuff for me, so I don't have to give myself a stroke trying to read it. So let us begin. So I have here like a few things that I saved that I thought were interesting. As I was kind of lurking around today. So I want to start here. I saw this one. I thought this one was really interesting. So Anonymous asks, what caused the fallout between Poppy and Courtney? I noticed that Xena and Poppy have deleted the interview and the videos that they did with Courtney. What happened? And so the response is, you would have to ask Courtney herself for a more accurate account. Honestly, P and Z were being annoying and creepy as fuck consistently. But it came to a head when Courtney didn't want a bot on her server that ranked age roles. Not because she didn't want to moderate by age, but because Poppy heavily implied that age roles were to donate, like, who's free to flirt with. again, just the Coomer Gooner mentality about everything is just like so fucking weird to me. Like treating Discord like your personal like fucked up version of Tinder, I think is just. I mean, it's a pretty red flag. You know what I mean? Well, Liam, you're in for a wild ride, bud. The last 3-4 videos that I have up right now are about this drama specifically. So if you're late to the party or you're not understanding what we're talking about, that will have all the context that you're looking for. So, let's see. Poppy tried to squeeze in furry porn into the chat, and I have seen with my own eyes how Poppy talked about her OCs and DID alter Penny as hallucinogenic vaginal secretions in a channel that is safe for work and in the presence of minors. I'm just going to read that again for... I've seen with my own eyes how Poppy talked about how her OC slash DID alter Penny as hallucinogenic vaginal secretions. That's some J.J.R. Tolkien shit if I've ever seen it. Like, this is a Stephen King novel. I'm gonna have to be in therapy for a while for that one. Ooh. Liam, this will be unlisted as well. So like, it doesn't like show up on my channel, but because you have the link to it, you can watch it later too. So like, if you bounce and come back and watch this later, it'll still be there. You just have to, you know, give it your watch history. Okay. If we can tear ourselves away from the hallucinogenic vaginal secretions quickly, we'll move on. We'll move on. This is the blog that documents all of Poppy and Xena's shit on Tumblr. So moving on from the vaginal secretions. We have, needless to say, Courtney got fed up and everything fell apart, and Poppy thought that it would be smart to talk about her sexual encounters with Courtney to her mod group of like 20 people, telling them that she had Courtney's nudes. Courtney got mega pissed and threatened to come over and beat up Poppy for violating their consent, and Poppy turned around and censored the screenshots for her benefit and pinned the abuse on Courtney. Poppy also tried to groom Courtney with sibling incest fetish porn around the time of our first stream collab. So I don't even know what to say about this other than like only a mentally ill person would behave this way. Like only a mentally ill person would behave this way. Like I just don't know what to say. I did get sent a screenshot earlier. Where is this one? Hang on, I have one thing to look at, and then I may have fresh off the presses screenshot. So I'm reading this. Apparently, so there are, again, this is from Poppy's like Discord server and shit. So Shiloh is a 27-year-old transmasculine person. Poppy refers to this person as her quote based and boy-pilled son. This person used to be one of the Lily Orchard's orbiters and drew furry porn for Lily Orchard. And then this is one of the people that Poppy adopted. And this apparently Poppy also wanted to adopt Courtney, which I just the whole like adoption thing in and of itself I think is very fucking weird. I don't love that. I don't love that. Especially like considering the way that Poppy treats like her real kid, you know, like the adoption thing is fucking weird. Poppy isn't being abusive, obviously. It's her OC's vaginal secretions messing everything up. True, dude, this is like the Salem witch trials when they were like, oh my god, a witch, but actually everybody was just like high as fuck on LSD. You guys, she's not crazy and everybody around her isn't crazy. Like, it's the hallucinogenic vaginal secretions. That'll do it. That'll do it. Now that's a death metal band name. We're gonna have a poll later about which one of these is the best band name. When I heard her start going on about DID and all that, I literally almost logged off of the internet forever. Yeah, Charlotte was a victim of Lily. I can believe that for sure. Yes, Poppy's nudes are trading cards. Poppy like adopts like all of these people on Discord as like her adopted children or whatever the fuck. So this is one of the people that she like adopted. Liam, I think it's a safe bet to say that hallucinogenic vaginal secretions is probably a free band name. Put the jokes in the PDF files that Spawn didn't like in a different light. Yes, yes. Okay, I need to look at this quickly before I showed. I just want to make sure there's nothing in here. So this is screenshots that she leaked in her tweets. All of these are like... Okay, these look fine. Give me 1 second. I just have to make sure that there's like no fucking porn on these, because I made the mistake one time, you guys, of looking at one of these things and it was actually just inappropriate material. Okay, hang on, let me... This 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Oh, wait. Wait. Fuck. Where was I? Okay, 8, 9. Okay, these are from, like, actually, right fucking now, on twitter.com. Have any of you guys seen Red Sparrow with Jennifer Lawrence in it? Where she's like the Russian spy. Any of you guys seen that movie? One of you guys in here, your OC is like the old man from that movie when he goes, "I am the mole." At the very end. Like when Jennifer Lawrence like finally, you know, is beat into submission by the evil Russian government and he goes, "I am the mole. Now you know." That's one of you guys. That's one of you guys. And I love you for that. So I gotta open all these, so hang on. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. Okay. Breaking! New tweets have struck the poppy. Here. Okay. This is the best way that I can do this because these are... They're very tiny, so you'll have to excuse me as I get uncomfortably close to the camera so I can actually read these on my fucking monitor because I'm blind as fuck, okay? She also threatened to sue her child. Yes, she did. That is true. Based. Just joining to see with my own eyes hallucinogenic. Welcome to the stream, sad fish. Yeah, I have to be very careful of the furry corn because it's like fucking everywhere. Nailed to the wall within the scope of the law. Okay, Gooner Queen Poppy. Okay, these are from like literally fucking a second ago on twitter.com. Breaking news, breaking news. We have fresh Poppy tweets, fresh Poppy tweets. Let's go. Fresh Poppy tweets, okay. All right, so this is a screenshot from Discord on 8/3/2023. It is a screenshot from a YouTube comment that I can't read because it's too grainy. Courtney Orchard, please tie my shoe, says, like, I am sorry, allow me to begin in. Like, I'm sorry, am I not capable of being flirted with because I was sexually abused? How incredibly infantilizing. Okay, hang on. No, that doesn't help. I can't read that. I'm assuming that this comment is like saying that it was weird that Poppy was like flirting with Courtney while Courtney was reliving incestuous childhood sexual abuse, which I agree is weird. So Courtney says, sorry, I'm not capable of being flirted with because I was sexually abused. How incredibly infantilizing. And the part where I vehemently agree that we flirt back and forth, does that just not count because I was once assaulted? Like, damn, am I not allowed to move on and live? Gotta be a sad little victim forever. And then I think Kisses is, I think that is Xena. That avatar looks familiar to me. Anyway, this person says, the irony is that the survivors, parentheses of anything, I know are always the ones that make dark humor jokes. Courtney Orchard says, we make the darkest jokes. I had jokingly bragged in the past that I'm so hot, both of my siblings tried to fuck me. Coping with humor is, you know, it's part of the healing process for a lot of people. I completely agree, okay? But I feel like this is like something that I shouldn't be privy to. You know what I mean? I feel like I should not be privy to this information, so to speak. You know what I mean? Yeah, I just feel like I just didn't need... Okay, that's fine. Hell, sometimes I look in the mirror and I don't actually blame them. I am hot. And then Xena sends the cry laugh emoji. And then Poppy says, wait, I am a CSA survivor. I'm not allowed to flirt. Then we have Poppy saying, we start off on the one. Courtney says, no, we're stuck as little children forever. Come join me and Britt in the pillow fort. We can play doctor because we're all kids and we don't know any better. It's not flirting then. Poppy says, fuck, what would they think if I can consensually top to you? And then Courtney says, probably ask for pics, honestly. Like, okay, I want to back way the fuck up. For a second. We're going to back up really quick. So I think that it is fair if, you know, like if you're somebody who is like the victim of like sexual trauma or whatever, like, of course you're not always a victim. You're able to engage in like sexual relationships or whatever the fuck with whoever the fuck, right? That's fine. Here and there, not here and not there, whatever the fuck. You can do whatever you want. It's your journey, queen. This is what I think is uncomfortable in this whole situation. Courtney reached out to Poppy for help, to be like, can you please help me like spread the shit about my sister? I don't really have a platform. Like, she's actually somebody who shouldn't have a platform because she is genuinely like a dangerous, like bad person or whatever the fuck. And she approached Poppy in a professional context. And Poppy agreed to help her, and Poppy is the one that made it sexual. I don't blame the person that was like flirted with or like hit on or like put in this sexual place when it's on the party who's supposed to be like the responsible interviewer to be the one who's acting like appropriate in that situation, right? Like, if I was assaulted, you know, say that I myself was assaulted and I went to the police to report it, and the police officer was like, and they did what to you? That's kind of hot. You know, now that I think about it, you're kind of hot. You want to like maybe get coffee after we're done talking? And I'm like, well, I mean, yeah, I guess, like, you're kind of cute. I guess we can go and get coffee, I suppose. Just because I agree to that doesn't mean that it was even kind of remotely appropriate for the cop to do that, right? Like, am I somebody who's able to, like, be a sexual person or, like, be in relationships or flirt with people as, like, a victim per se? Yeah, absolutely. But there's a time and a place, and especially when you're somebody who is kind of supposed to be facilitating this place where I'm allowed to, like, talk about my trauma, you know, talk about, what happened to me, my experiences, kind of share the message, essentially, that this person, like, shouldn't have a fucking platform. The person that's facilitating that and, like, trying to do this in a responsible way should never be making sexual advances. Like, that's not appropriate. Like, what if you were, like, Chris Hansen? Like, what if Chris Hansen just started, like, hitting on the people that were there? You know what I mean? It's like, you're the person that's supposed to be the safe space. You're the person that is supposed to be facilitating this conversation to talk about like a serious topic, but you're the one that's making it weird and sexual. Like, I can't like blame or like even pretend to be confused why Courtney wouldn't be just completely mind fucked by this. Because like, what do you say to this? You know what I mean? Like, how do you just get done crying on stream for like hours and talking about all this horrible shit that happened to you, and then the person is like, anyway, that was kind of hot, don't you think? Like, I personally would be stunt locked. There are very few things in this lifetime that have ever made me genuinely speechless. If somebody did that to me, I don't know what I would do. I think that I would also like fawn. I don't know what I would do. I'd be like, I guess. Like, I would be so stunt locked. And it's inappropriate of Poppy to be the person to do this because Poppy was the one that was supposed to be facilitating like this safe conversation or this safe space for Courtney to talk about what happened to her, right? So like regardless if they engaged in this kind of like flirty, you know, little back and forth or whatever following the fact, that doesn't change the context that Courtney was like, can you please help me? My sister raped me. And Poppy was like, that's actually kind of hot. Like, that's on Poppy. That's on fucking Poppy, right? Okay. So we got done saying, Poppy said, fuck, what would they think if I consensually topped you? And then Courtney says, probably ask for pics. Poppy says, is there any scenario where a trans woman doesn't get framed as a predator? Yes, actually, when you don't act predatory. Courtney says, picture didn't happen. I'm under the trans umbrella, so who's, quote, more trans in this equation? And then Courtney says, imagine if they knew I had a rape fetish, like me being not doing. And then Poppy says, you too? Fuck, CNC or DubCon works for me. What's DubCon? I'm really scared to ask. I'm really afraid to ask. What's DubCon? I'm really scared to ask. I like Omegaverse for Christ's sakes. And then Courtney says Yeppers. And again, let's be clear. Like I want to be very clear that like there are like instances where people have horrible fucking things happen to them, and the way that they cope or the way that manifests later in life is like in, you know, like kinks or fetishes or shit like that. As somebody who is trying to be the therapist, like OG in the room, that's like making all of this this content about, you know, how assault bad and blah 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 and all this other shit, like you shouldn't be feeding into that. Like the mature adult thing, as like somebody who is an LPC, like if somebody's like, yeah, I was violently and incestuously raped by my sister for years, and then you're like, do you think incest is hot? And they're like, yeah, I mean, I guess. You're like, you're not just like, here, have some porn. Like, you know what I mean? Like that's obviously a trauma response. We probably shouldn't be like fucking feeding into that, right? Poppy be a freak. I don't know. Freak is too kind of a word in my opinion. What does dubious consent mean? I also don't want to know what that means. What does that mean? It's so much worse than it would be otherwise, but she's licensed and she knows how bad it is. Well, yeah, because Courtney knows that Poppy is licensed, so she's like, if I come to her with this stuff, she'll know what to say, she'll know what to do, blah, 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 right? So, like, it would make sense to me that she would trust that Poppy would be fucking weird about this. Damn, freaks in chat sound off. I prefer dubstep. Me too, Matthew, based. Poppy makes me feel so much more normal than I ever thought was possible. True. Growing up and reading fan fiction exposes you to a lot of shit. I'm scared. I'm scared, guys. I don't like this. I'm not having fun anymore. Dubious consent is when someone has sexual contact with another where the situation or consent is vague. I don't really like that. The cobbler's children have no shoes because Zena's taking her a long time in their shoes. You guys. Like two equally drunk people? Oh. Indicates that consent is unknown, not established with certainty, or gained through questionable circumstances. This is the same Poppy from Xena and Poppy, yes. Okay, let's keep traumatizing Malcolm. Is that why you guys are here? Just to watch me be violently traumatized vicariously? While I'm being traumatized, please make sure that you smash that like button, like how badly I want to smash my head into the wall. And please feel free to send me money so I can pay for the years of fucking therapy that I'm going to have to go through in order to deal with this. Please. I feel like you have that copy and pasted on your fucking keyboard. And please. I just think it's weird to hit on people as your therapist persona and create another account for your smut. True. Okay. Okay, so Courtney says, same, went through a whole period of fetishizing my trauma. Thought I had the same incest kink as Lily, but realized that it was just my brain trying to make sense of the trauma. Now I know there's no sense to be had. Poppy says, I have an incest kink, but it's very much consensual. My therapist brain can't link those two kinks. God, I wonder fucking why. I wonder fucking why. Freddie says, maybe if I had a better, hotter family. I need that shit from Men in Black with the light where it like flashes and it erases their memory. I need that right now. Not even work in private, Sky Macaroon. Work and play. Those two things are separate here. Okay. Ah! Poppy says, yeah, fair. See, it's never my family. We're saying shit like this. Poppy says, oh, so you're into other people's incest. That's pretty common. Poppy says, I love the writing of that. Yeah, not my own. They are hideous. Oh, okay, fair. That's kind of hot. And then Poppy says, I got all the hot genes. Courtney says, same. Poppy says, read the rest. It goes all the way to Saturday. It's a fantastic series. Courtney says, bonding over forward porn. I love the interest. Poppy says, we'll be good friends. But seriously, the series made me fall in love with these two. Would you like to be invited to my not safe for work server? And then Courtney says, sure. Like, again, I'm going to totally put this in fucking context, you guys. This is somebody that came here that was dealing with tremendous amounts of trauma, that shared their trauma with this person under the pretense that this person was a safe person to share all this shit with. And, like, this person took on the role of, like, therapist or whatever the fuck. And Poppy was the one that made this sexual. And that is on her. That is on her. That was inappropriate of her to do. Okay. So, you guys, this is today, like an hour ago. Well, I actually don't know what time because I don't know if this is in my time zone or not. Okay, so Poppy says, normally I wouldn't talk about CO Courtney Orchard. But it continues to talk shit about a kink they have, and the hypocrisy is amazing. Either he does have it, and he's lying here, or he doesn't and was coercing me to use our platform. Neither look all that great. Excuse me. So this is this post that we read the other day. LOL, excuse me, bitch. Oh, I know what this is. Back after my first room with Poppy, when she started coming on to me, she sent me furry porn, incest furry porn, sibling incest furry porn, and then defended how she was into incest. And I, quote, played along, mostly hoping for the interaction to be over and for it to never be brought up again. So I don't mean to kink shame, but these are my honest feelings for people who think incest are okay, cool, or fun. And then we have a next picture. But so when I'm reading these logs, like the Discord logs where they're going back and forth, it does read to me like she is just kind of being like, haha, yeah, like I wish my family was hotter, like kind of like doing the dark humor kind of shit. That's kind of what it reads to me. But again, even if Courtney was like flirting back a little bit, Poppy is the one that established this relationship on false pretenses that she was like a safe person for Courtney to talk about her trauma with, right? She is going to Darvo this again. Poppy Dableek, more like Poppy Darvo. Jesus Christ. Okay, so the rest of this is so this is Courtney expanding on her fucking after she said, these are my thoughts on incest. To me, you're broken. You're the very definition of somebody that doesn't need to be in the gene pool. The only purpose of blood relationships is to tell you who not to fuck, and somehow you got that one fundamental thing that separates it from animals wrong. You need extensive therapy and to be as far away from any semblance of family possible for the rest of your unnatural life. I'm not into incest, Poppy. I never was. I just needed your platform. Everything I ever said about agreeing with you, liking the same things, liking or caring about you, were all bold-faced lies. You disgust me, Poppy. I mean, you didn't at first. You were just the bottom rung of a very tall ladder that is getting my sister dealt with. At first, you were just annoying, but now, Jesus Christ, you've attempted to violate my consent any way that you have left. So, this is how it reads to me as well. And the very last of this is, you, just like Lily did to Lizzie, what's next, Poppy? Are you going to commission rape art of me? I mean, this is the next page out of Lily's playbook, and you're right on track. You need serious help, sterilization, and a prison sentence. Fucking pathetic. And so these are the screenshots that we read at the beginning. Poppy says, in our first video with her, she also seemed to have no problem with an incest kink, and then acknowledged that trauma-based fantasies are completely different from acting them out. Poppy goes on to say, to be clear, I am not kink shaming Courtney Orchard here. I do not kink shame what they do with other consenting adults is fine, but this childish lashing out and going at any perceived weakness when it has the same ones as me is fucked. It's additionally gross when they write fanfic about my ... And this is obviously the menacing tweet. Poppy, didn't you rape your cousin for like 3 to 4 years? Because I remember you bragging about your friendship with your minor cousin when you were 15 to 17, you know, after you sent me incest porn, adding blackmail to your incest rape now. So I have heard from multiple people that this is something that Poppy talks about regularly. This is not just something that I've heard from this context right here. I have heard this from several different individuals. So I am pretty comfortable believing this, just based on everything, as well as the fact that Poppy has said, you know, that she has like done incest shit before, in the clip that we watched yesterday. And then the very last one is Poppy says, past despite the fact that I clearly, oh my god, let me try again. Past despite the fact that I clarify the nature of the kink in the screenshots. CEO, if you want to talk about this and bury the hatchet, let me know. I would be willing to talk, but stop lying about me to protect yourself, Poppy. I want to do Old Yeller roleplay. I want to be put down. I want to be put down. Please, bro. Please, bro. Please, bro. Ah. Queen Bee coming in with a hot goss. So yeah, that was kind of fucked up. So I'm kind of processing this, so you must excuse me for a moment. So based on everything that we've read and seen and been forcefully exposed to, I think that it's fair. I think that it's fair to say that like this kind of falls into like the Poppy pattern of behavior. So when I'm thinking about this, the stream that they did the other day talking about Spawn, both Poppy and Xena are really comfortable just kind of like making shit up. Because they think the other person won't say anything back or the other person doesn't have evidence. And even if I frame this in like the most like charitable way possible, that let's just say hypothetically that Courtney Orchard did come on and was kind of flirty with Poppy a little bit, and did, you know, engage in kind of this mutual back and forth, like weird, like flirty, like kind of horny posting back and forth or whatever the fuck. I will once again reiterate that if you're gonna like role play as a therapist online, it is not appropriate for you to be like flirting with people. Never mind people that are coming to you to talk to you about like their trauma, right? Like that's not appropriate. So yeah, it just, it's hard. It's hard to think about. Transference is considered very normal for clients, but massively important for therapists to decline anything romantic. Very true. Poppy is a minister. Poppy, Queen of Darbo. True. Countertransference can happen, but it's super important. Drilled in even to never be in relations with clients. True. And if I'm grateful as fuck, I didn't win. Oh, shit. What a lovely day to have ears. You're welcome, Sadfish. Wouldn't violate client protection stuff for a therapist to be inappropriate with a client. Yeah, it's kind of like it's like a question of ethics, really. Can't wait for the Poppy versus Courtney court case. Dude, that would be wild. Amazing how there's more than enough documentation about Poppy being a freak, and yet it never breached containment until now. Containment zone is over, bro. She really just did co-spy on pure luck. Poppy should never reciprocate, period. Yeah, like, if you're kind of role-playing as a therapist, if you're LARPing as a therapist on your fucking stream, and I say LARP because, like, you're not allowed to, like, be a therapist in a professional capacity on the internet or whatever, like, you know, like, on Twitter and shit. I'm not talking about, like, Better Health or, like, Zoom therapy or whatever the fuck, but, like, she's like, yeah, as a therapist to, like, everything, right? Like, you should be probably a little bit more professional. Poppy is an actual therapist, yes. Yes, it's almost like Poppy has a blackmail checklist. All right. Okay, so this is the infamous fuck list, okay, you guys? This is the fuck list. This is the dreaded and infamous fuck list, okay? This is something that has floated around a little bit. This is one of those lists, you know, like one of those degenerate websites where you, like, answer all these questions, then it tells you, like, all the weird kinks and shit that you have. But it's, like, an even more fucked up version than the one that you probably have seen before on, like, Twitter or whatever, where it's, like, you know, it's, like, black, and then it has, like, red, like, green to red, like, yes, I'm into it, to red, I'm not into it at all, and there's a couple of things in yellow, and it's, like, BDSM, like, bondage, like, pulling hair. It's like there's stuff on there that's, like, you know, a little bit more quote unquote kinky or whatever the fuck, but it's not like crazy or anything like that. This is a fuck list that was designed by Satan himself. It's like mega goon fuck list, okay? So this is the fuck list, okay? This is it. So just looking here, so we have fighting / wrestling. Terrible stuff. And then my favorite part of this, so horns is on here, and then we have human cocks. We have to specify. Humiliation, incest, parental, incest, sibling, informality, kidnapping. I don't know what Lamia Naga is. I don't want to know. I don't know what Lima syndrome is. I don't want to know. Modern settings. Specific. Multi-genitalia. Okay. Yeah, so we have the fuck list, okay, you guys? So Poppy Dab Leaks fuck list containing an interest in incest, which includes sibling and parent on child abuse. Poppy is also willing to RP, roleplay, sexual scenes with her characters as young as 14 years old. Combined with Poppy's disrespect of other people's sexual boundaries, this makes for concerning optics. They have made money off of extensive trauma recounted by Pete Orchard. Courtney's trauma specifically the incestuous abuse at the hands of their sister, Lily Orchard, with Lily's fixation being 14 years as well. So this is something that I thought was fucking disgusting, is that she would specifically do, like, the fucking sexy role play as 14, when that was also Lily's thing. That seemed kind of like a fucking red flag to me. Not to say that two people can't have the same, like, goonery, like, creep shit or whatever the fuck, but I did find that a little bit weird. Now Poppy has sexually exploited Courtney by disseminating their sexual interactions without Courtney's consent. There is now an anonymous claim that Poppy has shown Courtney's private nudes to her Discord audience, which encroaches on revenge porn territory. Poppy is using her identity as a trans woman to paint all allegations of her as bigotry, when she is alone responsible for her downfall. It is not pedo-jacketing to rightfully call out a sexual exploiter when she happens to be a trans woman. Just like Lily, Poppy is not exempt from consequences of her behavior. So, again, blind loyalty is just for the birds, you guys. I have terrible news. I'm getting a phone call. You guys are going to have to wait a minute, okay? I will be right back. I'm very sorry. I'll put on Subway servers for you. Sorry, guys. Okay, I'm back in my bed. Okay, I don't remember where I was. Okay, we just looked at the fuck list, right? That's the last thing that we looked at. We just looked at the fuck list. We just looked at the fuck list. Just looked at the fuck list. Ay, okay. Lamia is just like a mythical snake person. I don't think that tomfoolery would ever go this far, Matthew. I don't think that tomfoolery could even dream of gooning like this. We have a new supreme gooner. Tomfoolery is off the hook. We need a sick beat as a palate cleanser after this. You got it, bud. This just gets worse and worse and worse. Why do we keep having attraction to minors with these people and my suffering? Dude, I don't fucking know. Like, I don't know why it's always kids. It's always fucking CP and kids and lolly. It's fucking weird. My question is, how do these people not learn how to hide it at this point? I have no idea. I have to poop again. I had a phone call. Girls don't poop. You know that. Don't miss the Alana bathroom. You guys, stop it. I don't think it's wrong just to have most of these kinks. You just need to keep them in spaces. Yeah, like, I mean, you guys can... it will be unlisted, Thea. Like, I don't... As much as I love kink shaming you guys, the only reason that I kink shame is because all of you fucking degenerates cannot just keep it to yourselves. You have to tell everybody all the sick shit that you're into all the time. That's like 90% of the issue. If you just kept it to yourself, no one would know. Like, I can't like intrinsically know your kinks. I don't know what you're into unless you tell me. And then if you tell me that you're into something weird, I'm gonna say that's weird. You know what I mean? Yeah, I don't know why people started going public with their kinks. It's weird. I agree. I also never knew the F list was this so detailed. There's like a name for everything. Goonision strikes again. Goonision strikes again. Okay. Continuing on. Also, Queen Bee, I have really bad news for you. Keldoge blocked me. Tear. I don't know why. I was so nice to Keldoge. I was so kind. Excuse me. Poppy is the mayor of Goonville. True. Okay. Onward. Back into battle. Okay. So this one is interesting. I'm sure that you guys have all seen this before. I am not able to access the actual screenshot. This is the screenshots of it, but this is it transcribed, so I don't have to click through all the individual screenshots. So this is essentially a DM that Poppy sent to one of Noe's partners that Poppy like convinced Noe to break up with because Noe hated that, or Poppy hated that Noe had other partners, obviously. So she sends like this really long fucking weird passive aggressive letter to this person on fucking Twitter or whatever the fuck. So we're gonna read it in a passive aggressive mega bitchy voice, okay? Is everybody ready? Dear Amy, I hope this finds you well. I know you have been instructed to block me if I write to you, based on the recent events at this time. I think that that's best after reading this. Please let me explain. For the duration of my relationship with Haley, I have been indirectly harmed and made afraid of her partners. This started with her breaking a boundary of mine and choosing to describe sex acts involving you and Sora as well as her, you, and Sora. No bitches alert? That's what I'm hearing right now. The reason I have this boundary with my partners is because I suffer from BPD, and hearing about those sex acts in a way that feels incredibly disturbing and invalidating due to the secondary survivor trauma from previous partners being assaulted. The version of this story that I was given contained questionable decisions, coercive behavior, and poor communication. I had told Haley that I need to feel safe due to these issues and that my requests were not met by my metamors in a way that sufficiently addressed my concerns. Essentially, the story and the response have poisoned the well. To be frank, I do not feel safe interacting with you online or in person at this time, and I may never without adequate effort and support on your and Haley's part. Between this story, as well as your behavior on Twitter, that has repeatedly crossed my boundaries is how you interact with a borderline person, I do not feel like you have even a basic grasp on how to be a safe person for me. Also, who the fuck is this person to Amy? Who the fuck is Poppy to Amy? Some random fucking person. Some crazy schizophrenic person on Twitter that's just like fucking messaging them. Yeah, I don't care about your safety. I don't even know you. Like, obviously I care about all of human beings, right? But like, I don't know you. I don't owe you anything. Last night was a perfect example of this, as I was attempting to interact in good faith for the sake of Haley, but her declaration of love had a very negative effect on me due to feeling like my relationship was somehow the same as yours, and thus meaningless, as it would lack any specialness or uniqueness. Your response also triggered me specifically as a baby. Triggered me significantly as a baby was one of the few pet names I felt comfortable with, and now it feels contaminated. Could you imagine, like, dating somebody and you're like, I can't call you babe because, like, everybody else that you fucked also called you babe. You gotta pick something else. It's too triggering to me. Sorry. Your response also triggered me significantly as baby was one of the few pet names I felt comfortable with, and now it feels contaminated, in the psychological sense, by seeing its use. I again know this was not your intent, but I need metamors who are going to consider me. Add in the effects of yesterday morning, you were late with your date with Haley. Normally, it would be none of my business. I was talking with her at the time of being playful, and it essentially got jump scared by the fact that you were together. This was not only against the agreements that I have with Haley, but also actively caused me several panic attacks and the loss of my day due to suicidal ideations. If you're going to kill yourself when your partner has another partner and they're hanging out, don't be polyamorous. I don't know how many times I can say it. Sorry, I gotta get back in character. I know this wasn't your intention, but our actions sometimes affect others unknowingly. Because you were late, Haley wasn't sure if you were coming, and it didn't give me the notice that I shouldn't have been interacting with her at that time. While that decision is on Haley, your mistake was the catalyst for that issue. I attempted to talk to Haley and my fiance, for Zizi's part, due to not understanding the ongoing part of this, but my fears were ignored and my feelings felt as though they were shouted down. I thought that you should have been made aware of the effects of your actions and the harm that they caused. Haley and Zizi did not. This MIO has been a twice occurring issue of partners acting harmful, but nothing is done about it. Thus, I am writing to you now because I do not believe that my metamors will be corrected when they hurt or damage my day. I request that you block all 4 of my accounts on this platform. 1, Lady Devleek. 2, Penny Devleek. 3, Poppy Devleek. And 4, Zena and Poppy. I can also block you as well. I can have Haley give you other accounts and other platforms if need be. I don't think at this point I can interact with Haley's partners without a slow, measured approach to integration. You are too harmful for my mental health, and I cannot rely on you to take steps to make me feel safe, nor can I rely on Haley to intervene when I'm hurt. I am sorry that we didn't get to interact under better circumstances, but my boundaries exist for a reason. They are the way that I keep my mental health intact and have healthy poly relationships. To be clear, I love Haley with every fiber of my being, and between her being my favorite person, a BPD term, again, if you have a favorite person, BPD, and only one of my partners that created a solution like this and struggle with these boundaries, I have to take steps to make sure that I no longer hurt. This is the only way I've come up with to stop this cycle, while understanding fully that the decision is less than ideal and that my being compartmentalized by you, and possibly others, might hurt in the short term. I believe that doing this can allow for things to heal and large hurts to be avoided. It may also be used to salvage any chance at a civil interaction in the future. You are welcome to share this letter with Sora and Aspen, her other 2 partners who are still involved in that awful story. One who is 20... another story. The other who is 20, parentheses, she's 33. It might be best that they also block me until things calm down and I can be put to interact with the intention and effort. I need my memoirs to understand BPD. A borderline personality disorder is difficult to live with, and I'm open and upfront about my struggles with it. I was open and clear with Haley when we started dating, but nothing can prepare someone for dealing with this stuff. I hold no ill will towards her or her partners. I just want space from you and them to enjoy my relationship without constant triggers. I appreciate you reading this, and there is no need to respond. Simply block my accounts and we can be done for everything for now. Sincerely, Poppy Devleek. This is like mega Karen shit. This is like mega Karen shit, dude. Mega Karen. Oh my god. So what this is relevant because we have here, quote, the other is 20. She is 30. And you're a 42-year-old incel that constantly comes to a 19-year-old's the second that they turn 19. Poppy, you sound like the pot calling the kettle the hard R. You skipped calling it back. We went right to the slurs. If 20/33 is what is worth pointing out, what does it mean when you're trying to fuck people younger than your kid, Poppy? Dude, Courtney is so funny. Courtney is so funny, bro. Courtney cracks me up. Courtney is a queen. Poppy doesn't want a polykill. She wants a poppy kill. True. The voice is actually pretty spot on. Thank you. This is small. This is such small dick energy. BPD does not mean that you can be a shitty partner to a poly partner's primary partner. Yeah, people use BPD as like, I can be a huge bitch all the time. The more Poppy invokes her BPD, the more convinced I am that the HD tutor is right about PPD, that BPD cases usually as untreated CPTSD, the rest are narcissists. Probably. She needs to stop trying to be polyamorous. She's terrible at it. Yep. Take your L and move on. I would never date a person like that. Me either. Jump scared TM. We need some Hitchcock music in the background. The loss of my day and all my productivity got low due to suicidal ideations. You guys, my partner that I knew had other girlfriends went to go and see their other girlfriend, and it ruined my day because I was suicidal because I was in a polyamorous relationship. Honestly, Poppy isn't polyamorous. She legit just wants a harem, and having poly relationships she can control. Yep, true. True. She wants to be that one guy dating around. True. She's insane. True. Baby is such a common pet name too. Yeah. She has so many Twitter accounts because she has like 500 alters. I'm just kidding. I don't think it's 500, but it's more than there ever should be. If all your partners hate you, maybe you're the problem. Very true, Sadfish. Wise words. It's giving speak to the manager, yeah. Hi, Rena. What's up? Poppy is honestly a prime example of the fact that it's too easy to become a therapist. True. And just remember, Small Moth is correct. This is a 4-month relationship on Discord alone, right? True. This is 100% pure, unadulterated narcissistic personality disorder. My own worst ex has MPD with strong antisocial tendencies. This sounds like that. This is the shit I mean when I say this is all just Final Fantasy VII house all over again. Not a harem, a poppycule. Poppy should not be a therapist and needs a lot of therapy. True. This is the Contra meme. I don't know, bro. I don't know how these people like have a life. I don't know. I don't know how they have a life. Okay. All right. There's 2 more things I want to go over. I do have to go to bed early tonight, you guys, because I have to clean the house. Okay. I'm very sorry. Please forgive me. Please let me have my regulated bathroom time. I'm so sorry. But I have one more post to go over, and then I have a secret interview for you guys. I have a secret Poppy and Xena rape interview for you. We're stealing Chud Logic's thunder, you guys. We're doing a rape review. We're doing our own rape review. This is, welcome to Malcolm's rape review stream, okay? Last one we got here. Also, guys, make sure you smash that fucking like button for me. Greatly appreciated. It brings me joy, and it doesn't ruin my day. The biggest thing to help make my day not shitty and prevent suicidal ideation is if you give me money as well. So just keep that in mind, okay, guys? Do not take it out 8 hours. It's an 8-hour most to deep clean that house. Unfortunately, I have to do my chores tomorrow. Otherwise, I lose my internet access, so that's why I have to go to bed early. You know what I mean? So I'm sorry, guys. Okay. Malcolm rape review, let's go. Hang on. Any of the money that you guys give me is actually going to go to buying a soundboard so I can use that DJ horn like 30 fucking times a stream. And then I'm going to have like a dono bar and it's going to be like donate $1 so Malcolm can't use the DJ horn for at least 10 minutes. It's my favorite sound. I used to look at Poppy because she was a mentally ill person who was a therapist and seemingly successful. Press X to doubt. Like, my thing is like, because I never really like watched her content at all. So I never really got like a look at it, but the few things that I did see, I was like, this person doesn't seem to be like very therapist-y. You know what I mean? That was kind of always the vibe that I got. Here, I have this one for you guys too. I'm going to alternate between the Roblox ooh and the DJ horn. And if I buy a soundboard, those are going to be the only two fucking sounds on it. And I'm going to torture you guys with it. Excuse me. Okay. Here we go. Back into the fray. Okay, so this is a little thing that I found. And this is just kind of talking about the hypocrisy of Xena and Poppy. And like their positions and all this other shit, okay? Here again. It's so hard for me to regulate my temperature. I get like really chilly and then I get really hot and then I get really chilly and I get really hot. It's just hard being alive, you guys. Bit of a hot take, but if you're severe enough mental illness, I don't think you should be a therapist. That's not a hot take at all. That's like how it should be. That feels like normal fucking people. That's not a hot take. That's like a was in the microwave for 3 seconds take, I think. If you can't get your shit together, you probably shouldn't be a therapist. Would you rather be raised by Poppy and Xena or be in the Poppycule? Ooh. How long do I have to be in the Poppycule? How long do I have to be a member of the Poppycule? And is death an option? These are important questions. Okay. All right. So this is a little hypocrisy posting. Okay. So, well, sometimes death isn't an option, Small Moth. It depends on the rules of the would you rather. Okay. I need to get this off my chest. I'm so disappointed in Poppy and Xena. The fact that Gayfesh left them as well is already a huge red flag. They're hypocrites and have weird takes. It would be interested if some of you were up for it and want to watch them anymore. I could watch the full videos where they contradict themselves. So this is a video beyond safe words. Talked with us about Gabby Hanna, Rachel Oates, and Jimmy Snow. They made a video criticizing Jimmy Snow for preying on young fans and potential partners having no boundaries. Poppy does this with her own fan base all the time. This is the biggest hypocrisy I have observed from her. Jimmy Snow used his autism excuses the same way that Poppy uses her BPD actions. I don't really know anything about Jimmy Snow, but I do find it to be completely ironic that she's like, oh my god, this guy was like finding girls to like fuck and date in his audience when that's like her primary dating pool. Like her Discord is actually just Tinder to her. 4 months and no death. I think I would take the Poppycule. I think I would take the Poppycule over being raised by Poppy and Xena if it's only for 4 months. Okay, they made a video criticize. Okay, sorry, I just read this. This is Keffals' video on therapy speak is crucial to understand puritanical progressive abusers. They made this video to about the misuse of therapy speak and how it can be used in abusive ways. Poppy literally does that, using therapy speak to justify her actions and paint others as abusive for not giving into her emotional abuse. I think the biggest example of this is that like everything is a trigger and a boundary. So like it is triggering to me that you have partners other than me, and my boundary is that you don't talk to your other partners. I think that would be an example of weaponized therapy speak, right? Like I think that would be a really clear-cut example of that, personally. The hypocrisy angle is always interesting to me because everybody hates a hypocrite. Like you said you said it last night. Her Discord is a sex cult. It basically is, yeah. Okay. This is Xena and Poppy getting a disagreement. Stuntlock over Vosh's asexual take. Poppy criticizes Vosh for his stupid takes on asexuals, while Xena uses their asexuality to invalidate others' asexual feelings over Vosh's dumb take, or proceeds to question and invalidate her ex's asexuality. Excuse me, I don't know anything about this. My boundary is that my wife is actually not allowed to have an Instagram because I can't handle the fact of other people liking her. I'm the only one that's allowed to do that. I'm actually... my boundary is that I can be your only follower on Instagram. This is discussing Vosh, Cat Black, and ContraPoints in the fire on the online left. She criticized Cat Black for posting their sex and saying gross things about Vosh's privates, but she did the same thing with her ex. This is true. She consistently leaks logs and consistently, like, shames people. Like, we even saw this earlier when she was like, yeah, Courtney sent me nudes, I have her nudes, and apparently shared her nudes in like the Discord mod chat or whatever the fuck. So it's bad when Vosh does this, but fine when, you know, when she does it. Chewing Head is awful, but nothing justifies Xander Hall's misinfo and hypocrisy about Keffals. She believes that Xander Hall cannot be pedo-jacketed because Xander Hall is a cis white man compared to Keffals, but defended Vosh from being pedo-jacketed, another cis white man. The difference with Vosh being gay to Xander Hall's being straight, therefore affecting the severity of being pedo-jacketed, does not count because she assumes Xander Hall was bisexual. So she really placed a double standard on him. Cringe, bro. Cringe, bro. That's straight jacket behavior. Based vodka. God, we've got some comedians in the chat tonight, you guys. Okay, I have to sit down. My knee hurts. To be old. I like to try and make that as dramatic as possible when I do that. Cat Black gets a pass because we were friends as teens. I just work here. TBH, I used to be a passive viewer of the online left just like Bosch, but man, after a while it sucks. They're just all like so porn sick. It's all they talk about. All they talk about is like porn and all the shit that they like to fucking watch and jerk off to. It's like, can you guys like be normal? Challenge fucking impossible, apparently. It's so bad, dude. It's so fucking bad. I hate it. Okay. Is everybody ready to begin my hidden content that I found so beautifully? So beautifully. Is everybody ready? It is time. Welcome to the Malcolm Rape Review. Let's go. All right, guys. So, I found this podcast that Poppy and Xena were on, where they talk about being raped by Noe. The horrific, traumatic rape of being told, I don't want to date you, after meeting up in real life and hooking up. The traumatic and horrible experience, okay? And fun fact, this person is an OG Gamergater, you guys. An OG Gamergate victim. We have incredible crossover. Good night, Darren. I love you. Sleep tight. We have incredible crossover, you guys. Incredible crossover. Poppy and Xena interviewed, unedited. Oh yeah, it's about to be good. Massive content warning. Listener discretion is advised. In the interest of discourse, I'm putting the entire unedited interview Poppy and Xena did. It runs almost an hour long and contains additional details from the radio version of the show. This is the raw file, so there have been no audio level corrections or adjustments because of the harassment that Poppy and Xena and Sage have received. I thought it was important to allow people to hear everything in their own words. I hope that everyone is ready to suffer, because I don't think that we can watch this on 1.5, guys. I don't think it's possible. So pray for us.
Recordings. We're back on Instant Therapy. I'm still Liana Kerzner. I'm still not a therapist.
Just kidding. God is real. We can listen to it on 1.5. Let's go.
We are still talking mental.
For $5, I won't use the air horn for the rest of the stream.
Health, mental illness, and consent. And I have hyped these guests from the beginning of the show. I am super stoked. We've got Poppy and her fiance Xena on the show. Poppy is a therapist. She is a therapist. I am not a therapist.
I would like to call attention to the title of this. It's called It's Not Therapy. So I would just like to call attention to this.
Poppy is a therapist. Xena is her fiance, and they are here to talk mental health and consent because both of them are consenting adults, but they also have various conditions that sometimes make consent challenging. Poppy, Xena, how would you describe your situations in that regard?
So, by the way, I'm Poppy, and yes. I guess on my side of things, I would say that, so as far as my diagnoses, I am diagnosed with borderline personality disorder, which is a disorder that deals with incredibly strong reactions to abandonment. It's usually characterized by potentials for self-harm and suicide, vague sense of self, a tendency towards black and white thinking. It can lead to things like paranoid ideations or dissociation. It can also lead to, mood issues, things like that, emotional ability, where emotions can change at the drop of a hat, sometimes for no reason. Love that. And so that can definitely affect how consent and how relationships function. ZZ, do you want to talk about kind of briefly just what you deal with?
Yeah. So I'm Zena, or ZZ for short if you're Poppy. And I deal with PMDD, premenstrual dysphoria disorder. Basically, about a week before your period starts, your body cannot handle its own hormones and just goes nuts. And so it can look similar to BPD, frankly, but it's still its own thing. Long-lasting, really intense moods, and that could be happy moods, sad moods, angry moods. They all can be intense.
Okay, so I'm having PTSD flashbacks to when we were reading the logs, and Xena is talking about like being mean, essentially, to Melina. Let me grab these really quick. Where Melina was like, please, I don't want you to yell at me. I don't like being yelled at. And Xena is like, I have PMDD. That sucks. Like, I'm going to get really fucking upset. So, PMDD does not make you like a giant evil bitch. It's not like you are unable to control your... It's like you're not able to control your mood or not being able to, deal with shit. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? Allow me to find this quickly. Well, quickly is an opportune word, I suppose. We literally just looked at this yesterday. Where the fuck did it go? I'm gonna stab myself in a video game. Okay, just kidding. I can't find these screenshots. I'll find them later. Unless somebody wants to send them to me in DMs or something. But we read these the other day. They were Discord logs between Melina and Xena was basically like, sorry for like screaming at you and cussing you out and shit. I can't help it. I have PMDD. So yeah, not very cash money.
One of the things that the community talks about is that don't make any big decisions during PMDD, because you never really know if afterwards how you're gonna feel about something. And even just for the sake of like the best way to handle something is probably easier done outside of PMDD when your hormones are not freaking the fuck out. And so you can get mood, cognitive changes, body changes, appetite changes, all of that with PMDD, and it just messes with everything. The other actually thing that we deal with that I don't think you and I even think about super hard anymore is migraines in terms of consent. That's one that we've always had to be really careful with over the years. Is just the chronic illness. When a migraine's coming on and you start feeling a little bit fuzzy brained or a little bit out of it, like that's our cue to kind of start being careful with ourselves. And no, we definitely make sure not to start like initiating during that time or let the other person know, because migraines change like all of your functioning ability. We're both on meds at this point where like there is a large gray area of how much we can function. So if it's not a severe migraine, we can function really, really well for most of it. But that doesn't mean that like that would still be something I would be comfortable like initiating during.
And that's the challenge, right? It's being aware that sometimes it's not a good time to make decisions, but sometimes you're not always aware you're in that mode, especially in the early. I mean, I've got a friend, he's been on the show, who has BPD, and it's a challenge, and sometimes he's just not his best self. And he came and he said, sometimes the best place for me is hospitalization. He was very blunt about that. But that in-between phase where you might not catch it. I mean, you guys are probably both pros at this time. I know you've warned me about the PMDD. It's like, it's coming on. I want to warn people, which I really appreciate it, because in that case, you can contextualize it, right?
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Yeah, like people I trust, especially, they get that from me. That's a really hard one, because people will often not get what's going on with PMDD. So
Yeah.
No, if I trust somebody, I absolutely will tell them, hey, you might get more extreme reactions from me this week, and that might be why.
Right. And it's interesting that even people with a diagnosis themselves or who identify as mentally ill don't necessarily get the impact on consent. And this is something, disclaimer again, people with a diagnosis can consent when they are regulated. There are times, and this is what I want to get into, when everybody with I have PTS. I say when I'm regulated, I have PTS. PTSD is the problem, right? And that's the time I'm like, I can't make any decisions right now. This ain't good. What do you want people to know about consent with the various things? What to look for, what to do?
What I'm hearing right now is I can't consent, I'm on my period. That's what I heard. I'm just kidding. That was very reductive. No, I mean, in the context of all this stuff that we've looked at, like, we have very well established up until this point, and if you have not, gotten to the point where you find that this is, firmly established, please, I invite you to go back and watch all of the other shit that we've already covered about all this. I'm not going to go over it every single fucking time I say it, okay? You can go and do that on your own time. I will say, it has been well established that both Xena and Poppy are very guilty of using, like, conditions and mental illnesses and all this other stuff as excuses for behavior that is inappropriate, abusive, or just, like, all-out fucking freak bizarro behavior, right? So the PMDD thing is, like, yeah, people with PMDD do have, like, more severe symptoms around PMS. Like, there's a lot of stuff that goes into it. Your hormone cycle is, like, predictable one. That's something that's helpful with a lot of mental illnesses and mental conditions. Your ups and downs are not always predictable. With PMDD, it's a period. It's the same time a month, right? Once a month. Bing bong. Also, that doesn't give you carte blanche to just, like, act however you want to whoever the fuck you want, right? If I know, that, like, around the second week of every month, I'm gonna turn into, like, a grumpy little goblin, there are things that I can do to kind of mitigate my behavior. Just telling other people I'm gonna be like a huge fucking bitch for like 2 weeks and you guys better fucking deal with it is not the move, right? It's gonna be like, okay, like, I know that this is happening. I'm gonna go ahead and I'm gonna take time to make sure to remind myself to answer questions more mindfully, to maybe practice some mindfulness and be a little bit more patient. It's not like, no, you guys, it's abuse week. Everybody get ready. Everybody put on your fucking padded helmets. Xena's PMDD is going. Everybody get ready to get punched in the fucking face. Is everybody ready? You're offering your support. Everybody, listen, a trans person is speaking. Like, that's not the move, dude. That's not the move.
If you have a loved one or a friend with a condition like BPD, bipolar disorder is another one. Mm-hmm. Some of the other personality, I hate personality disorder, but that's the term we're stuck with. What should people know about when consent can be given and when it can't be?
So
that's a big topic.
Yeah. So I think we both are probably kind of similar but different answers. I think for mine is going to be is that. So again, I'm a big fan of the idea of, like, knowing is half the battle, like the old G.I. Joe thing. And so, like, to me, it's like, well, if you have a partner, right? I'm not talking about like a random hookup or anything, but if you're talking about like a partner who's a regular partner and they have confided in you, they have a diagnosis, I think it is on the responsibility of that partner to learn about that diagnosis and understand the ways that that can impact the relationship. And one of the ways that, mental illness can impact a relationship is through consent. Mm-hmm. If someone is having is schizophrenic and unregulated, their consent is basically nullified. Like, we don't.
Only a mentally just depraved and sick fucking person could see somebody in the middle of like a schizophrenic episode and they're like, damn, it's time to move in. Like, only somebody who is like, honest to God, like, deserves to be left on the beach covered in honey to be eaten alive by ants could ever see somebody who's like, Jesus Christ is in the walls and he's telling me that I need to cut off my ears and eat them. And you're like, boner alert. Like, what are you talking about? What are you talking about?
Know what's going on in their head. We don't know if they're going through a full-blown, hallucinogenic, hallucination-based episode. Like, there's not much to be done there. I've dealt with those folks in CMH before. In the case of like bipolar, if someone's in a manic episode, then like we have to consider the idea of, are they just doing risk taking?
Matthew 4 says, it also doesn't necessarily turn you into a huge bitch. Most people just get super anxious or depressed. I'm being a little bit hyperbolic, but in the context of the things that we've seen of Xena, like using her PMDD as an excuse to be like a total shithead, it does seem like, guys, bitch week is coming up, so everybody get ready. I'm gonna go fucking apeshit on you guys every single time you piss me off. That's how it is portrayed in like every single log and every single screenshot I've seen. I will find those screenshots. Somebody will send them to me eventually, and I will continue to look for them. But yeah, obviously not everybody with PMDD is like the most like abusive, like unhinged psychopath. Of course, this is ZMDD. Okay, this isn't PMDD. We're talking about ZMDD right now, right?
Actions because they want to, or is this because this is part of the mania, and then we have to assess, is this person actually making decisions for themselves? And sometimes we may have to make a decision for them, because situations are not always clean. They're not always simple. Sometimes people don't understand why you're saying this or don't want to do these things.
I am not sure, Ding Dong Football, but I could believe it.
Borderline's a very complicated one for me because I have a particular story, which we can get into a little bit later, but I have a particular story around that where my diagnosis of borderline compromised my own consent, and I didn't really figure it out until actually I talked to you, Liana.
I opened my big fat mouth. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, and yeah, so I'll get into the story a little later, but the essential version of it is that like realizing that just because an action feels off, but you can't put your finger onto why, doesn't mean you are granting consent. And especially in the hindsight, knowing that full situation, there were issues of duplicity, there were issues of the relationship in question, literally, coercion. And I don't know if even if that coercion was intentional, I'll never know. But in this case, it was because the relationship was hanging on by a thread, which means that a person with borderline, due to that fear of abandonment, will literally do anything to maintain that. So consent goes out the window, like just completely. So to me, it comes down to understand what your partner's dealing with and understand yourself too. Understand like what it is that you are, you're dealing with, what you look like unregulated, so you can make the best decisions possible.
I will absolutely suggest anyone that is in a relationship with somebody else who has borderline also get therapy for themselves. Like, you are going to be dealing with a new thing. And again, times where somebody is dealing with like very severe like attachment issues or having panic attacks or any of that kind of thing, and making sure that you are in a place that you can handle that stuff is really important. Making sure that you can navigate it and not get like sucked into whatever's going on. That's a big deal. On my end, even some of the building blocks is having people doing enough research to have a really good understanding of things like what symptoms of like dissociation are, what symptoms of like a panic attack or a flashback are. If your partner deals with this, making sure that you understand what it looks like in them. Because a lot of times, it's hard to know at first. And so you're gonna start putting together all the little context clues until you finally have a big enough picture of, oh, that's what's going on right now, right? And sometimes it's hard to notice when somebody is in that state at first because they're not always giving a lot of outward signals, even if their internals are screaming. My internals can be screaming and I can be panicked, but I will look calm on the outside, and I don't even know how that works, but that's a thing that happens. Poppy's like, but Zeta, I didn't notice, like you looked normal, and I'm like, oh, whoops, that was not what was going on inside.
Yeah.
Right.
My favorite, so the other thing too is that we do use a couple different consent models. Some of the big ones are RAC.
Risk assessed consensual kink.
Yeah.
Okay.
Obviously not. Do you think that we did like a risk assessment before we decided to like dump incest porn onto Courtney's lap? Or before we like hit on every single 19-year-old we come across? I don't know if we do that necessarily. It was in the stream the other night, or it was a clip actually, the clip where Poppy talks about finger blasting her sister-in-law when she was drunk at a wedding. And she was like, but I'm good at consent now. I would be very, very troubled to learn what the bad time of consent looked like if this is where we're at now.
And then the Fry's model from Planned Parenthood. Fry's is freely given, informed,
Enthusiastic and specific.
Specific, yeah. And it's that
and reversible. That's the R. There we go.
Reversible, yeah. And that.
Did you hear that? They didn't even remember the R in the Fry's model. They didn't even remember it. Must not practice it very often. Caught live in 4K. Caught live in 4K. Fucking lying, you guys. We got him. Sorry.
I mean, consent as a culture, we are bad at. Our media is really toxic about it. A lot of people don't understand it. When you dive into the statistics on sexual assault, a lot of first-time offenders don't realize they're violating consent. They think they're being romantic.
Yep.
And that's why the education stuff like the Duluth model, stuff like works is 68% of the time to prevent.
Sashi brings up a good point. Did anybody bring up consenting with the alters? I think that would be an interesting question. I would really love to hear about Poppy's takes on consent with having DID. Like, what happens if your alter switches in? Is that also rape? What if the child alter fronts? Is that also rape? The R stands for Renaissance Fair.
Reoffending. It's just an education thing, but with people with mental.
Yes, Matthew Forrest, she did it again. We literally watched this yesterday. Where is this link? Everybody pause. Everybody stop. Wait a minute. Hang on, I gotta get this link. Where is it? Someone sent this to me, and I don't remember who it was. Give me a minute, I have to find it. But God won't let me. There it is. All right, here we go.
So much of what our videos do.
I mean, like, what's that line from the Gorillaz song? I bet things that I've done wrong because I want you guys to learn from them and also laugh at them because some of them are tremendously funny.
Oh, we have to go back just a little bit. Right?
Situations. Like,
Yeah.
as an adult, we know that. That doesn't help the situation
Wait.
of the child who's like, you know, in elementary school.
And in many times, gay Fesh, who was stuck between thinking that I was that my arguments were incorrect and supporting his friends while still balancing out how to deal with that. There are still people that give that poor fucking bisexual man, he's a fish, leave him alone. Like, they give him shit because he still talks to us. Like, people are allowed to have friends, you fucking scuzzes.
Right, yeah, this is the person
You
that
scuzz.
like, went through PB forums to make sure that we were fucking safe constantly. Like, I went, no. Like, you guys still don't deserve that level of harm coming to you. Like, that's not a thing. Like, it's not okay. Right? Like,
For a reason. God forbid this actually ends up hurting.
well, again, with trauma, recreates trauma and all of that shit, right? And especially kids are known for recreating situations.
Oh my
Like,
God,
as
the
an adult, we know
timestamps
that
on
doesn't
this are
help the
just
situation
unbelievable.
of
It's
the
like
child
right.
who's, like, you know, in elementary.
I am willing to tell you guys anything
There we
I've
go.
ever done. Do you want to know about my childhood sexual trauma? I'll tell you that. I can tell you how I reduplicated and did it to somebody else. I can tell you about how all of my BPD stuff got flared up basically through all of my teens because I kept dating more and more promiscuous people who would constantly fucking betray me. Because I specifically had a type. God, I liked damaged girls back then.
Well, and
Back
again, with
then.
trauma recreates trauma and all of that shit, right? And especially kids are known for recreating situations. Like,
Yeah.
as an adult, we know that that doesn't help the situation of the child who's like, you know, in elementary school.
Do you want to hear about how during a trip party my hypersexual ass decided to make out and finger my fucking sister-in-law? I mean, like, what do you want from me? I'm willing to tell you anything. I'm willing to tell.
So yes, we did also finger bang our sister-in-law. And just as a reminder, on the fuck list, fingering was marked. So we actually already knew this. We just didn't believe it.
Illness. The statistics are quite stark. One study said 40% of mentally ill women have at least one, experience of sexual assault, as opposed to 7% of the control population. That's a shocking number.
Mhm.
And when you think about issues of consent, when you think about, and it is that manipulation and coercion thing that wrecks everybody involved. And I do think a lot of people, when you get consent, that's complicated. I mean, we have to remember letters, 4-letter words, 5-letter words, right? But then you get into mental illness, which people think they understand because they've seen it on TV and they don't. So
Okay, hot new discourse just dropped. I can't wait to see Zena and Poppy's take on this. Should people with ADHD have anal sex despite lacking the mental capacity to understand the full implications of such an act? Somebody please tag Poppy and Zena in this. I need to know Poppy's take on this. Please and thank you.
Oh, that's why it's great that, you're a therapist, Poppy, but you're here with your fiance who is your support, your caregiver, right? When you are having your own struggles. So where do you begin to let people know they're doing it right?
Yeah, it's one of those things where I don't even know that there's necessarily a right. I just know when it's like wrong
Right.
or when it's more into like the toxic spectrum. Like, I think the big thing for me is that this stuff is always going to be very, complicated and going to have a lot of different moving parts. And part of it is like, again, communication is really super important on these fronts. I think the thing for me is that how do you know you're doing it right? I think
You want to know how you know if you're doing it right? You're doing the opposite of what Poppy would do. Anytime that you're going to do something, just pause for a second and be like, would Poppy do this? And if the answer is yes, don't do it.
if both people are educated about the person's mental illness, that is, they've both done their due diligence to understand what's happening, what's going on, like ZZ said, looking at some of the symptoms of that, such as a panic attack or things like that. Like, do you know what it looks like when your partner with BPD is splitting? How do you deal with that? These are things that like Zena and I worked on very early into our relationship. We made like little 3x5 cards that had like, these are interventions that work really well when I'm dealing with X.
Now, for people who know what splitting is, what is splitting?
So in the 9 criteria for borderline personality disorder, the second one is listed as a tendency to go to extremes, usually black and white thinking in the form of either idealization or devaluation. I don't like that language.
Did she say she doesn't know what's right? I think that the question was a little too... I will give grace. I think that the question was a little broad, so she was like, I don't really know what you're asking.
Because it's a little obfuscating. I prefer the term sort of, I would say probably infatuation and like demonization, because that's really what it comes up more as. Is essentially think of it as any person you look at while in a split is going to probably go ping one or two directions. They're either going to be perfect, in which case you don't notice their flaws, you minimize things about them that are issues or red flags. Get to that in a bit. And then if you're in a black split, which is what I call them, versus a white split versus a black split, a black split tends to be you demonizing the other person. That is, there's no good to this person. This person is utterly irredeemable. And so the issue with splitting is that it tends to be cyclical. So a good example would be a problem that people with borderline can get into that I think is important for partners to know about is, so at the beginning of the cycle, someone can go into a white split, idealize and super love their partner, infatuate, the whole 9 yards. And then they'll start doing things for them and they'll do things for them. And then what happens eventually, they'll start to feel resentful because they feel like they're being taken advantage of, or the other person doesn't tell them for the 80th time, attaboy, or whatever it is. And what happens is they essentially then, the needle buries the other direction because now they don't feel like they're being loved, taken care of. They feel like the other person's disconnecting. And so what they end up doing is creating, in some cases, a self-fulfilling prophecy where they become afraid that the other person's going to leave them because of that disconnection, the reason the needle dropped the other direction. And what happens is they go, well, they're going to leave me anyway, so I'm going to treat them like crap. And then what ends up happening is the other person eventually gets sick of their shit and leaves. So
hence the pattern of unstable relationships.
Correct.
Yeah.
So when you break that cycle somewhere, like, for me, the big one is being, learning, this took me a while, but learning how to avoid falling into black splits. White splits are still very difficult. Idealization is still something I struggle with, but like watching for that black and white thinking, watching for the way that I think about or I interact with another person is incredibly important. So that's the way I would describe splitting as a whole.
Okay. And obviously with the definition, you can see how that affects your ability to assess scenarios with other people in order to consent. Yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah. And so
So all I'm hearing is that Poppy cannot consent, so any engagement that she has with anybody ever is rape. It's bizarre to me that she's living with somebody who is essentially a rapist. Like, do her and Xena not, do that kind of stuff together? How can she possibly consent when she's so mentally ill, you guys?
how do you go into it? That's got to be scary long term, never being sure if it really is, the romance of the century or you're just white splitting.
Yeah, it's my own personal hell. I'll give you a good example. So this kind of gets into the story I was going to bring up is, so when we talk about this, I come at it from sort of two angles. One is that there's myself as a clinician who's trained in dealing with trauma, with personality disorders, ADHD. And so there's that side of it where I understand it on a clinical level. There's a big difference between the clinical level and the experience of it in the moment, dealing with it. And the best example I have of this, because I can point out any relationship I've been in and see bits of this, but the most recent one, I started a relationship at the beginning of September with another trans woman who about, I don't know, like 9 years younger than me. She's like 33 and 34 now, I guess. But she and I got into a relationship, and there's this thing within borderline circles where we talk about the idea of an FP, which stands for favored person. Most people who have BPD usually have one. What a favored person is essentially, imagine somebody who just seems to hook right into your psychological background, your baggage.
Click with them.
You just click with them on a way that is, sometimes can be very unhealthy, sometimes it's not necessarily, but you click with them in a way that is incredibly intense. So all of your
I actually don't know, Resting Sith Face, and if I'm being honest with you, I don't really want to know, if I'm being fair. If I'm being totally transparent.
symptoms become more so. The issue with the person I started dating, I'm going to call her No, is
Wait, wasn't Noe like 27? Why did she just say that she was like 34? Am I wrong here? Wasn't Noe 27? Hang on now. Everybody fucking stop. Everybody hold the fuck on. Am I tripping nuts right now, you guys? No, it was like 27 when this happened, right? I feel very schizophrenic because I have like 37 fucking files, and I know I just say Noe because I am stupid. I've already committed to it. I've said it wrong so many times. I've committed to it. No, she was that old, really? Oh, we took a shot at Noe in the aftermath of dating 1901 or 30s. I thought I had this somewhere. I don't have this one. I could have swore that she was like 27, but I could be wrong. I could be completely wrong. Good night, Michael. Unfortunately, my kings and queens might also. No, you know what? I actually don't have to go to bed right now. You're right. I don't have to go to bed right now. Oh, it's Xena that's 27. Okay, my bad. My bad, guys. Okay, sorry. I understand now. Good night, Michael. Sleep tight. Weird as hell to date a 19-year-old in your 30s, but Poppy has no room to talk. Yeah, yeah. Poppy will literally swing for anybody who's like 18. We're not going to go to bed. I'm not going to go to bed. You guys don't have to go to bed. It's a free country. You guys can do whatever you want. I am going to step away for about 15 minutes, though. I need to feed my dogs. And I need to wash my pot so I can make something to eat when I'm done streaming. So I will be back in like 15 minutes, give or take. I'm going to put Subway Surfers on for you guys, okay? Everybody behave and enjoy your Subway Surfers, okay? Everybody enjoy. I'll be back in like 15-ish minutes and then we'll finish this, okay? I just have to do a couple of things so I don't have to get up as early in the morning. I will be right back. Everybody be kind to each other and enjoy each other's company, okay? Everybody be nice. It's a rule. I will be right back. Enjoy Subway Surfers. Thank you so much for your patience, little nerds. I'm so sorry. I had to do my chores. Otherwise, my internet was going to get turned off. You know how it goes, you guys. You know how it goes. Appreciate your patience. My pot? What am I eating? Gruel? I'm making soup, so I need my soup pot to be clean. I think Xena's a little older because when the article... It's a bad day to be able to do math. Thank you. Thank you for your sacrifice, sad fish. I did promise sick drops. You're right. We'll do a sick drop. We'll do a sick drop. What are we in the mood for, you guys? What are we in the mood for? Let's do some Cranked At. This is a good one. And then
This is you. Time to make it go much, much harder. It's that time of the year. Let's get to work. Can't forget those jingle bells. Sound number 1, air horn helicopter.
let's go.
Second
bro.
sound, I'm gonna try something. And last sound, some phone beeps. Like you're calling grandma to say Merry Christmas. And to say thank you for the shirt that's 3 sizes too small. And your drop isn't merry unless your build-up goes hard. Very. That's all Santa brought this year. Run it back! We're done.
That's a good one. That's a good one. That's a good one. There you go, guys. There you go. Okay, one more. One more. Oh, fuck. Hang on. That's a good one. That's a great one. That's a great one. Una mas. Crank that Baja Blast. Good one. Yes, the Baja Blast one's my favorite one.
Oh, get me a Baja Blast.
How the fuck do you even... Doesn't matter. Here we go.
I'm about to go to Taco Bell and get me a Baja.
Insane. Well, God damn it, let's get some guns. I believe there's one critical missing piece here. Hell yeah, brother. All together now.
I'm about to go to Taco Bell and get me a Baja.
That's all.
I love Crank That so much. He's such a king. I love it. I love it, bro. I love it. I like it a lot. Alright, there you go. There were your sick drops for the evening. There were your sick drops for the evening, my kings. Okay. Back to the Poppy content.
Almost immediately she became an FP, which was difficult because up until then my only one had been Xena. So I suddenly went from 1 to 2, which was something I had never experienced before.
So for people who might be a little confused right now, you guys are polyamorous.
Correct. We are
Right,
polyamorous.
right.
Yeah.
Okay.
And so the issue came down to is as the relationship progressed, I
Mhm.
found myself torn between my two partners. But the additional problem is that the person in question, despite how much I idealized them and how much of a white split I was in for all that
Mhm.
time, I was so lost in that I didn't realize how toxic things were for me. And there were two major abusive aspects of the relationship. One of them was a sort of underlying negligence, like a level of neglect where no matter how close I got to this person, they were always at arm's distance. It always felt like there was a disconnect. This could be due to, the person in question's own neurodivergence or mental illness or whatnot. It also could just be the way they are. I don't know. But with her, the issue is that because I could never feel like I could make a solid connection, I always felt anxious, nervous, and afraid that at any moment the relationship was going to disappear. And so there's this. So that's the start. Where the relationship got really problematic was she would occasionally say things that were either really inappropriate or at least inappropriate for myself, or were just flat out boundary crosses that had been discussed. The most notable one was what's that?
Some people are just mean.
Well, no, sometimes she would have her own stuff and get very mean. But the biggest one that comes to mind with that situation, and this kind of leads to the larger consent discussion, is during the whole of that relationship, I didn't feel like I could leave. This is often true with people with borderline, where the fear of abandonment is more powerful than the harm or toxicity you're receiving from the relationship. This is why we're much more likely to be the victims of relational abuse rather than tends to be the ones that do it.
It sounds like it was codependent.
It was very codependent.
Yeah.
The two of us talked almost all the time. We were constantly on Discord together. It was a nearly all the time thing. And both of us engaged in this. In fact, to the point where there were jokes about, hey, you seem to be, just as, using this in the colloquial term, but like just as obsessed with me as I am with you.
Right.
And there would be this sort of like acknowledgement of that, followed by a little bit of a dodginess. Like there was a little bit of like a not wanting to acknowledge that, despite all behavior showing otherwise.
Yeah, I should clarify just to, full
Yeah,
disclosure, when mentioning this former partner's any sort of mental illness, anything like that, you are not diagnosing her. It's just sort of
I'm only going to talk
hypothetical.
about the information that I have. The only information I have is that I know what she thinks she has. She has no formal diagnoses.
There we go.
That is what I'm going off by.
Yeah.
And again, I want to be very clear is that if I state something sounds like something, that is not a diagnosis. A
No.
diagnosis is a formal process where I submit a code to insurance and then they pay me. That is what a diagnosis is. Otherwise, it's just a construct to describe a phenomenon of pathology. That's it.
Right. And that's the tricky thing too, right? Is that this is all stuff that everybody experiences to an extent. Every show I do like this, somebody emails me and says, I think I might have BPD. I think I might have OCD. I think I might... No. It's everybody feels this kind of, it's the intensity of it that becomes, it's called a disorder for a reason, correct?
Yeah. When you're, so the way I would describe borderline as a side note is like a really good example of the fear that comes up with borderline is that it is, so imagine, this is a little bit of a descriptor, but think about it like this. Imagine that you have such a vague sense of self that the way you construct your sense of self is by taking bits and pieces of people around you. Now that sounds like a great plan until one of them leaves. And when somebody disconnects or leaves or the relationship ends inevitably, what often happens is the person in question will feel as though a part of them is being ripped out. And from a very real serious perspective, it is. And so the thing is, they're left there bleeding out. And so when I talk about like the fear of abandonment, people think about that and they go, oh, everyone's afraid of abandonment.
Right.
It isn't to this pathological degree, and it isn't something you will avoid at all costs. And also, it isn't something that feels like the fear of death.
Right.
Like it's when abandonment brings up existential terror. That is the best way to describe it.
Right. And I think a lot of
confirm.
people can relate to that terror. I think everybody has some person that they'd feel terrible if they left. And then, there are other people like, and I think you can already see how there's a real vulnerability here of the minute someone makes you feel good because of that unstable sense of self. It's like, oh my God, I need more. Right. Yep. And that's, if it's not balanced, consent becomes very difficult. And some people, this is a lot of people talk about bad relationships that are nobody's fault. It's like, okay, their damage means they like to string you along because they like the attention, they like the confident affirmation of no, come back. No, I want you. Right. That fulfills one insecurity. But for somebody with borderline, that's irresponsible to put them through that, I'd say. Is that correct?
Okay, but like that was what Poppy was doing. That wasn't what Noe was doing. That's what Poppy was doing. It's like she accidentally Darvoed herself into being the victim, and she like really fucking believes it. It's so interesting to listen to. I bet this is what it felt like for those first people that did like behavioral, like forensic psychology when they were interviewing like Ed Kemper. I bet this is what this feels like when they were just sitting there and they're like, interesting.
Yeah. And so the issue is that like people with borderline often struggle with boundaries because again, the fear of abandonment. If making boundaries feels like conflict, then why the hell would you ever engage in it? So because conflict can lead to abandonment. So it's again, very simple math. And so the issue we get into is that in the relationship in question, No would regularly step on boundaries. The most notable one is that as a polyamorous person and someone who also has borderline, I have very specific boundaries around relationships. And one of the ones that I make very clear from the beginning is I don't want to hear about sexual activity with other partners. If my
Again, I want to be incredibly crystal clear. Like, I want to be almost opaque. Not even almost opaque, like transparently opaque with this. Is like, every instance that we read where Poppy was like flipping the fuck out, it wasn't even sexual shit. It was literally these people just existing. And in the clip at the beginning of the Noe document, she literally says, I'm declaring war on metamors. Like, I cannot play nice with metamors, you know, the partner of my partner, or whatever the fuck. It's like, it wasn't just the fact that they were engaging in like sexual activity, which in my opinion is kind of a weird boundary for a polyamorous relationship. Like, obviously I don't, like, I could imagine being like, okay, I don't need like a play-by-play of you guys fucking or whatever. That's probably fair. But like, if you're polyamorous, your other partners are going to have like intimate relationships with other people, for starters. So that's one of them. And then the second part of it as well is going to be that, like, it was just the presence of these people that would set her off. Like, the thing that pissed her off, that started the fight, that ended the relationship with her and Noe, was that Noe had a date with one of her other partners. That was it. Just a date. That was fucking it, dude. I don't know, man.
If my partner's going to have fun, I might say, hey, did you have fun? The answer is yes or no. But I don't need any more data. The only thing we need to talk about in detail is anything that involves like regular STI testing, or in case something bad happened. That stuff doesn't seem to bother me. But when it comes to hearing about like other people's romantic stuff, I mean, hell, even people I'm not even connected to, BPD can sometimes make me upset about. So it's not even just people I date. So people I date do this. It's something that becomes really hard. And one of the problems with Noe is she would ramble on sometimes, going into these like long drawn out tangents. And one of them in particular, while I was driving back from a recycling run, was about a situation that involved two of her partners hooking up. It was under very coercive means where they convinced her just as she was getting on a plane. And then the three of them got together, except one of them stayed out, which is an immediate red flag. And there was consent ignored in a couple places, or at least questionably in a couple places. And so the problem was not only did this ping my mental illness and make me incredibly upset, but even as I started processing the upset and working past it, I also had these safety concerns coming up because everything about the story sounded really off. And so it's like, well, if you want me to ever interact with your other partners, then I need them to explain to me why the story is bad, and I could never get that kind of interaction. So this immediately created a lot of animosity on both sides of that equation.
Like, but you're not entitled to that. This is your partner's partner, right? Like, you are the person that's coming into this relationship. Like, again, I am not polyamorous in any capacity or whatever the fuck, but I would imagine that, like, if my partner had a partner, that would kind of be their thing. Right? Like, I'm not thinking of like a menage a trois situation here. I'm thinking like, you guys do your thing over there, I do my thing over here with these people or whatever. Maybe we cross paths and we have like this weird like polycule situation going on or whatever the fuck. But like, especially if you're doing this long distance, I don't understand why you feel entitled to like this like BFFL relationship with your partner's partner. Like, again, this comes back to the thing I said the other day, where it's like, they treat this shit like all of these people are their best friends for life. Like, everybody that crosses their path like owes them allegiance, owes them solidarity, owes them a relationship, owes them a friendship, owes them loyalty. And it's like, that's not how any of this fucking works. If I was dating somebody and they were seeing somebody else on the side, and hypothetically I was okay with it in this situation, if that person came to me with issues about me and my relationship with my partner, I would be like, eat shit. Like, you don't have anything to do with my relationship with this person. Like, I don't value your opinion. I don't care about your opinion. I'm going to continue to engage in my relationship this way. What you guys do is on your own time. That doesn't have anything to do with me. And the situation with like Noe, Amy, and Poppy as well is like, Noe and Amy are like over here. Poppy didn't want anything to do with that, right? And they weren't even living in the same fucking state, for Christ's sakes. Like, their relationship has nothing to do with you. You're all the way over here. And if you don't want to hear about them dating other people, then don't be in a polyamorous relationship. Like, that is the hallmark of a polyamorous relationship, is that there's multiple partners. If you want to be, you know, the ultimate end-all be-all, like, harem leader or whatever, go join like the FLDS or some shit like that. Like, don't force people to conform to your weird style of polyamory under the guise of triggers, under the guise of BPD, because like, if you have other partners, it's going to trigger me and it's going to ruin my day because I want to kill myself because I can't fathom you being with another person. That is your weird specific brand of polyamory. That has nothing to do with polyamory in general. Like, I just don't understand this compulsion. It's That's not true. I know exactly what it is. It's control. It's manipulation. It's wanting to be like the goddess of all of these people, essentially. That you're free to do whatever the fuck you want while everybody else is beholden to you. It's rules for thee, but not for me. It's very clear what it is. I understand it clear as day. But like, I don't understand why we think this is a good idea and why we continually suck other people into this bullshit other than just being like deranged, truthfully. Hang on, I have to get up solitaire. I haven't played a single game of solitaire today, you guys. Not one. Poppy makes it all about her and sees it as deliberately boundary crossing and tries to make her jealous or something. That is something else that I think is interesting as well, is in the Noe log specifically, and I'm sure there's other evidence of this as well, but it seems like she tries to bait, rage bait interactions, where she'll like kind of want to like bait out of these people. She wants them to like say, yeah, I was with my partner, so she can get mad about it and like pick a fight and then try and control it from there. It seems very intentional. It seems very manipulative. It seems very controlling, and it seems like malicious. It's not just like an oopsie, I had like a BPD episode. It seems like it's very intentionally manipulative and controlling from every interaction that I've seen. And of course, we've seen like almost every single one of them because like we cannot help but put all this shit out in the public, right?
Where things went from there is, you know, several other boundary crosses, a lot of like trying to work things out, mistakes, phone calls, etc. And even to the point where she had to break up with one of her partners because that partner was acting in a way that I would describe as dangerously ableist towards me. And
break up with your partner. They're being dangerously ableist towards me because my boundary is that they have to respect my boundary of they can never be brought up in our relationship. Like, fuck that, dude. If that makes you ableist, like, there's no hope for the rest of us at all. If I'm polyamorous and I'm dating my partner all the way fucking over here and it has absolutely fuck all to do with you, and your boundary is that my partner can't talk about you or whatever, kick rocks, dude. I don't fucking care. That's crazy.
And long story short is, Christmas comes along. We were planning on going out to visit her. She lives in a relatively nearby state to us, and it wasn't too far a drive, about 500 miles. And the day before this trip, her and I get into a fight. And the fight is about her, A, crossing a boundary again, and B, her crossing another boundary.
So for context, the boundary here that we discussed in the logs, that we read in the logs so painstakingly, the boundary was that Poppy was like, what are your plans today? And Noe said, I'm having a date morning with Sora, her other partner. And that was the boundary that was crossed. When Poppy asked, what are you doing today? And she said, having a date. She wasn't saying, we're fucking all day. She didn't say, I'm getting raw dogged for 6 hours fucking straight. She said, I'm having a date morning. That was it. That was it. That was the straw that broke the camel's back and caused this to go nuclear. We'll see if Poppy's honest about this as well to this person, because Noe broke up with Poppy and was like, I don't want to date you anymore. Don't come and see me. Let's see how honest and transparent we're going to be.
This prompts her to end the relationship.
Okay.
And she then spends the day talking briefly with me, who had to quit cancel clients because I was so upset.
Talking briefly with me. They talked for like fucking 8 hours. That's brief?
And Xena, who was trying to work out the situation because we had already put time, money, and effort, and, you know, genuine want to come out there and see her.
Well, and it came during a fight, so it's hard to tell if, like, okay, wait, what, like, is this something that you genuinely intend to stick with, or is this
Right.
Or is this just you being reactive? And so what happened was initially, you know, my responses were, you know, the typical sort of panicked begging, though some have tried to, through screenshots, frame that as me being, like, coercive and abusive, when really it's just me having a panic attack. Very fun stuff.
Again, we did this yesterday, you guys. We read every single one of these logs. It is not a panic attack for you to, for like 9 consecutive hours, message this person. Like, I don't know how you can read this any other way.
But Xena talked to Noah throughout the day and kind of came to a realization of like, yeah, no, we should at least try to come out there and try to resolve things. And Noah agreed to that. That wasn't something her and Xena built into. This wasn't coercive. This wasn't anything. She just agreed to it.
You're right. It was just browbeating this person into submission until finally they were like, please shut the fuck up. Fine, I will come. You're right. You're right. That wasn't controlling or manipulative at all, or coercive.
And what ended up happening was, you know, begrudgingly we all kind of got together. We met at a hotel in her town, and this was supposed to be over Christmas weekend. We were supposed to leave Christmas Eve. And what ended up happening was Xena wasn't feeling well due to, you know, food issues on the road, IBS, all that stuff. And one of the times when Xena went to the bathroom, me and No ended up starting to interact sexually. That went fine. There was no issue there. Where things got dicey was the second time Xena had been asleep. I decided I wanted to sleep with No that night. And what ended up happening is I initiated it, at least from the beginning, and immediately it sort of escalated and became much more intense. And I realized at the time that there was something off, but I couldn't figure out what. But every time I tried to even follow that thought, it just sort of shut down. I learned in hindsight that what was going on, working with my own therapist and kind of doing my own personal work, is that what this was sort of borderline. What happened was, so the relationship was hanging by a thread. I have this person who is in the midst of being sexual with me. And not just sexual in like a typical way, but in the sense of I had vaginoplasty in August of last year, and it finally healed up enough where this was the first time that I could actually be physically intimate with a partner in that way. That was something I wanted to give to know. So you have not only
that's intense.
Which he knew all of this beforehand.
Yeah. This was all stuff that was very clear to her. Like this was a
new talked about and everything.
Yeah. Huge conversation about this. But like there is a way in which like she knew all of this ahead of time. So this was an incredibly meaningful thing that I kind of tried to force my.
Notice how like Poppy is allowed to have like these moments where it's like a complete lapse in judgment. She's just having BPD. She's just having a moment. You know what I mean? Like she's just kind of losing control to her mental illness or whatever the fuck. But that charity isn't granted to Noe. You don't think that Noe was like trying to like maybe see if it was still working, like if their relationship, if there was anything left? Like maybe Noe did genuinely feel on the moment like she did want to engage in this act and that it was honest, right? Like this is something in the moment that she wanted to do, because again, like you can hook up with people and like really be into it and really enjoy it and want it to be like a good experience for the both of you, but not have any like significant feelings of like I want to marry this person or I want to be in a long-term relationship with this person. We're offering all of this charity to ourselves, but none of it to Noe, right? Where Noe did this knowing, you know, that I was going through this and I was dealing with this, and it was so callous and disrespectful and just fucked up of her to do this when she knew I was in such a vulnerable state. What about the fact that Noe had been like essentially browbeat into hanging out with you guys? Very obviously, again, coming from somebody who is like a therapist, to notice that this person was like completely shut off and shut down, not engaging, not responding, like not answering the 347 fucking messages you would send every 10 minutes. And then when you ask like, oh, are you okay? Are you disassociating? And they're like, yeah. And you're like, okay, well, anyway, so are you still coming? Like, why is the onus like purely on Noe? Is it not fair to take into consideration that she also had feelings about the situation, that maybe she was really trying to make it work? Why does it only go one way? Like, why can we offer all of this grace and all this understanding and all this patience and all this woe is me to Poppy, but for Noe, it's just like, no, she knew better. It's like, okay, well, in that instance, you knew better when you blew up her fucking phone for 9 hours straight trying to get her to fucking come and see you. Then you knew better in that instant. Suddenly that doesn't feel so good when we flip it the other way, does it? Very interesting to me. It's just like, it's pure psychopathy. It's like, I don't understand how anybody can look at this any other way. I wonder if this person has read all the logs, because this came out on the 14th of March. So I wonder if the person that's doing this interview, if she's read any of these logs, because again, unless you read the logs backwards, I have no idea how you can see Poppy as like this poor, like manipulated rape victim, when it's like all that happened was they hooked up, and then Noe was like, yeah, after we kind of hung out and like, you know, did stuff or whatever, I still feel the same way as I did before I said I was going to come down here. It is still true that I don't want to date you. I don't understand.
Myself to go through, and because I think my hope at the time was, one, you know, that by doing this would make her stay.
Yeah.
And two, seeing the specialness of it might hope.
So she's saying like, I actually didn't want to fuck her. I just did it because I hoped that it would make her stay. Even though she just has said, and you could hear when she said this, she kind of caught herself when she said that she was the one that initiated it. And she's the one that wanted to do it and wanted to have this experience with Noe. She wanted to like, quote unquote, give this experience to Noe, right? That's the way that she describes it.
Fully get her to acknowledge her feelings, because it seemed like she still had them during the act. She said, I love you several times. Like there was a lot of communication. This wasn't like a heartless, like just fuck. Like I have no way to put it, but that's the only way. But, and so what ends up happening is, you know, that ends. And the next morning, there was a misunderstanding about something. There was a bit of an argument with myself and Xena made the decision that they wanted to fly home that day. They said, you know what? It seems like you two have some stuff to work out, and I should go back home. I can stay with people who want me there, and I can spend Christmas with. And as much as I didn't like it, I was willing to make it happen. Just because I figured that way I could focus on No and figure out what the hell's going on. No took this as an opportunity to decide to say fuck it, and she ended up saying she was leaving, she wasn't coming back, and this proceeded in me, of course, having a breakdown on the ground, knees, crying, the whole 9 yards.
Well, yeah.
Not my proudest moment, but
But if this was a man and a cisgender woman,
Yeah.
nobody would question that reaction.
No, not even the slightest. But two trans women, it's yeah.
No, I would also question that reaction. Like, this is just so deranged. If there was a guy who was dating a girl over the internet, and no, we'll keep it the same. There's a guy dating a girl over the internet, and this girl's kind of crazy, but she's fucking hot, okay? This girl is hot as fuck, okay? And this guy's dating her, but she's kind of crazy. She's kind of overbearing, you know? Kind of says some crazy shit. Maybe she's mentally ill. And then they agree to meet up. They're going to go and meet up. They get in a fight the day before, a big blowout fight, a big fuck you fight or whatever. And the guy goes, you know what, Janet? I don't want to fucking date you anymore. I don't want to come and see you for the vacation holiday anymore. I'm done. I don't want to do this anymore. I'm tired of fighting with you. And Janet is like, no, Greg, please, Greg, I'll literally do fucking anything. Greg, please. Like, all fucking day for like 8 fucking hours. And Greg is like, okay, fine, whatever. I'll come and fucking see you. Okay, whatever. Just shut up. And Greg, you know, throughout the day is very obviously just like not feeling the vibe. Greg is like giving one-word answers. Greg isn't really like indulging in any of the self-deprecating bullshit that Janet is doing, you know, this, that, and the other thing. Okay, they meet up. Greg and Janet fuck. And after the fact, you know, Greg says, you know, Janet, I was actually right before I came down here. I don't want to date you. I was correct in my assessment. I don't think this is going to work. I'm done. And Janet throws herself on the floor and she's like, I'm gonna fucking kill myself if you walk out of that fucking door, Greg. And she's screaming and crying and pissing and just freaking the fuck out and like grabbing him and not letting Greg leave the fucking room and just like going fucking apeshit ballistic. I would have the exact same amount of condemnation for that woman. I would say this woman is mentally ill. I would say this woman is manipulative. I would say that this woman is controlling. I would say that this woman is abusive. And then if this woman turned around and said, Greg raped me because we were gonna fuck and hook up and get married and live our fucking Barbie girl dream house life on the ranch for the rest of our existence and live out, you know, all of time and eternity, an eternity of bliss. But because that didn't happen, it was rape by deception and I was raped, I would have the exact same fucking reaction. I would have little to no empathy for Janet. I would have little to no input on her behavior other than what a crazy bitch. And I would also say that like Janet is essentially committing defamation against Greg. Because what did Greg do other than have a change of heart? What did Greg do other than feel differently? What did Greg do other than say, I don't want to date you anymore? Like, what happened again to all these, believe victims, respect everybody's boundaries, believe victims, but not the victims that speak out against me. What? Like, oh god, I would have the exact same fucking reaction if this was a cis woman and a cis guy. Even if it was 2 lesbians, even if it was 2 gay dudes, it doesn't matter. Anybody that behaves this way is being manipulative, is being controlling, is being abusive. And it doesn't matter who you are. If you hook up with somebody and you guys are both into it and you both are like wanting to fuck and wanting to hook up or whatever, and then after you guys fuck and they're like, you know, I don't really want to date you anymore, and you literally blow the rape whistle, nothing but like, ugh. Nothing but, Like, I don't know what to say other than, That's all I have. Because that's absolutely fucking ridiculous. That is absolutely fucking ridiculous. I would hold anybody to that standard. Here's Poppy wheeling out the fucking trans shield again, unloading it from the U-Haul and pulling all the moving blankets off of it, polishing it up like a, you know, and giving it a little polish and turning it around and going, come at me, bro. You can't. I'm a trans woman. Any criticism you hold against me is trans misogyny. Pathetic. Pathetic. Absolutely pathetic.
So the issue I got into is for some reason after No left, eventually she did leave. Yeah. And once she did, I started feeling really nauseous and really awful. And I couldn't put my finger onto why, but it was so bad that...
I don't know, maybe you're upset because you got dumped. Like, oh my god, I started to get indigestion. Rape! It's like, no, you probably don't feel good. You probably don't feel good because you just had something shitty happen. Like, you got broken up with. That's not fun in any instance, right? Like, you're probably not going to feel very good. That's not surprising to me. You know, sometimes your heart and your tummy, that whole area kind of gets mixed up, you know, like if you're having indigestion and you get heartburn, like it's all kind of interconnected, you know, the whole thing going together. But no, it was her gut. Her chakras were misaligned and the chakras were screaming rape.
we ended up deciding to drive home that night. So we had to pay for an extra night being there because we hadn't gotten out in time. But we got our other night refunded. Fine, whatever. So we drove home that night in the middle of the night from a nearby state. And what ends up happening is we drive 500 miles back in the middle of the damn night. We get back, and I am already starting to show trauma reactions. I am having a hard time in my own bedroom, the lighting.
Again, so this is somebody that has BPD, and they're having quote-unquote trauma reactions for being broken up with, which would be a normal effect of borderline personality disorder. Because like Poppy spent, a good 10 minutes of this podcast explaining, like, you're having insanely charged emotional reactions to things that to most people, like, aren't, I don't want to say, like, that big of a deal, but you aren't as reactive to. That's not like a trauma response, that's you having BPD, right? Like, your body is telling you that this is the end of the world. Your brain is telling you that it's over. It's so Jover, bro. That's what your brain is doing. Is that not like a hallmark trait of borderline? That doesn't mean that you were raped. That's not what that means.
And the size of it makes me claustrophobic. I end up having to sleep with the doors open and keeping the lights on. And I feel nauseous. I feel gross. I can't seem to make myself feel clean or better. And the whole time I just feel really awful, but I can't put my finger onto why.
Okay.
I reached out to No to figure out what was going on. And one of the things that happened was there was a discussion about what happened between us. And and what she said in that conversation, I'll just read it because it's a little bit easier. I kind of called her out and said, like, you lied to me. Like, you told me that you wanted to be with me physically because you loved me and cared about me, and then told me the next day that you didn't love me and that this was all just a litmus test to see if you still cared.
Well, the big intention of us even going on this trip was, okay, we'll be in person, we'll be able to kind of see and read each other's faces a lot better. So it kind of cuts out some of like projection that can happen with online stuff. And also, like, there really was the intention to work on things. Like, that was we are showing up with an intention to that stuff will get worked on. Like,
so you guys had not met in person before this?
Nope. Everything was online. Our dates were usually over video. I spent a tremendous amount of time with this person. Just to give you an insight, I downloaded, there's things you can get where you can download every message you've ever done over Facebook.
Yeah.
Not Facebook, excuse me, Discord. My total messages with her from the middle of August when I had my vaginoplasty to the last day we talked, which was December 27th, was 63,108 messages.
Wow.
So to put in perspective, that's on an average of like 2 messages me, 1 message her. But yeah, like, there's whole role plays in there, sharing pictures, discussing, like, this is a long-term relationship where, like, basically every day I'd get up for work and in between clients, I would be talking to her until she went to sleep around 3 because she worked midnight. And then we talked during the night while she was working. It just happened to work out that way.
And I mean, this is the point where a lot of people will get kind of trying to make your decisions for you. I know you've had people tell you, well, just, cut out the poly, just don't do it, all that stuff.
I lost a job over it.
Yeah.
It's not like cut out the poly because, like, this relationship went haywire or whatever. It's cut the poly because, 1, this is obviously bad for your mental health, and 2, you are actively harming other people who get involved in this with you. Noe is now labeled a rapist because she decided that she didn't want to date you. Like, it goes beyond just like, I'm trying to control your choices. I don't think that it's good for you to, it's not like, dude, I think that it's bad that you're doing this or whatever. And it makes me uncomfortable personally. It's like you are tangibly impacting other people's lives in a negative way, in a harmful way. Like, for somebody who goes on and on and on about harm, you're hurting me, you're abusing me, blah, blah, blah. It's like, can you not see that you're doing this to somebody else? Because they made the choice that they didn't want to date you. That's it.
I don't think we have time to get into that.
No, that's a whole separate story. But yeah, no, it's.
I want you to put on your therapist hat for a minute,
Sure.
if it's possible. I know this is super personal. And what's wrong with telling someone how to live their life in a situation like this?
I mean, honestly, the big issue is that it's invalidating as hell.
Right.
It also feels like a weird deflection. So in the case of the people who are like, well, I don't think you should be poly, what they're ignoring in those situations is my relationship with Xena, my relationship with my other partner, Sage, where sure, there's issues, but there's nothing like this. The reason why this relationship was so explosive with No was that it was abusive. It was toxic. I just couldn't see it. There's a really great line from BoJack.
Hang on 1 second. Sorry, we're chewing on things we're not supposed to.
Horseman, which is, if you're wearing rose-colored glasses, all the red flags look like flags.
Yeah.
That's a white split in a nutshell.
Yeah, and that's the issue is, I guess once you're in a long-term relationship with Xena, with Sage, who is lovely, both inside and out, that's safe when you're meeting new I mean, this is all very, very complicated. And what's interesting about your particular story is a lot of people would be like, I can't, I couldn't, but this has worked for you. It sounds like up until this point,
No, I think that we, again, Poppy is hiding her power level hardcore. This has caused like nothing but turbulence and complications in her life, even to the point where it's impacted the relationship that she has with her child, right? Because we have logs of and even video of Poppy saying like, yeah, you know, it was hard, like people coming in and out of my life while I was like dating people or whatever, and I had a kid, like that was difficult, and probably for the kid as well. So we know that that's bullshit. She's totally hiding her power level here.
You haven't had it, yeah.
The big thing for abuse that I always want to remind people is that anyone can get into an abusive relationship. It doesn't matter if you're a clinician.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter if you work with this stuff and you put it out. It doesn't matter. Like anyone can get into an abusive relationship with anyone. It could be a friendship. It could be, a longer term relationship, anything. So these are dynamics that just creep in over time. That just happen immediately usually.
Right. There is they call it grooming, which to help people to.
We're going to say that she was groomed by like a 30-year-old while she's like 42. Come on, dude. The internet was a mistake. You guys thought that the Minecraft YouTuber community had a bunch of drama. You guys were not ready for trans drama, were you?
To have your, like, this is, I didn't know some of these details until now, so I'm sitting here going, oh, it's worse than I thought. In hindsight, to help other people.
Not in the way you think, bud.
When was the abuse? When did you know in hindsight? Yeah, that was the point that it became abusive.
I think I figured out it was abusive with no, probably within a day or two. I think that was something you and I had been talking about the whole way back and just everything and going over it. And I think that was something we came to pretty quickly. The thing I was going to bring up is there's a timeline there of realizing it was assault. That it was a coercion consent issue. Is that?
Yeah.
So the thing I was going to bring up a little bit earlier was that I had a message from her. I told her how gross I felt, how much she had kind of tainted these experiences for me. And her response was as follows. I lied about the sex stuff. I'm truly sorry for doing so. You were initiating in my mind. I did still have feelings. In my mind, I still had feelings for you. I wanted to make you happy. I'm not blaming you for the record. I genuinely cared and wanted to make you feel amazing during that.
If you read that any other way, like, I genuinely wanted to make you feel good, like, I just wanted to do it for you, it reads the opposite, does it not? What does that sound like? Like, I engage in sexual acts with you because I wanted to make you feel good. I engaged in sexual acts because I wanted to do it for you. What does that read like to anybody else in the room? Like, we don't have these rose-tinted goggles on. We have, like, these horse blinders on where we can't seem to consider anybody else other than us. And it's doing a massive disservice. Like, I cannot... She's hiding her power level so good. This poor lady, oh my god, dude. She has no fucking idea. She was like, this is really crazy. Queen, you have no clue.
The next day, my head started to clear. Zizi wanted to leave, myself having time to think and see how I was reacting to you and the issues coming back up. I realized my feelings weren't there anymore. I had a lot of thoughts of why am I even bothering? This was a mistake. I tried to force myself to still love you, but I couldn't. I'm so sorry, Poppy. I don't know how to make things better, even just to be friends. I don't know how I could possibly make up for the shit I put you through. And the reason I wanted to share that is that this was 5 hours before my friend and editor for our channel, Penelope, told me that I was assaulted. When I told her what happened, she goes, you were
Oh, there's the leak, you guys. Somebody asked a while ago if we would ever know who was the person that confirmed to Poppy that this was in fact rape. Now we know. It's her editor, Penelope. Another person that needs to get a straitjacket ordered immediately.
Actually assaulted. And it took me a good couple hours to come to the realization of that being the case, because I also have biases. I also have anxiety, and I didn't at the time, but it started to click into place as to why I felt so gross and why things felt so off. And I went back and read this and I realized it reads exactly similar to those Reddit forums where they're like, hey, someone who's committed sexually assault accidentally, what is your story? It literally reads like one of those posts where the person's intentions were irrelevant because what they did was coercive and still a non-consensual act.
Even if it was not, that's basically a how not to break up with someone with borderline.
Yeah, absolutely. And again, in this case it is, because as I pointed out, like there's two things going on here. This is a partner who I had informed through dozens of articles, through several talks.
I think that's the hardest part is that like our story is almost a cautionary tale too.
Yeah, absolutely. Because the problem is like you can warn someone, you can tell someone, you can give everyone, give someone every ounce of data, and they can't come to the conclusions they need to because
the only thing this is a cautionary tale too is don't join the poppycule. That's all the caution that you need to know.
If she had just stopped and thought for 5 seconds and went, oh, having the relationship dangling there like a carrot on a stick means that there is no way that Poppy can make a decision because she's so focused on, the carrot that this.
Okay, here's a question that I want to hear. I want an answer to this question. I want you guys to do a little non-erotic role play for me, okay? I want everybody to close their eyes. I want you guys to pretend for just a second, okay? Only a second. Just pretend that you're Poppy. In what situation would it have been acceptable for Noe to break up with them? If Noe truly was like, oh, I I don't know, I guess I'll try it and just see how I feel, see if I still, you know, have feelings for you or whatever. And then you try it, and then Noe, you know, comes to the conclusion that she doesn't have feelings for Poppy anymore, and she, you know, doesn't want to lead Poppy on. She wants to break up with Poppy. If you were Poppy, if you can imagine for a moment in time, if you were Poppy, how else would that have gone? In what situation would that not have been a power struggle? In what situation would that have not just been like a fucking shit show, like just bloodbath nuke? Because I personally, the only thing that I can think of is that, like, Noe just, like, put her head down and just kept fucking dating Poppy until Poppy got bored and Poppy broke up with her. Because I cannot conceive of a situation where it would have, quote-unquote, gone well or been, like, an appropriate way to break up with somebody with borderline from Poppy's perspective.
It becomes an issue of where, this is why I felt so gross afterwards, even before she left. Because something felt off to me about that situation. And then when she left and I found out that even the care she expressed during.
Yeah, was, in her words, a lie.
Yeah, her saying like, yeah, I don't love you anymore. And going, but wait, so what was last night? Was it just like a litmus test? Like that's the whole reason you were here, is to see if you still like, and she said, yes, that was the case. So like the issue is that like it becomes a problem of like, now we have two issues. There's the consent issue because of mental illness.
Right.
And there's the sexual assault via deception.
And then there's the abusive break.
It is 2024, and trans people are using rape by deception arguments to try and own the left or whatever the fuck. Horseshoe theory is alive and well, you guys.
Up based on what not to do with somebody with borderline.
Oh, I've literally said that getting out of this relationship, I still struggle with. I think I've talked to you about this in DM.
Yeah.
And like one of the things that...
Wait, so her alter is who confirmed to her? Her alter is the one that confirmed to her that it was sexual assault. Am I understanding that correctly? It wasn't her editor, it was her alter. Confirm or deny?
I can only do is I keep thinking of the line from I can only keep thinking of the song by 9 Inch Nails, The Perfect Drug.
Yeah.
I just keep thinking about that because that's what this feels like. It feels like withdrawal. It feels like I've never had a relationship where I like thought I was in rehab. Like it just has that vibe.
Now, Xena, you're watching this all go down. You're trying to support Poppy through all this. Did you have a sense something was really wrong and you didn't know what to do? What was going on? Because I mean, you're involved. You're harmed by this too.
No, this shows some of the roughest stuff because like I remember talking to Poppy like the night before it happened. You know, like I was still sick in the bathroom, but like she looked super intense and I don't know the best word for it, but like manic almost comes to mind. Like that feeling of just like she felt like she had to like keep going and keep being like there with no and keep figuring things, to keep trying. And even before all of this, like there was a lot of situations that were going south. You know, and so for a while, like the best thing that I had was just support Poppy and just hold on to her when shit, you know, was wonky, or just be there. Hold her when shit was wonky and just be there for her when things were okay.
Okay, excuse me. There was conflicting information. Penelope is the editor, aka redacted. Okay, so it is not her alter. I stand corrected. I was one guide. I'm sorry for detracting. It was, in fact, her editor that confirmed that somebody breaking up with her was rape. Apologies. Carrying on.
Because yeah, like the stuff with the partners, like there was agreements that like, okay, we can't get the stuff with the partner stuff figured out with particularly, you know, the metamors, those ones.
That is the partner of your partner for people who know with the terminology.
Yep. And so like there's supposed to be agreements in place to not have interactions with them, to minimize that, to just let Noah and Poppy have their own relationship, figure out what they look like before even trying to deal with the other people. And like that wasn't respected. I actually got into it with her trying to figure out what the fuck was going on because there was a fight that interrupted about this, and then it wasn't until after that where I found out, oh no, there was actually like agreements getting broken here. Like this wasn't supposed to even be a thing where Poppy was even like interacting with these people.
Okay, I'm getting conflicting information. This might be a different Penelope because this GoFundMe, I'm not going to show it on screen, obviously, because there's sensitive information on here. It says, hello, my name is Penelope. I'm a therapist and a content creator on YouTube, blah, 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 blah. And it's very obviously Poppy. Anywhooser. So there is alter Penelope or just like another chosen name that Jess uses, but there is also a real life person named Penelope who is also her editor. So there are two Penelopes. The not Penelope inside of Poppy's head is the one that confirmed that this was it, that being broken up with was rape.
And no one else had gone, hey, maybe we shouldn't be doing this. Maybe this actually like breaks the agreement that we made. And so there was a lot of that stuff going on too. That was just like, no, this shit's horrifying.
So were you kind of frozen by watching it kind of decay in slow motion?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I guess I felt frozen a lot of times. A lot of it was also enraging, but a lot of that I just kind of had to put aside. Because again, Poppy's still in all of this. Like, she's still in, like, at the time, she was still in the middle of it.
So in your opinion, she was too far in to reason with?
Yeah.
Well, that's a sign that consent couldn't be given right there, yeah?
Mm-hmm. Oh, yeah, no, absolutely. Like, there were...
Poppy, you
Wait,
okay?
hang on, I missed that.
Yeah, just listening and thinking.
A lot of it was also enraging, but a lot of that I just kind of had to put aside. Because again, Poppy's still in all of this. Like, she's still in, like, at the time, she was still in the middle of it.
So in your opinion, she was too far in to reason with?
Yeah.
Well, that's a sign that consent couldn't be given right there, yeah?
Mm-hmm.
She was too mentally ill to consent, therefore rape.
Oh, yeah, no, absolutely. Like, there were...
Poppy, you okay?
What about the mental illness of like all the people that like are so mentally ill in her Discord? Like, do we do this like consent litmus test for like every single fucking person that Poppy decides to flirt with? Like, she's basically out here raping left and right on Twitter by like sexually messaging every single person that she sees over the age of 18.
Yeah, just listening and thinking. I'm trying to think if there's anything else to add.
Yeah. Well, I want to land in a good place because you guys are still together. You know, I mean, on the one hand, people is like, I don't understand any of this. On the other hand, this is two people who support each other. I mean, for better or for worse, you guys are already doing it. And how do you make this very, very complicated set of circumstances where one or both of you may be compromised at any given point? How do you make this work? You've been together how long now?
It's gonna be what, 7 years in May? Yeah.
How do you make this work?
I mean,
You just keep trying day by day. Like, that's the biggest thing is, like... So, at the beginning of the relationship, Poppy got into therapy real fast, so did I.
Mm-hmm.
And she actually that was actually when she got the diagnosis for BPD. We did a lot of work then. And that's been saving our butts now lately. Like, because like I said, we had the cards, we had, with like, hey, these are like the 5 things that can help when somebody's, in a rough spot. We both made those for each other, and Poppy had actually made that with her therapist, so they were also actively doing work with EMDR.
Okay.
And so the stuff on that card was actually extremely effective because it would link in with stuff that was going with therapy as well. So if I reminded her of something, that she's cared for, there was a lot in her mind that could link to that, that could help calm stuff down. And so we learned, like,
Very
very early on not to get stuck in each other's shit, or at least if we do, to let it go afterwards.
Uh-huh.
Like, and we both deal with flashbacks. Sometimes our flashbacks will crisscross and like exacerbate those flashbacks, and like afterwards we tend to just let that stuff go and just hug it out afterwards.
Okay.
One of the big practices too that we started around that time was that we go over the flashback or the panic attack or whatever a little bit and just kind of restate anything that we need to. So like if you said something like kind of awful or shitty, that like, no, you really don't fucking mean, we would re-say whatever it is that we actually mean to each other.
To rewrite the memory of it.
Yes. Yep. So that we still have memory of them saying, the positive thing. You still have said it all over again. And it was definitely never about like nitpicking any of the panic attack. That was never a thing. Okay. It was just, we have the better memories in our head now. That stuff really helped. And I mean, in all honesty, Poppy and I are still really fucked. I still have trouble sleeping. Poppy still has trouble sleeping. Like, this stuff's really fucking rough.
I have the urge to start singing a song from Has Been Hotel now.
right.
Again,
I gotcha,
by
I gotcha.
copyright.
So
yeah,
I think the thing I'd add to it, like what Zizi's saying is like, I think the thing for me is like, I'll be honest, like some of our fights, especially early on in the relationship with No, were some of the worst fights we've had.
Notice how Poppy hasn't talked in how long, and now it's finally time to reemerge and continue to slander Noe. Let's go.
Yeah.
And a lot of it had to do with the situation bringing up a lot of really old triggers.
After we moved on, by the way, we were talking about Poppy and Xena, but now we have to go back. There was still more shit to talk. We got to return.
And stuff, and us really struggling because there was this factor here where no matter what we did, it would get better for a little bit, and then it would get, it'd go back to being awful, and then, and the whole time, Xena's basically just strapped into the ride. They can't do anything. They can't,
Xena's basically strapped in for the ride. Xena can't leave. Xena, blink twice if you need help. But also, don't speak while a trans woman is speaking. Shh.
They can't really, do much because, they can push on me all they want and say, this person's a problem. I don't want them around. But Xena figured out really early on that none of that works. All it does is make me dig my heels in. So we had to figure out a new way to engage with it. As far as like the long-term stuff, I think the big thing is aftercare after fights. And, making sure that like, no matter how knocked down, drag out the fight gets, like, you care for the other person, you try to make amends, you try to hold to the things you care about, obviously, you don't just cave, but you make amends for any harms. I mean, a good part of this is like having your own like rules for fights, like what is allowed, what isn't.
I love that, saying the positive thing actively after something hurtful is said, instead of just saying I didn't mean it. You're actually rewriting it. This is what I did mean. This is, it's affirming, it's actively validating, instead of making the other person do the emotional labor of she didn't mean it, they didn't mean it. It's a very, very different thing. It seems like a small thing, but it's actually huge.
No, one helps a lot, especially who are auditory. Like, I'll remember full people's voices.
Yeah.
I know Poppy's really auditory too. It helps a lot. And,
Yeah.
and frankly, for the neurodivergent folks out there, write it down. Like, if you're a person that needs it written, write it down. Same deal. It works.
Right. Because it's validating the way you
Yeah.
communicate, the way you feel loved. Love the person the way they feel loved, not the way you feel they should feel loved. Right.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, in that way, it's sort of a beautiful story, isn't it? Like, it sucked. You were in it together, but you're through it. And it sounds like you guys individually, maybe hot messes right now, but together you seem pretty strong.
One thing that has helped that a lot is I think external pressure is also a thing that can sometimes either make or break a relationship. Like, it's
Okay.
the whole pressure on diamond kind of thing.
Right.
You know, the other side effect of this, we were getting a lot of it, but the other side effect, just so people are aware, is that because we are content creators and because I did come out publicly about my assault, you know, I read that piece earlier and everything in there just directly admits to what happened. But when I
Yeah.
went online and said, hey, this was assault, that's when it started getting pushed back on and everything. Yeah, that's where we actually really.
All of this could have been avoided if you took it on the chin like a big kid that somebody didn't want to date you and you didn't feel the need to litigate this publicly, make false accusations about this person publicly, and try and smear this person's reputation and defame them publicly. None of this had to be done in the public sphere. You chose to make this public because the attention is more important to you than your well-being and your peace of mind. And that is demonstrated time and time and time again, that the clicks, the engagement, the likes, the validation, the love bombing from all the people that are your fans, in heavy quotation marks, that is more important to you than your own sanity and your own mental well-being. And that is a nightmarish, hellish situation that has been entirely cultivated by your design, and you are reaping what you have sown throughout your existence on the internet.
Really connected. You saw the deluge of hate tweets that were basically trying to frame me as everything from a liar to an abuser to whatever. And the issue is that because we had such a negative response from the online left, because they couldn't for the life of them understand how they were
The online
when,
left.
They have a loudmouth 6-foot trans woman like myself, and this 5'8" ooh small bean. How could one of them affect the other that
How the fuck is a 5'8" person an ooh small bean? Like, do you even know what small bean means?
way? They couldn't conceive of that. They didn't really understand the myth of the perfect victim. So the issue was,
Oh my god, nobody believes that I was raped because I'm trans. Help me. No, it's because you literally just got broken up with.
that we got a ton of pushback, and it ended up losing us, at least a couple dozen friends, a partner.
No, you said you lost your job. That part was.
Yeah, one of the and the friendship of 20 years who was the person who ran it. So the issue was, we get into, like, because I.
Oh, so confirmation there. Something that I've brought up in passing is that Poppy has had a close relationship with the boss that she worked with that ended up ultimately ending their working relationship together. That was something that I had brought up earlier, that somebody had said, like, oh, do you have any data? Do you have data to support that claim? Yeah, Poppy says that they're friends. There you go. Boom! Right out of the horse's mouth. No Vosh pun intended.
Will not shut up about the fact that this happened to me, and Xena stands by me the way they have. We've, especially in the last couple of months, have gotten a lot stronger, a lot closer. It's been hard because of obviously the content of what's going on. But they just started therapy. I'm back in therapy again now. I was out for about a month.
Right.
And
A lot of abusive relationships are a massive time sink.
oh god,
Like,
yes.
like the amount of stuff to like maintain that is a massive amount. And that's probably one of the other clues too, is that like when I was first dating Poppy, like yeah, there were times where like we were together like all the time for a long period. Like I could absolutely take space when I needed to. I would be direct about it. I would tell her, and we always made sure that like there was like an end time so that she knew like hey, what's appropriate to contact Xena, because her brain wants to just reach out constantly. Okay.
Right.
And like it was so different with No, because like I couldn't get her to do any of these things that I knew would work, things that I knew were like on top of it, she just wouldn't do. And so it was just like watching Poppy get more and more sucked in.
It does sound like an addiction.
All you're giving me is more and more relationships that it's actually a good thing that you guys broke up. You guys just weren't compatible. And that's okay. That's part of being in relationships. Like, you're going to go through some people that you think are right for you and they're not right for you. And that sucks. And that's unfortunate. However, that is part of dating. I'm sure that that's exacerbated greatly by having like 32 girlfriends at a time. But it sounds ultimately like it was the best that you guys aren't together anymore. And again, like the circumstances around this is like it was literally just a breakup. That's it. And it didn't need to be anything more than that. But again, the narcissism and the desire for attention above all else superseded the well-being that could have been maintained throughout all this.
Yeah.
Again, that's the only way I can describe
that's
it.
not a factor. Poppy and I suddenly have a lot more free time again. It's hard with that extra. Sometimes it's like, oh yeah, no, the extra free time is a reminder of what all happened. But at the same time, we've been able to fill that with, oh wait, we just get together time again. We get to just like watch shows on TV while we're eating dinner or something again. So we've been able to have a lot more of those moments. That's been helping.
That's great. So you guys are content creators, so plug your stuff. People can check you out.
Sure. You can find us on YouTube at Xena and Poppy. We go by Xena and Poppy, Wholesome Degenerates, and we talk about everything from mental illness, mental health, to trans rights, to just politics in general. We like to talk about media, various stuff like that. Has-been's our current obsession. But yeah, we've been off for a couple months. We're going to be starting back up again soon.
Right.
We stream a couple times a week, and people can check the videos out after the fact. So yeah, you're welcome to check us out there. You can also follow us on Twitter at Xena and Poppy. So that should be solid.
That's, as we say in Canada, Z-E-N-A and Poppy, Z-E-N-A, down where y'all are.
I agree with the Canadian.
The Z, yes.
It's one less thing to get used over the phone.
I have to
Zed.
code switch
Is the
all the
nickname now?
time. Yeah. Xena, Poppy, thank you so much. Xena, I apologize if I accidentally misgendered you at any point in this interview. I missed
That's fine.
them. So,
Okay.
ladies, thanks so much. I just misgendered again. People, thanks so much for coming on.
Oh my god, I can't believe that they did this transphobic interview. Are they gonna slander this lady next? Is this woman next on the chopping block, you guys? It appears so. What a coveted piece of content, you guys. All in all, again, the thing that I'm going to continually take away from this is that the only way that people like this lady are able to offer support and like comfort in safe space to people like Poppy and Xena is because they are ignorant to the facts of what actually happened. They haven't seen the logs, they haven't seen the screenshots, they haven't seen all the evidence that like these people are actually deranged, unhinged lunatics. And Xena and Poppy thrive in that gray area between truth and untruth. That gray area and that spectrum is where they cozily live. And so something, again, that is so important and something that I keep saying, and this is why I love my king, Chud Logic, at Irrational Chad, is this needs to break out of their bubble. So when the first thing that somebody looks up about these fucking weirdos is that this is the kind of behavior that they're engaging in. This weird, like, finding people on Discord, doing polycule shit, accusing people of rape, going after people, blackmailing people, threatening people, incest, furry porn, pedophilia, rape. It goes so deep, okay? And again, that gray area, that anonymity is the sweet spot for people who are predators. And that gray spot is shrinking. Every day that somebody else learns about this, that gray area diminishes ever so slightly, and that is what they fear. They will run out of air to breathe in this gray area, and they will choke, and they will be forced to admit that they lied about everything, or they will be fully exposed by the blinding light of the sun of truth, and everyone will know their misdeeds. And either of those outcomes are preferable to me. But the fact that this gray area needs to continue to shrink is evident because this lady just got gaslit and bamboozled for a fucking hour under the pretense that this Noe person is a rapist. And for all the talk and all the blah, 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 all the yapping about suing Spawn, I would be more concerned about the defamation that I'm running against Noe. That's what I would be more concerned about. I'd be much more concerned about all the crazy shit that I'd be saying about Noe, okay? Something that's been true for ages and ages and ages, since the English language was first conceived, you guys. Don't shit where you eat, okay? Where you conduct your professional activities, don't fuck around there. Don't play there. And this is a good fuck around and find out moment. Unfortunately, I don't think we're going to learn this time. So, I don't know, guys. This is literally the Smash Mouth speedrun. It don't stop coming, and it don't stop coming, and it don't stop coming. So, I'm sure there's going to be more of this stuff soon, but I could personally, I'm not going to say I can't wait, because I can wait. My brain would love a break from this. Oh, a wild ride, you guys. A wild ride, you guys. I'm going to have to make that a segment. Because that was a good little interview. We're going to have to make that one a segment. Let me catch back up on chat. Sorry, guys. I just like get in the zone sometimes. When I'm watching videos, it's my alone time. So if you guys could shut the fuck up, that'd be super cool. The other thing I was gonna say, I remember the other day, I think it was 2 days ago, we read the logs of, it was Melina and Xena. And it was when Melina was like, please don't yell at me. And Xena was like, I can't help it, I have PMDD. And Melina was like, that's fine, just please don't yell at me. And Xena was like, but PMDD. We read those the other day. They were Discord logs. I cannot find them. If anybody has those, I think it was like maybe 3 or 4 screenshots. It was in a Twitter thread. If anybody can find those for me and send them to me, that would be very much so appreciated. I'm going to put that in the segment that I stitched together like a Frankenstein zombie doll baby tomorrow, okay? Dude, if my parents started dating somebody that close to my age and they started telling me how to live my life. True, I would also be very oppositional to that as well. That's probably like a big part of it as well. You know, like if I was 20 years old and my dad or my mom or either one of my parents really started dating somebody that was 20 years old and that person was like, hey champ, I'd be like, I'm gonna knock your fucking teeth down your throat. Don't ever fucking come at me like that. Like, it's very obvious that Poppy never wanted Spawn, was resentful. Yeah, everything that they say about Spawn just reeks of resentment. Poppy's also claiming Spawn mom groomed her into a relationship because mom was 19 and Poppy was 17 when they met, and mom was already preggo, and yet now with someone ugh, only a year or two older than her kid. Even Poppy admits that she herself abused Spawn when Spawn was young. Yep, we do know that. Someone got to make a spreadsheet for this whole timeline for real. I think that Xena was underaged at one point with Poppy. I don't know if that's true. I think that that's speculation, but I don't know. You guys are going to force... you guys are going to force Vodka to make a timeline? Okay. Yeah, literally wouldn't surprise me if P and Z have either been together longer than 7 years. Possible. Bosch Horse Ranch or Poppy stream guest. Poppy stream guest. No, Poppy stream guest. Yeah. For safety consent, Michigan is 16. That's a full stop. Good night, Asbeal. I missed you, bud. Sleep tight. Michigan be out there. We really do need a spreadsheet though. Spawn mom was like 25 plus. Poppy was 19 when they were married, so unambiguously legal, but hypothetically. Spawn mom was 19. Poppy was 17. Taco Bell Baja Blast drop. Hell yeah. Ding dong, call that 911 was bomb. I'm writing this down. Evolution Control, Rebel. Whipped cream. Whipped cream is so good, dude. I love whipped cream. She slaps. She's such a good artist. Okay, sorry. I cannot imagine having this woman as my therapist. True. Look at my therapist, dog. I'm never getting better. Machine Gun Kelly 16-bit remix. And Noisia. I love Noisia as well. You guys have good taste in music. Copy your BPD is not anyone else's problem. True, based. Bro, imagine giving up your secure job, IRL job for internet nonsense. It'll be Polly, that's you problem. She was freaking out over everything. It's about to be like, why is she Polly? But the answer is obvious. She's a complete self-centered narcissist. True. So she's confiding about her abusive situation. Her parents may have abused her. Poppy makes it seem like it's all about her. She's required all of them to be in therapy to be in a relationship with her. Take your own hint. True. The thing about polyamory is that even if you have BPD or any other mental disorder, it was ultimately your responsibility to work on your jealousy and any other toxic behaviors. Absolutely right, Joshua Lorenzo. Like, the issue with this is kind of the projection aspect of it, where it's like it's everybody else's job to manage me. It's not my job. And that's bullshit. Even if you are mentally ill, even if you have issues, if you have trauma, if you have baggage, if you have mental health issues, physical issues even, or whatever, it is not the responsibility of other people to manage that for you. That is your responsibility to manage and maintain and control. It doesn't have anything to do with them. Like, somebody can be supportive of you, somebody can help you, somebody can, kind of cheer you on and support you when they're able to, but it is not their responsibility in any capacity to deal with your shitty fucking behavior just because you're mentally ill. And anybody that tells you otherwise is fucking crazy, and run as far away from them as you possibly fucking can. I'm in an open relationship, a little different than Polly, but if you can't handle your partner having other partners, it's just not for you, and that's okay. Yeah, I mean, like, whatever relationship style works for you. I'm pretty socially conservative. I think, like, polyamory is pretty, pretty unsustainable, and I think it's like, you know, kind of antithetical to like intimate relationships as a whole. That's just kind of my opinion on it. But obviously I'm not in the business of like policing other people's relationships or whatever. Like I don't really give a fuck about that. But when you start dragging other people into your relationships and causing them like tangible harm, and where it's very clearly incompatible with your well-being and the well-being of those around you, that's when it's kind of like, okay, we should probably pump the brakes and look at this a little bit more in depth, right? Imagine being this controlling and having a million rules and boundaries and you here to just one relationship only to get abused. L. Boundary before the trip to visit, no, it was actually no, we wanted to break up. That was the boundary, but we just didn't respect that one. Like, our boundaries are really important, but other people's boundaries are not. So, like, don't come wasn't a strong enough boundary. Fuck that boundary, I don't care. It can be both. You can have a panic attack while also being coercive. This is true. Puppy does a lot of talking and no giving. Yep. Xena coerced knowing to getting back together. Yep. She has no clue what a panic attack is or lying. Yep. Sobbing and scratching the walls. Banish Poppy. Welcome to the mind prison. No, silly Poppy. The center of the is not the center of the universe. Just the ultimate victim. It's impossible for her to do wrong. True. Base Poppy. Let's go. She wanted this fucking podcast just to smear Noe and exert control, which is what narcissists ultimately would do and want. Yep, true. She's kind of hot, but she's crazy. Maybe kind of mentally ill. Malcolm writing his Blair White fanfic. You know have you ever seen the TikToks of the guy, and it's like the British guy, and he's got like the curly hair, and he talks in like a really nasally voice for the bit, and he goes, even though you're kind of hot, you're like, actually, even though you're mentally ill, you're actually kind of sexy though. Do you guys know what I'm talking about? I have to find this video. Even though you're mentally ill, you're kind of hot, though. TikTok. Oh, please, let me find this. This video is so important to me. Hang on. Okay, there's like a singular way I may be able to find this quickly, because I know that I sent this to somebody. And I can search by media. Links, see all. No, bro, there's no previews. It's so Jover. I can't see. Well, actually, I don't text this person very much. We mostly just send TikToks to each other, so hang on. Hold, please. Even though you're mentally ill, you're still kind of hot, though. We send each other so many Trisha Paytas videos. Like, most of these videos are Trisha Paytas videos. Even though you're mentally ill, you're kind of sexy, though. Okay, maybe we do actually text a lot. Trisha Paytas. Trisha Paytas. Another Trisha Paytas. Oh, another Trisha Paytas. Damn. Trisha Paytas is my favorite person. Oh, here it is. Okay, hang on. Okay, hang on one second. I got this. I got this, guys. Is everybody ready? Okay, I got it. Here we go.
You're also kind of hot, though. I know that you're mentally ill, but you're also kind of hot, though. You're also kind of sexy. Even though you're mentally ill. You're, like, kind of sexy as well. You kind of throw it back. I know that you're mentally ill, but you're also kind of hot, though. You're also kind of sexy.
Leaked audio of Poppy's voiced calls in Discord. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Poppy is in full Fatal Attraction mode. They made me legitimately angry. But I just realized, why in the hell is she talking about her relationship to the interviewer? Was that even a question? I don't know. I don't even think she asked that question. I don't remember if the podcast host even asked Poppy this. It's been the Poppy show since she was introduced. It always is. That's too soon to declare love for somebody, let alone Discord interactions. I agree. Like, I'm in love with this person that I've never met in real life that I've only sexted with on Discord. Like, pump the brakes. Haven't you guys ever seen the show Catfish? Have you learned nothing from Neve? Have you learned nothing from Neve? Probably didn't say the part how Noe just said it was a little bit. She just said that she'd previously been referring to it because she assumes the interviewer knows, but she didn't retell it. Good lord, I forgot that Xena was even there. Xena, please be quiet. A trans woman is speaking. The kid is never mentioned during these trips down memory lane. Yeah, it's interesting that we're happy to like smear everybody except for our own kid, which is like our big target right now. And this is from like 10 days ago. So this was on the 14th of this month. So this was not that long ago. Vodka, I'm so proud of you. You're being so brave, King. Thank you for being here at 12:30 in the morning. Yeah, I know he's at worst. Let her down easy. Are you supposed to break up with someone borderline? Exactly. Like, from experience, it never goes well. Well, that's kind of like my whole point of what I asked earlier is like, there isn't a positive outcome. So when I was reading the logs initially, like the whole thing that I could take away from this is like, it wouldn't have mattered what Noe said. Whatever it was the wrong answer. And this is true of like always true of like controlling and manipulative people. There is never a right answer. You are never giving the right answer unless your answer is yes, you're right. I'm sorry. And even then it's still just like, oh, you're just saying that because you know that you fucked up and you don't actually feel that way. You're just saying that because you want me to shut up. Like, there is no right answer for people like this. They will always find something to fucking argue with you about, right? Maybe you felt gross because maybe you realized deep down said you did something horrible and refused to acknowledge it. No, our queen, she would never do anything like that. There you go. Poppy admits it. Poppy was the one that came up with the litmus test statement. No, he did not come up with that. No, he said that, yeah, sure, at some point in the combo. And Poppy constructs the whole litmus test narrative, even though Poppy initiated sex. Well, no, he didn't only want it, but agreed to please her, yeah. Wow, I wonder why the narrative isn't Xena as an abuser for abandoning me after I was raped with my rapist. Dude, that's true. Xena literally left her alone with the rapist. Have we talked about how abusive that was? These two people enable each other. Very true. I can't get over how offensive it is that they're calling this assault. I would agree with that, Chris. Offensive is a word that I would feel comfortable using, yes. There were logs where Z pushed for a meetup, so no, I don't buy any of this. True. I still can't get over how... Oh, sorry. Malcolm said what he said. Check. Yes, Marina. Sure did. Absolutely no one knew their heights before just now. Man, can I stop being 5'4"? If I get called a small bean, I will rip into your other... I don't know. Polykills seem to be a leftist problem. I don't know. I would say that, like, polygamy is, like, the right version of polykills. Like, sister wives is probably also problematic, just on the opposite end of the spectrum. Like, horseshoe theory exists also in polykills, surprisingly enough. Poppy doesn't seem compatible with poly relationships. No, she does not. Wait, I never realized Xena and Spawn are like that close in age. Yes. The son of truth. Contra hinted at the infamous philosophy tube lore. I did see that. I did see that on Twitter, but she deleted it. I don't know how so many people are able to conflate mentally ill with morally sick. Poly should not be an option for these people going through relationship issues. True. I'm hoping Trisha ends the British monarchy. I can't wait for King Charles to be reincarnated as Trisha Paytas' second child. We love the British altar. I know you're mentally ill, but what that mouth do? Oh, alright, we're all caught up. I know you're mentally ill, but you're kind of hot, though. Oh my gosh, somebody else had the link to this. You guys live in my head. Oh, I apologize. Spawn1 was 23, Poppy was 19. What's this? Okay, guys, we're going to start winding down, but I do have one more juicy bit. Okay, so I thought that I was going to bed early tonight. You guys thought. So this person that Poppy just did the interview with, Liana Kerzner, is a narcissistic abuser. Does it ever end? Does it ever end? Does it ever end, you guys? Oh. Since I've had a few of Liana's flying monkeys repeatedly try to unsuccessfully convince me and others that I am someone than who I am, making a follow-up post to address lies being spread by a jealous, malignant narcissist, which are forms of damage control meant to deflect from and conceal her own abusive actions. First, it's important to take note that Liana and her husband Steven like to blame literally everyone who criticizes them on secretly being Emily. Anytime the person isn't posting under a handle that they recognize, but what's more likely that one single person would spend 15 plus years obsessively spreading hate and lies on the internet, or that Liana has caused harm to many people over the years, and that these multiple independent accounts of abusive actions by Liana and Steven Kerzner are true. Now some facts. Emily Shuley is a successful working actor and filmmaker by her own right, and that information is 100% independently verifiable, even if Emily hasn't yet had a lot of public recognition for her work. For example, Emily is affiliated with the Canadian Film Centre and has received multiple grants from the Canadian Arts Council. A couple of minutes spent searching this information will give you reliable third-hand party evidence, and I imagine these are pretty substantial organizations in Canada that are hard to get into. Given that Liana's own television career tanked spectacularly in the mid-late aughts, and that Liana herself has achieved very little notable recognition or success without riding her husband's coattails or playing victim and attention-seeking while attacking someone more famous than her, Kate Shakoff, Anita Sarkeesian, Hassan Piker, etc. It's not a far stretch to think that she might just be a wee bit jealous of a younger redhead who was being cast in feature films and stage plays when Liana and Emily were supposedly IRL friends. Not to mention the number of times that Liana has since disparaged Emily as an aspiring actress and pretending that Emily only had unpaid extra work to her name, when in reality Emily has a pretty robust IMDb credit page with substantial variety of projects. There's also the fact that Emily has provided multiple receipts across multiple media platforms that prove Liana is lying about her, and the truth bomb, the big one, because anyone who takes literally 5 seconds to look at the information can see who is telling the truth. Example, Liana claimed that Emily's ex, who is a friend of Liana's friend, had never been abusive. Meanwhile, Emily's ex himself admits openly in a text conversation about physically abusing her. Saying, I choked you because ... big yikes. Liana has also accused Emily of doctoring receipts. Meanwhile, Liana only provided partial screenshots. Blah, 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 blah. Okay. Liana herself has also admitted on video on her YouTube channel that she is a violent, vindictive person. She even admits to physically assaulting her supposed best friend on prom night, for example. So unless this information was another lie, Liana has an established pattern of behavior attacking other women for perceived slights going back many years. It's not a far stretch to assume that Liana did the same thing to Emily in this situation, but using the toxic gossip and slander instead physical violence. Given that Emily has been quite open and transparent and vocal about holding the Kerzners accountable for the way that they treated her and what went down between them, it is no wonder that Liana has worked overtime to spread lies about Emily and ruin her reputation, because the one thing that narcissists hate most is having their bad behavior exposed to the wider public. Now, my own reasons for posting about Liana have been largely because I don't want to see her preying on and causing harm to more vulnerable people, like those in the trans and neurodivergent communities, as she is now soliciting people into paying for her, quote, not therapy, wink, wink, nudge, nudge bullshit. Meanwhile, Liana is a university dropout with no professional credentials in this area, just FYI. And until Liana takes full accountability for the past harm she has caused to others and apologizes accordingly for her actions, I will continue to tell other people about her abusive and harmful behaviors as and how I see fit. If Liana Kerzner didn't want her despicable, abusive, narcissistic behaviors made known public, then she should have treated people better in the first place or take some actual accountability for once. What is this? Liana Kerzner, a.k.a. Red Lionic, a.k.a. It's Not Therapy, tried to provoke a trans woman into suicide. I'm a trans woman living in Ontario, and while I am deeply tired of literally everyone wanting my existence to end, there is one person in particular who actively tried to drive me to suicide. That person is Liana Kerzner. What Liana put me through, no person should ever have to go through. Writing this post is the opposite of easy, but I'm tired of keeping it all to myself. My trans siblings, Liana Kerzner, is not our ally. She may be the enemy of our enemy, but she is not our friend. And no matter how she seems to be acting on our behalf, how much she seems to care about us, Liana Kerzner is a masterful narcissist, liar, and manipulator who is very good at pretending to care about others because she likes to use other people. By suddenly being all in for trans rights, she is performatively jumping on being vocal about supporting trans folks at best. At worst, she is actively looking for more vulnerable people to exploit through her massive Twitter reach. I know her tricks well because I was once one of those vulnerable people that Liana Kerzner knowingly took advantage of and caused harm to. And with Liana Kerzner now masquerading as someone who, quote, cares about trans folks, who uses her large Twitter platform to collect followers, I knew I had to say something before she exploits or harms anyone else like she did to me, myself, and many others. See, I knew Liana and her husband Stephen personally. I knew them before I found myself and claimed the woman I always knew I was. And at one point, I was naive enough to think that we were actually friends and that they cared about me as a person. But that couldn't be farther from the truth. I need to get a drink of water. This is a lot. But at the time, I was happy to help out a person who I thought was... Oh, excuse me. I skipped something. Sorry. In fact, when we were, quote, friends, Liana exploited me for free labor in a number of months in one of her vanity projects. But at the time, I was happy to help out a person who I thought was a friend, and I didn't think to question it, what she asked of me, or asked to be paid for my work, especially because it started out with very small things. Liana made it seem like she really needed my help, and that she thought that I was brilliant. She did all these tricks that narcissists do when they groom you. This was also around the time that I was starting to grapple with who I really was, and I wasn't the best headspace overall. Liana was someone I confided in about thinking about going through, and she convinced me that I was, quote, confused, and that I should go on antidepressants instead of looking more into transitioning. Anytime that I was having a rough day and needed to talk, we would talk about me, where it was maybe 5 to 10 minutes, but then Liana would complain to me for hours about various people who had apparently wronged her, were out to get her, and all the people who, quote, did her wrong. Even knowing what I was going through, she kept saying things like, oh, you're a man, you don't know what it's like for a woman like me. We would be chatting on Skype, and I know that she could see my face fall, and yet she still kept saying stuff like this about how manly I was. Liana refused to recognize that I was a scared little girl inside of a body that I hated and felt trapped in, or perhaps that I was actively taking joy in knowing how upset her comments made me. I honestly don't know. I was naive enough to believe that Liana Kerzner was a good person who was being hurt instead of recognizing that Liana was in fact the predator who was knowingly caused harm to these other people. While we were friends, and while she never came out and told me to do this, there are a handful of people who Liana manipulated me into harassing on her behalf. More than once, Liana had me write and send nasty emails. One, she demanded to proofread before I sent to the people who she was having disagreements with, or in her words, people who were, quote, out to ruin her reputation. I was also once asked to speak to the police on Liana's behalf and corroborate a story that Liana was being stalked by a certain person when I had never actually witnessed the behavior from the person that she was claiming was stalking her. Liana also wanted me to back her up when she, quote, had to make a bunch of complaints about supposed sexual harassment of a male friend of hers, claiming that she suddenly feared for her safety with this man. Again, meanwhile, I had never seen any of this behavior from him, not with her, not with any woman. This is what narcissists do. They get others to act on their behalf so they don't get their own hands dirty. Every month or so, it seemed like Liana had falling out with someone new. At this point, it included her own young nephew's parents. In hindsight, I'm certain that these people who, quote, had it out for her were simply, rightfully sitting up to Liana's bullshit and manipulations. Over time, the unpaid labor favors that Liana asked for got bigger, including stuff that she wanted to borrow from me from my day job for her benefit. This is around the time that I decided to come off antidepressants and begin transitioning for real. I was scared so much back then, scared that nobody would love me, scared of how my friends and my family would take the news, scared of how my workplace would treat me, all of it. Liana knew about my fears and insecurities because I told them to her. Oh, fuck, I have to open this on a different tab. Wow, that was transphobic. Can you believe that that just fucking happened, you guys? Wow. Trash. Okay, where the fuck was I? Oh my god. Okay. Oh. Okay. And she used it all against me. The first time I said no to doing an unpaid favor for her, she called my workplace and outed me to my boss. Girl, what? This was long before I was ready to share my news publicly about the woman I was becoming. Not only did this lead to some very awkward workplace conversations about employee appropriateness, Liana began to call my workplace regularly and scream at me for, quote, letting her down. Eventually, her harassment led to me getting fired. What? Then I was trying to distance myself from her, and one day I got a harassing phone call about an item that I had apparently, quote, stolen from Liana. It was demanded that I return or pay for the replacement item at cost, which was quite expensive. Not only did I never steal anything from Liana, this incident happened to be the time where I was jobless and barely covering my rent and bills. In this phone call, I was verbally threatened that I might face criminal charges, I might go to jail, or I might be sued, all for something that I did not do. And the person that I spoke with made sure to tell me that I would be, quote, put with the other men where I belong. Yeah. I also got harassing emails on Liana's behalf from her husband, Stephen Kerzner, who threatened me with lines, as long as you don't speak ill of my wife, we won't have to tell the truth about who you are and what you've done. Basically trying to threaten me into saying anything about the hell that Liana Kerzner put me through and the lies that she was spreading about me. A friend very kindly let me know that the Kerzners were also going behind my back, calling mutual acquaintances and telling them that I was mentally unstable and that I was becoming violent and that I should no longer be invited to certain events we were both planning on attending. This is crazy. It was all lies, but this social exclusion in the rumor mill went for months. I watched people who I thought were friends fall off one by one because the Kerzners' manipulation, threats, and lies. Through all of this, Liana Kerzner repeatedly and actively lied about me to many people, claiming that I was a pedophile, that I was trying to groom my own young kids, the same anti-trans rhetoric you see other people using now. Liana Kerzner also tried to get me committed to a psych ward with other lies about my mental health. She was worried that I was a, quote, danger to myself and others, and that I was having, quote, delusions of being a woman because I was, quote, sexually attracted to her and acting out. She tried to have me placed under psychiatric evaluation with blatant lies, ultimately all for being trans, and for daring to finally stand up to her narcissistic abuse when I couldn't take anymore. I also got some threatening and harassing emails from other friends of Liana's couple, a couple who called me a man in duress and explicitly told me to kill myself and that the world would be better without trash like me. I won't repeat everything that was said, but it was a lot, especially back then. Liana Kerzner is a liar, a narcissist, a bully, and someone who knows how to quite skillfully manipulate those around her, including lying to the legal system and lying to doctors and get them to harass and abuse others on her behalf. There is nothing more that I could tell you to do, but it all boils down to the same thing. Liana Kerzner is only pro-trans rights to suit her own agenda. At her core, she is still deeply transphobic, toxic, and abusive. She's just good at hiding it. Her usual MO is either to get people to give her money, i.e. Patreon or whatever, and or get people to do favors for her for free, despite the Kerzners being rather well off, apparently. What I will say in closing this is that Liana can keep up the charade of being your, quote, friend for years, but ultimately she's cruel and manipulative. Liana Kerzner will say and do anything she can to get what she wants out of people, including pretending to be a trans ally so that people will like you and confide in her, and be willing to pay her money for her, quote, not therapy bullshit. And aka Liana Kerzner is your newest grift. If you value your own mental and physical health, do not Liana Kerzner manipulate you. Take it from someone who had been there and someone who has been through this particular hell. Get away from Liana Kerzner, a fake, nice narcissist manipulation as fast as you can. No Chick-fil-A sauce? Dude. Freaks can't help but attract other freaks. They're like moths to a flame. They can't seem to stay away from each other. Bananas. Bananagrams. Wow, dude. What the fuck? This shit is wild, bro. I swear to God, I say it every single day, guys. We have been here for so many days, okay? We have suffered for so long. Every time I find something, it's worse than like the last thing that I saw. How is this possible? Will it ever end? Will it ever end, you guys? Will it? Will it? Or are we going to die here, you guys? Or are we going to die here? Answer. I think we're going to die here. Excuse me. Wah-wah-wee-wah. The drama is an onion. There's so many layers. It's an Ouroboros. It bites down on its own tail. For real, the plot keeps thickening. How does this keep getting worse? At this point, the plot is so thick, it's just a solid lump. We have accidentally opened Pandora's box, you guys. Yeah, I had to get this water during scheduled water time, sir. My Tumblr is just aesthetic shit. That's all. I just got Here's the Still About Poppy. Yeah, in a way. I apologize, Nadine. I am becoming very EP. It is almost EP time. It is almost EP time, but yeah. I actually don't know who this Liana Kerzner person is. I don't know who this is. This is my first time hearing of them. What is this not therapy thing? Not therapy, Liana Kerzner. What is this? It's not therapy, Liana Kerzner. Liana Kerzner, I navigate the madness of mental health with interesting guests, inspiring stories, and real questions from regular people. Interesting. It looks like it's just a podcast, but it could be like an MLM, multi-level marketing scheme. I have to remind myself that MLM means many different things to many different people. Marxist, MLM is like Marx, Lenin, Mao, right? It's a brand of communist MLM. Multi-level marketing, man-loving man. I have to specify which MLM I mean. So, ostensibly super woke, but obviously a psycho in reality. Oh. I did know that it was something about Gamergate, but I don't know much about it. I never really got. I wasn't interested at all in like the Gamergate shit when it came out. I have to be totally honest with you. I didn't even know like what it was. That wasn't really my thing. I am gonna start winding down, you guys. I love you so much, but I am gonna start winding down. What I am gonna say quickly though is, I do have this for you guys. Can I get a 1 in chat if you guys know who Aaron Green is? Can I get a 1 in chat if you guys know who Aaron Green is, please? I just need to know how much preface I need to put for this. 1's in chat if you know who Aaron Green is. Okay, so we at least know who Aaron Green is. Okay, so Aaron Green TV is a very teeny tiny little YouTuber. I'll just preface anyway. So Aaron Green is a little teeny tiny YouTuber. She does like trans content. She does like trans podcasts and shit like that or whatever. Aaron Green groomed and raped a 15-year-old when she was 20. What were the ages again? 15 and 21. Those were the ages. I have this sticky note here with that literally written down from when I made my video on her because I'm too stupid to do math like on anything other than a piece of paper. I just haven't thrown the sticky note away. So when she was 21 years old, she groomed and raped a 15-year-old. Eventually that relationship collapsed. These people dated for a while. Eventually that relationship collapsed. And due to that, this person came out and was like, hey, like, remember when you fucked me when I was 15 and you were 21? And that is in a recorded voice call. I have the voice call, on my channel in the video. It used to be in a Keffals video, but Keffals took the video down. I just happen to have a copy of the audio file, so I threw it in a video really quick so the audio file wouldn't get lost. Anyway, so Aaron Green got nuked for this, obviously, because everybody was super pissed at her. Keffals made a video about it. It was like a whole big thing. Aaron got nuked and like fucked off for a little bit. And now Erin is back kind of like weaseling her way back into like spaces because she's like, sorry guys, it was actually legal for me to fuck the 15-year-old, so it's not that big of a deal. Pretty much that kind of shit. So she's kind of coming back, and her and Food Shops are really good buds. Pedophiles love pedophiles. But you guys, instead of horrible, thanks, you're welcome. Instead of what is the thumbnail? Pedo versus racist. We have pedo versus rapist. We have a little mashup. We have a little remix, you guys. We got a remix going on. I'm never gonna get tired of that ever. Okay, so for the beginning, Okay, first things first. I'm the realist. So this is White Nervosa saying, after issues brought to our attention, White Forest dropped a creator due to the violations of our standards of practice SOP. For those who still seem to be confused about how White Forest members vote, I recommend our About Us page. Clients are not members by virtue of simply being clients. So White Forest is a streaming platform where they'll host your website. So Keffals has one of these, Keffals.gg. Demon Mama has one of these, demonmama.gg. Xander Hall has one of these, xanderhall.gg. This is just the site that hosts the website. Now, notoriously, White Forest has no problem clapping people's sites that they don't really like vibe with anymore. The classic example of this is Rose Wrist, who was like, I think he was like 17. He was like a Swedish or like some flavor of Scandinavian streamer who helped write the Keffals Manifesto, who had a White Forest website, and they clapped his website just for that. So, they clapped Poppy and Xena's website, okay, for breaking standards of practice. And again, anybody who knows anything about White Forest knows that they just kind of like, they'll yank your shit. They're not scared to do it, which, I mean, you know, it's their website. They're hosting the content. I don't know what to say. So here is the screenshot where they say, you know, this agreement ceases to exist without warning to sites that, any of the following choose, plan, or agree to stop using Whiteleaf, break United States federal law, break your local state law. So we have highlighted break United States federal law and break your local state law. So there's two things that this could be contextually relevant to in regards to Poppy. One could be the HIPAA shit that was leaked. That is a violation of the law, of the federal law. HIPAA violations are a federal violation of the law. Or two, blackmail and internet harassment could be considered a violation of local law. So with the blackmailing to get people to take their information about Poppy down, essentially threatening that they're going to pursue, you know, legal action, or they're going to quote unquote nuke them or do segments on them, whatever it may be. Okay. So from this, of course, anytime there is a trans predator in need, like the bat ray image that's put up in the sky so Batman knows it's time to show up. Anytime a trans predator is in danger, Aaron Green's little leaf emoji is projected into the sky, and she hears the Aaron Green bat phone ring, and she's like, hello, there's another trans person who's being a degenerate, like, predatory freak. I'm on my way. And the only thing that is more condemning than Aaron Green's support and hurrah, of course, is going to be Annie Gallagher's, but that obviously didn't stop us before. So, I present to you... Predator versus Pedo. So this is unavailable. This is the screenshot that I just showed you guys. White Forest specifying that websites can get clapped for being in violation of state or federal law. Aaron Green says, if you're an up-and-coming creator who is considering using a service like White Forest, I recommend you instead look into hosting your own site. It's cheaper and easier than you think, and it doesn't make you beholden to insane Twitter leftists. The insane Twitter leftists that are canceling people who are predators, pedophiles, all else, right? The Rose Wrist thing, kind of fucky, but like, come on. You want to be associated with Xena and Poppy and the polygamist harem from hell? That's what you want to be. You want to be associated with hosting that website? Who would? Get out. You're not allowed to be up here. Hang on one second. Get. Come on, get. Apologies. Okay. So Aaron goes on to say, any organization who holds complete control over your website like this can force you to parrot their group narrative by simply threatening to drop you. Content or creators are incredibly dependent on their website, and flexing their power like this should be a big red flag. Even in the example, they don't specifically give a reason or explanation for dropping you. Instead, they'll vaguely gesture to broke laws, leading people to draw their own conclusions, which makes things tangibly worse for anyone in Poppy's situation. As I recall, another creator was dropped from the Vosh Keffals drama, which demonstrates their willingness to drop clients for reasons other than, quote, broken laws. Who would want to be associated with that? That is the better question. Who wants to be associated with these people? That's a better question. Brianna Wu is... I have no opinions on Brianna Wu. I don't really watch her content. I don't know a whole lot about her. I do kind of dislike that she's kind of like a catty mean girl sometimes. And she's so old. Like, it's appropriate for me to be a catty mean girl because I'm young. But, you know, after you hit a certain age, you just can't be a catty mean girl. And when I hit that age, I'm just going to kill myself because my entire personality is being a catty mean girl. I'm basically just saying that, like, everybody has to be nice except for me. And that's just my mantra. That's just how I live. So more sites should do that. I mean, if you're contracting somebody out for services, you are kind of beholden to them. That's true. Like, it's the same way that Twitch has a terms of service. Like, they can just clap you for whatever. Like, duh. Lolicon is also a violation of federal law, but they don't care about that, obviously. Queen Bee saying the quiet part out loud. Go off, Queen. Brianna Wu is emotionally 13. I just work here, you guys. I just work here, you guys. I don't know anything about that. Blind loyalty is a beach. Well, you know, pedos and predators, you gotta stick together. It's the predators, pedophiles, and poppies. They gotta stick together. It's the triple P's, you know what I mean? Oh my god, what if Aaron Green joins the polycule, you guys? What if Aaron Green joins the polycule? You guys, that would be so delicious. That would be so fucking delicious. Oh my god, could you guys imagine? We did finish the Liana stuff. It was weird. Good night, Sky Macaroon. Thanks for hanging out, bud. I am also gonna wind down, you guys. It is sleepy girl hours, let me tell you. It is almost EP time. Alright. I have one more thing I want to just peek at here really quickly. I'm having a stroke, but I can't think of it. Wait, was Keldoge on a panel? Hang on a second. We're about to put our hater hat back on. 1 second here. Or is he just watching it? Oh, he's just watching it. He's watching Food Shops watching it. No, he's watching Stardust watching Food Shops watching that. Stardust is watching a Wick panel. Food Shops is watching Stardust watch the Wick panel, and Keldoge is watching Food Shops watching Stardust watching the Wick panel. What? Bro, for real? What about here? Does he go on it? No, it's still the same thing. What? Okay, this is Food Shops and Stardust yelling at each other. Does he join this? Wait, hang on. Is this him in here?
Okay. So
I'm just trying to get the facts right, okay? That's all I'm trying to do right now.
Really? That's all you're trying to do right now? You facts, right? Is that what you're trying to do right now?
No, he's not in there. He's watching it still. Oh my god. I'm new here. Who? Yes, Queen Bee. I watched that debate, and it was terrible. It was like the worst thing I've ever seen. I'm new here. Who? Keldoge is this dude. He has me blocked on Twitter. Sad emoji. This dude right here. This dude. This dude did a panel with, it was like, fuck, who was on that? It was me and Fairy Queen and this dude and like a legitimate fucking person that needed to be on a watch list for sure. Did a panel on Lolicon because this fucking little gremlin freak was on Twitter and was like, it's just Lolicon, who cares? Like, and so did a panel on that and just sucked shit at arguing, just like sucked absolute dog shit at it. So after the fact, he wanted to talk to me, and this dude's like a huge Keffals dick rider. So we argued a little bit about Keffals stuff, and then we and then how did that even go? Oh, I remember after the panel, I was listening to his stream a little bit, and he was like talking shit about me. And I was like, why don't you not be a pussy and come and say it to my fucking face? And so he called in or whatever, and we argued about Keffals for a little bit, and then we argued about Lolicon more. And then I was like, why are you such a spineless little bitch? Like, why do you wait until I'm not in the room with you to like run your fucking mouth? Like, it's really embarrassing that you sit in your stream with like one viewer and you don't fucking say anything, or you're very comfortable running your mouth in your stream to your one fucking viewer, but then when you're in front of me, you just are like a starfish, like you don't have anything to say. And he was like, I think that's toxic masculinity. And I was like, no, that's me being not a bitch, actually. That's me not being completely fucking spineless. This is the conversation that, this was the Lolicon conversation. Interesting conversation. And then I talked to him on stream, and where is this clip, you guys? This clip is fucking hilarious. I have to get on my Twitch really quick. Hang on. This clip is fucking funny. Hang on. No, that's not what I wanted. Fuck, hang on. Videos, clips. Where the fuck are all of my clips, bro? Oh, all. Here we go. Just for the record, my clips on Twitch are actually fucking hilarious, you guys. Okay, hang on. God, do you go swimming a lot?
Do I go swimming a lot? No.
Oh,
Okay,
I
hang on.
not swimming because... Oh, sorry, I have to slow it down. God, do you go swimming a lot?
Do I go swimming a lot? No.
Okay, I would recommend not swimming because you would probably sink to the bottom of the fucking ocean with how dense you are. Malcolm moment. Malcolm moment live in 4K. You can take the DJ sound horn from my cold dead hands, you guys, from my cold dead hands. Ugh. Keldoge is just a little dummy that defends Lolicon regularly. A little nerd. Oh. All right, you guys. I think I'm going to start winding down. I got to go to sleepies. It be sleeping time. Tomorrow is Tom Tent night. Tomorrow is Tom Tent night. Okay, so I'll be arguing with Tom about his gender doc. Okay, tomorrow is Tom Tent time. Tom Goonery the king. So we'll be doing that tomorrow, okay? Thanks you guys for hanging out with me, spending quality time with me. I appreciate all of your presence and joining me on this journey and this descent into fucking madness. I don't know why there's so many Lolly defenders. A lot of these guys are crazy.
Who is he?
Oh, thanks for the fucking the follow on Twitch. That's my Twitch follow notification. Suicidal blunt rotation, true dog, but put Poppy in there too, just for an extra push. All right, guys, I am gonna rock and roll. I'll be back tomorrow. We still have to go over the Melina shit. We'll do that tomorrow. And then we're doing Tom Tent tomorrow. Yeehaw. And then if there's any extra spicy drama in the meantime, obviously we're gonna cover that as well. The Melina and the Poppy and all that bullshit is, starting to pile on a little bit. We're kind of getting to the bottom of the pile. I'm sure there will be more added to the pile shortly. But there will be some other juicy stuff tomorrow that we can go over as well, including Tom Goonery. Thanks again, guys, for hanging out with me. I super appreciate it. I hope that everybody has a good rest of their night, and I will see you little nerds tomorrow, okay? Peace and blessings and sweet dreams, everyone. Take care, okay?